Episode 1. The summons arrived in the way headmaster summons always did, a pale glow beneath the dungeon door, a curl of parchment that seemed to smile in ink. Severus hesitated a breath longer than necessary, fingertip at the seal as though inspection might change the thing folded inside. It did not. The burden had already been set above him. He climbed the familiar winding staircase more slowly than habit required. Portraits regarded him with their usual blend of curiosity and censure. Severus kept his features a practice mask, thin, precise, because here masks were instruments. They could be angled, fashioned, and folded back into shadow until the true shape beneath could no longer be discerned. There were patients to be kept. Inquiries to shepherd that would not survive exposure. A timetable that brooked no interruption. Sydney admitted him with a discreet chime. The office was as it always was, books piled in affectionate chaos, candles burning with a honeyed smoke that curled up against the rafters, and the faint sharp tang of ink. Fawkes sat on his perch, feathers catching the candlelight in small flashes, regal and indifferent. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, the fold of his robes hiding intention as neatly as any cloak. Severus, the headmaster said. No preamble. No softening phrase. The name struck the air like a bell. Severus closed the door and took the chair across from him. He noted Dumbledore's face, the usual calm pressed into something sharper. Light creased the silver at the headmaster's temples. The reflexive tallying began, possible breaches, likely culprits, where a ward might be prized from its binder. He folded his hands, fingers taut against one another. There has been a breach in our security, Dumbledore said. The sentence filled the room with presence more than accusation. Severus catalogued corridors and wards as if reading a potion list. He rehearsed his defense in one voice, disclaimers, denials, partial admissions. I was not aware, he began. You were aware enough to have access to the materials that were violated, Dumbledore interrupted. He spoke without flourish, his rings caught the light like small, deliberate signals. The breach concerned documents and artifacts connected with the Horcrux inquiry. The word cut as if physically. It had been spoken before, naming it did not blunt its danger. Severus felt the familiar constriction at the ribs. Dumbledore's pale eyes fixed on him. There was no theatricality, only that deliberate attention that made thought feel exposed on a table. Someone forced or circumvented our protections, he said. The point of entry bears a signature, an intentionality, which suggests knowledge of how our wards were placed and how to separate them from their binders. Severus did not flinch. The accusation pressed at his back, he could feel it. He did not need Dumbledore to supply the name he suspected the headmaster had formed. The tone had shifted from inquiry to indictment. You're suggesting, Severus began, and stopped. Dumbledore could fold implication into a sentence and let it operate like a charm. Severus had lived by other economies: confession, partial admission, strategic silence. None was safe here. You orchestrated it, Dumbledore said plainly. Or aided it. Or willfully failed to secure that which your station required. Betrayal is not the monopoly of those who embrace darkness. It can be the calculated betrayal of trust one has sworn to guard. Fawkes tilted his head, as if listening for some seam in the air where words and truths might be mended. Severus tasted iron. Options arrayed themselves, an ugly, precise geometry. Full confession, accept punishment, risk the unraveling of everything he had sheltered. Partial admission, a sliver of truth, a means to buy leniency without revealing method. Denial, preserve the cover, lie, and accept certain immediate constraints while keeping work in the shadows. For an instant he wanted to lay his duplicity bare, to wager that Dumbledore's moral authority could sustain the damage. The calculating portion of him, the part that had balanced lives against necessity, closed that door. The strike would not be contained to his throat. It would spill wider. It would wound those he had no right to expose. He kept his counsel. Silence stretched until Dumbledore studied his hesitation. Severus formed a denial the way he mixed a potion, measured, considered. I did not orchestrate any breach, he said. Nor would I willingly expose the school or its inquiries. There is evidence to the contrary, Dumbledore answered. Not a question. A lever being turned. Knowledge can be culpability, Severus. You do not need to have touched the wards for intent to be inferred. Severus's jaw tightened. The reflex to retort rose, turning accusation into counter-accusation, testing emotion against authority. He contained it. Strategy mattered more than pride. Then investigate, he offered, purposefully cool. The words were a controlled provocation. If you suspect me, find the proof. I will cooperate within the bounds of school discretion. Dumbledore's mouth twitched, not triumph, rather a transition into business. Cooperation will be required, he said. Starting now. The quill scratched as Dumbledore began to set measures down, his hand moving in the same sure rhythm Severus had watched since childhood. He had no illusions this was mere form. As headmaster, Dumbledore said, I must secure Hogwarts and our work. Effective immediately, your unsupervised access to certain restricted archives and to my private repositories is revoked. The phrasing settled over Severus like a lid. He pictured the keys in Dumbledore's fingers, small, heavy, carrying the force of law. A bitter heat rose behind his sternum, he suppressed it. Fury tended to fracture judgment. Fury would lead to accusation and then to the exposure he could not risk. Dumbledore continued, voice steady. There will be conditional oversight on your activities at Hogwarts. Periodic reviews of your requests. A sentinel enchantment will stand upon your office threshold. Certain documents will require countersignatures. He enumerated the measures with a voice that removed flourish, like reading ingredients. An office-linked enchantment. Scheduled inspections. Countersignature demands. Severus translated each phrase into immediate operational consequence. Unsanctioned access had been an artery, severing it would not merely slow him. It would force reroutes. Each reroute multiplied exposure. He began to run through implausible, necessary workarounds in his head, 3 options made clear by the mind's quickness. 1. Employ a house elf courier from the kitchens. House elves were overlooked instruments, their loyalty and their invisibility could be used to ferry small, innocuous parcels. Such a choice introduced a subservient witness and a bond that could fray. 2. Move material outward via the Flu network to an interim safe house, a ministry clerk with lax habits, someone who accepted paperwork without a second look. That added distance but put the work across jurisdictional lines and into eyes he could not afford. 3. Rely on concealment charms, disillusionment charms, minor glamoring, undetectable extension on a seemingly ordinary cabinet, to keep things physically present yet unreadable by cursory inspection. Each spell required reagents, time, and, crucially, places in which to perform them without interruption. Each workaround had its own contagions, a house elf who noticed oddities, a clerk who kept a ledger, a charm that left a telltale halo under scrutiny. Each introduced more people and therefore more questions. You will make any formal appeals through Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore added. If you have information that explains appearances of culpability, present it to her. I will consider it. McGonagall. The name tightened the calculus. She was meticulous, not given to half measures. Her involvement meant rigor and exacting records. Documentation, Severus thought, was another form of binding, one that could strangle subtlety as surely as any knot. Dumbledore's expression softened into something that called itself regret. I regret this necessity, he said. The sentiment was currency, not absolution. But Hogwarts must be secure. Our work cannot be allowed to rest on fragility. Regret from Dumbledore carried a sting of disappointment rather than condemnation. Severus felt that sting in a place older than outrage. He rose. Standing let his thoughts fragment into precise, manageable pieces, what could be accomplished under inspection, what could be rerouted, which contacts might serve without knowing. He imagined the sentinel charm, a subtle thing that would note the cadence of a hand, the tilt of a head, the scent of a breath near a ledge of books. He considered whether the charm's triggers could be fooled, whether movement could be staged between inspections, whether parchment could be salted with distracting notes to mask what truly mattered. He allowed himself one controlled test of the headmaster's assumption, a question honed to reveal more than it said. "Are you, Albus, so certain the signature you found is ours alone?" he asked. "That you have excluded mimicry, false traces, somebody said to make our wards look as if one of us has betrayed the school's trust." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed as if considering the color of a potion. His answer was quiet and guarded. "I will always consider mimicry. But there is a cunning in this effort that suggests an intimate understanding, Severus. That cannot be ignored." Intimate understanding, the phrase dropped into Severus's plans like a cold stone. Dumbledore's guardedness offered no comfort, it signaled caution. It also left a seam through which Severus might work, if he could. The headmaster's careful wording implied room for investigation, not immediate condemnation. That margin, however sliver thin, was all he had been granted. Dumbledore's hand moved again, pen marking the margins as if folding new obligations into Severus's life. The air smelled of beeswax smoke and old leather, the desks would have the warm, worn grain of many hands and many secrets. Severus watched those little movements as if they were physical strikes against his independence. "I will not ask for your resignation," Dumbledore said. "But understand this, the tether between us has shortened." Severus felt the metaphor land as a physical tightening. The world where he could move without scrutiny had narrowed. Where once he had a long reach, now he had a short leash. He inclined his head, ritual over sentiment, and prepared to leave. The chill of the office clung to the back of his neck. Fawkes trilled softly, it might have been sympathy or merely curiosity. Severus crossed the room. Dumbledore watched him with that same patient attention that could be read as hope or calculation. Severus did not meet the headmaster's eyes more than necessary. He carried the decision he had made folded like a small, cold thing in his coat. He would not expose the map of his furtive movements. Dumbledore's last words were practical. "File your appeals through McGonagall. Accept inspections. There are lines of protection to be respected." Severus's lips pressed thin. The notion that the balance of trust between them had been reshaped seemed too mild for the reality. Ties had been clipped, and with each clip his freedom thinned into a corridor of procedure and signatures. He opened the door and stepped into the threshold. The air beyond the office felt, for a moment, of another temperature. Dumbledore's voice followed him, softer now. "Severus." He paused, not to beg or to bargain, but to hear the full finality of the decision placed upon him. Outside, the portrait bells announced his exit. The door closed behind him with a small, decisive click, the sound of a verdict sliding into a drawer. It sat in the hallway like a thing that required unpacking. Severus stood beyond the door, the office's light falling across his back like a memory. The measures were already set down, access revoked, oversight imposed, a sentinel enchantment upon his threshold, countersignatures for documents, and McGonagall named as the channel for appeal. He had chosen to keep the things that needed to remain hidden. He had weighed their safety against his liberty and chosen secrecy. The office door slid to and the sound of Dumbledore's pen scraping across paper resumed. The consequence that had been placed upon him was now tangible, in Dumbledore's careful handwriting, in the carved key he would no longer carry unobserved, in the quiet charm that would signal any attempt to reach beyond the visible wards. Episode 2. The lamp in Severus Snape's dungeon study burned at a thin, green angle, its flame stubborn against the chill that crept through the old stone. He set the sealed crate on the flagstones and kept his gaze deliberately elsewhere. The box spoke in weight and grain, arguments his eyes needed not to litigate. A soft prod with the tip of his wand answered the questions his fingers might otherwise have asked. He had come for certainty and for nothing else. The rest of the work would be measured in ink and patience. Official restrictions were on record, access revoked, oversight instituted, but the crate had not arrived by lawful channel. A young registrar's apprentice, briefed and silent, had placed it at his door an hour before. The boy's voice had been half apology, half warning. "Left in your study, Professor." He had retreated down the passage with measured steps. The delivery was a favor and carried risk. Snape accepted both. he cleared space on the long, scarred table and arranged his instruments with the economy of a surgeon laying scalpels, vellum torn from a ledger he kept memorized, 3 quills, 1 for header, 1 for body, 1 to mimic the registrar's flourish, his pot of black ink, a small pot of cinnabar reserved for official marks, sealing wax, and a little iron press impressed with Luke runes meant only to fail convincingly if anyone tried to test them. He set the Hogwarts shipping ledgers within reach and ran the list through his head, phrasing exact to ministry forms, chain of custody clauses, a curative sentence that unhooked automatic audits for 24 hours. The passive runes bedded into official paperwork were old and practiced. After a tide of cheap counterfeits, the ministry and the school had learned to weave detection into inks, seal composition, and the pressure of a wax impression, all linked through the castle's own spells. Replicate the surface and the weave hummed compliance, miss and nuance and alarms bellowed along channels he could not scrub clean without leaving other traces. He might have attempted brittle mimicry, copy, match, pray. Those prayers had failed him on nights he could not afford failure. There was another method he had devised in late hours when choices thinned to not enough, a personal counter-charm, bound directly to parchment, built to present the detection weave with a voice it recognized. It would convince the runes because it had been made to speak to them. It came with a tell, a microscopic seam of sympathetic light threading page and any surface stamped with the approval. Specialists could read it, anyone practiced in unweaving such things would recognize its fingerprint. He could not pretend it would be invisible. He sat and chose with the implacable precision that had kept him alive. Mimicry offered plausibility, no personal mark. Achieving it properly would require hours he did not have, the right flow of wax, the subtle wobble the headmaster allowed when he pressed the seal, and ink composition matching the registry's underlying veins of magic. The weave favored authenticity, to simulate irregularity would be slow and hazardous. One faulty impression and the crate would be seized, order notified, questions directed by Dumbledore that Snape intended to answer with silence. The counter-charm offered immediacy. It would reroute the shipment, reclass the box as a professor's custody, and store automatic checks for the span he required. It would graft a signature to the object and leave a narrow lever others might later exploit. He accepted the exposed limb. He dipped a quill. The header grew thin and cold on the vellum, the strokes were economical where the headmaster's would have been generous. Language that slid through registries, not a blanket of trust but a ledgered misdirection, a requisition number matching a legitimate consignment, a cinnabar flourish where the registrar's thumb might have pressed. Not too intricate, he wanted a forgery, not a theatrical impersonation. Before sealing anything he tested the paper against the castle's passive sensing. Holding the vellum beneath the lamp, he angled it until the weave of enchantment seated in the fibers glimmered. He swept his wand once, narrow, deliberate, an invitation to the runes. The enchantment answered with a cold tick along the parchment, a minute sensation like a stopped clock trying to begin. That small absence pleased him, a flare would have made the rest clumsy. The paper did not flare outright. This was not proof, the full trial would come with wax and with the charm tied into the wood. He warmed the sealing wax not by open flame but by pressing the wand tip to its mass so the heat would not crack the contraction charm. Iron and wax, pressure and angle, he murmured words so low they were almost thought. The counter-charm was not a tidy incantation, it was an economy of movement, a keyed sympathy he had braided over years, wrist, thumb, iron. Then the closing gesture, like shutting a fist. A thin thread of light ran along the edge of the wax. It was not the gaudy glow novices produced, it was a discreet vein. The charm clicked into place as a lock clicks. His wand passed over the sheet again. The craft answered with a soundless acknowledgement, a slight vibration up his arm. Parchment lay aside. He moved to grasp the reroute to the crate. A charm bound only to paper was a map, bound to timber, it became a chain. Kneeling by the wooden slat, he laid the vellum flat upon the lid. The grain took his touch with the intimacy of old skin. He pressed the paper and traced his wand over both. For a heartbeat nothing changed but the faint copper of cinnabar rising from the ink. Then the light took, threading through fiber and into wood, skimming the grain before withdrawing to hide. The seam revealed itself only under certain angles, a hairline of darker grain with pinpricks of cinnabar along one joint. He had spent years learning to make marks that spoke to systems without announcing who spoke. The teller that formed was unmistakable to him, a microscopic thread of sympathetic charm attached by law, one any practiced counter-artist would read as his. Masking it was possible. He had wiped a signature clean once before after a particular emergency. That obfuscation had cost him more than coin. It had required a favor and the erosion of an option he had kept in reserve. Memory supplied the ledger of that cost, a night on a rain-dark roof watching men he did not want near the order, a payment of silence that gnawed at resources best kept intact. He disliked that arithmetic then and disliked it now. He kept the method in mind. He checked the crate's contents. Inside lay 3 sealed retorts cushioned with straw, a shallow tin of reagent stamped but not named, and a narrow, oilcloth-wrapped bundle whose label had been rubbed away. Glass, chemicals that could bruise a careless hand, research notes in a cramped script that did not yet belong to him. Nothing miraculous, only material worth handling carefully. Knowing what he'd bought with the reroute sharpened the scales. These were things that altered late-night conclusions. The need was real. A small test stuttered and he repaired it. He tapped the scene with the fine probe kept for potion work, searching for latent wards. The detection weave twitched, an almost imperceptible resistance as if a thread had been plucked. For a moment the runes tried to pry at the charm, a louder reaction would have been trouble. Snape whispered a binding, an undercut of quicksilver syllables, and the probe slid free. The failure had been a stutter, not a flame. He logged the twitch as data, but not responded to direct touch with a reflex that could be dampened more thoroughly later, but only by spending the favor he had cached. He would not spend it unless forced. From the great beyond his curtain the castle breathed and shifted, oil in hidden gears, the squeak of staircases, the distant murmur of portraits. He listened the way he had learned to hear little things that meant much. The delivery chute to his left clicked, soft and mechanical, and the reclassified shipment slid soundless to its new resting place. He allowed the gravity of the moment to settle, letting silence do its work. He hauled the box beneath his desk with the heel of his palm. Up close the signature showed more plainly, not an obvious scar, merely a sliver of darker grain and, when tipped beneath the small mirror he kept for potion work, a faint metallic filigree. Cinnabar dust along a corner winked like a private flourish. To anyone trained in reading such scars it would speak of him. Utility occupied him immediately. With the materials under his desk he could work through the night, examine, annotate, test, without opening broader channels that might ripple out and reveal more than he wished. The advantage was close and cold, necessary. Beneath it, a metallic bite of dread lodged behind his tongue. The tether was legible to a practiced hand, not only to Dumbledore or someone in the Order, but an inspector following an anomalous line, a bored prefect with time and curiosity, an absent-minded registrar flipping a ledger and pausing. Discover one thread and the other could be traced. Anomalies invited attention, attention invited examination, examination uncovered him. He sealed 2 small vials into the inner pocket of his robe, each waxed with care. One held solvents for processing material, the other contained an obscure dispersal charm in liquid form, able to fray the tether without revealing the method by which he had bound it. Using it demanded a favor, a debt that scraped at accounts he preferred to keep dim. He had paid such prices before, a solitary vigil, a piece of information traded that cost other quiet choices. He did not relish the arithmetic, he noted it and moved on. A decision hovered, immediate and unresolved. He could begin work now and risk the tether being noticed by accident. He could mask it tonight, spend a favor and buy cover, yet that payment would show elsewhere in accounts he preferred to keep spare. He could do nothing and allow time to erode his mark as other hands turned, yet risk a routine audit tripping at the wrong hour. Each path culled an option. He slid a gloved hand into his robe and retrieved the small slip of paper that had remained folded there since the headmaster's summons, a mild-toned order for routine re-evaluation. Routine, perhaps, innocuous, superficially. But the ledger that recorded the reroute could coincide with that summons and produce the wrong sort of curiosity. He smoothed the paper between his fingers and replaced it, feeling the fold like a small pressure point. To sharpen concealment, he slipped the forged approval beneath a stack of genuine paperwork, angling the cinnabar just enough to look plausible in passing glances. He closed the ledger with deliberate care so only its margin showed. The little concealment would hold as long as complacency did. A footfall in the stairwell reversed his breath into a tight line. The registrar's apprentice passed the door on his way out. The boy glanced once, unreadable, and then paused at the edge. He looked toward the crate, toward the cinnabar along the corner. "Professor," the apprentice said softly, as if asking permission to intrude. "That, shouldn't the registrar's mark be higher? It looks odd at the seam." Snape's hand tightened where it rested on the desk. He had not expected someone to notice the seam so plainly. The boy's observation was small and careless seeming, but it forced options into the open with the abruptness of a wound. A single thought iterated, spend or deflect, and the arithmetic was suddenly intolerable in the light of a pair of young eyes. If he deflected, he preserved the favor but accepted the risk of the scene being read later, by someone less kind than curiosity. Episode 3. The air in Snape's dungeon study tasted of iron and singed sugar and hung like a warning. He set the crate on the flagstones, laid his palm flat against the wood, and listened to the pulse of grain beneath his fingertips. The object was weight, the rest of the work would be argument. He assembled instruments the way other men arranged knives, with an economy that promised no fuss. A strip of leather for carving, blunt bone needles, a file of obsidian razors, a narrow file of mercury-silver filings, the phosphorescent residue he'd brewed last month in a corked vial that smelled of something sour and sweet he would not name. A small velvet purse held groundhorn and crushed zinc, stabilizers for the groove he intended to seed. The tools looked innocent. The plan did not. From the template drawer he selected a rune cluster and inspected it as though reading a temperamental ledger. Naming a colleague to bear the implication would be careless. Ambiguity taught better lessons than accusation. His fingertip brushed the template and came away dusted in metal. Bitter on the tongue. He pressed the template to the crate's lapped edge and leaned in. Obsidian bitwood with brittle clarity. Each incision read as a sentence, an errant arc would read as clumsy accusation rather than plausible negligence. He scored the outer loop, then the inward hook, then the triangular node that would mark the sigil as casual, not ceremonial. When the shape sat true, he mixed the mercury silver into a paste with a bone awl. The filing spat, the smell rose sharp enough to flare his nostrils. With a narrow brush he pushed the mixture into the grooves until the paste took a faint, dying phosphorescent sheen. Routine sells better than perfection. He threaded a low, common counter-enchantment through the inscription, a little stumble to draw a cursory eye toward poor storage rather than deliberate concealment. A patient analyst would find it, a hurried inspector would not. That, precisely, was the point. Paperwork could be forged, signatures faked. He had done such things before and would again when necessary. Tonight, he chose a different instrument of misdirection, human motion. If a crate moved as part of the castle's everyday business, no clerk would puzzle over it. If the movement was performed by a man who could claim he had merely followed his rounds, suspicion would hitch to the man, not to the hidden work inside the wood. He prepared the stage. A measured line of horn and zinc stabilizer, mixed with a whisper of the phosphor, traced a careless smear along the lapped edge. A split sliver of carved vellum, its edge powdered, he left half protruding from the manifest pocket. A charred scrap of paper, black at one edge, he planted where fingers would brush first. Everything arranged to be discoverable by ordinary curiosity, a hurried hand, a routine transfer, an ordinary man making a trace. He closed the lid and nodded to himself as if sealing a contract. A footfall on the stair made him look up. The knock in the stone was not surprised. The vial vanished into the velvet fold where lamplight could not find it. The door opened and a maintenance guard filled the frame, sodden cloak, lamp swinging, ordinary to the point of being invisible. He was the sort of man whose name one learned by repetition. Snape did not bother. The guard's eyes found the crate and lingered. "Evening, Professor," the man said. Politeness practiced to the bone. Snape kept his expression the bland flatness of authority. "The lid was loose," he said. "Found it that way. Make a note and move it when you can, will you?" Peripheral holdings take such things on the morning shift. The guard leaned in, fingers brushing the manifest where the charred scrap prodded. He thumbed the powdered sliver absent-mindedly, and then, before Snape could intervene, fished it free and tucked it into his pocket. A cold, precise tightening ran beneath Snape's ribs. The scrap's removal altered the probabilities in ways a ledger did not. He would have preferred the trace to remain where an inspector might find it beside the crate, beside the signature of a fictitious order. Instead, the piece now rode in a man's pocket, subject to impulse, chance, gossip. A slip in an accountant's book had been turned into a mobile variable. Snape stepped closer, keeping his voice low. "You'll move it to the holding room at first light," he said. "Don't draw attention. If anyone asks, you marked it loose and reported it. You'll be doing the castle a favor." He had not used coin yet. The promise in his tone would suffice for smaller men. The guard blinked. "Right," he said. "Higgins on third." A houseman's shorthand for ease and abdication. Snape's mouth thinned. He did not supply details the guard might repeat. Details could be coerced into stories. He offered instead a small compact of immediacy, a little payment, disguised as a convenience, slid beneath the guard's palm when the man turned to adjust his lantern. 3 silver sickles, more than a night's pay in a single hand, conspicuous enough to weigh the choice but not enough to corrupt a better man. The guard's hand closed around them before he realized the exchange. "Deal rounds," Snape said. "Report it as you find it. That is all." The guard nodded, pocketed the coins, and moved away with the lantern light feathering his back. "Morning, Professor," he said, the deferential cadence already taking hold. Snape watched the doorway a second longer, then followed on a measured gap. He did not wish to be seen too near. Proximity would create a link. Shadow on stone suited his purpose. The guard's steps clacked up the stair. Snape's were softer, practiced to be anonymous. He heard the man mutter on the landing, something about Higgins and the late shift taking everything as is, and the name settled like a small stone in a pond. The guard intended to pass the matter along the chain, not fling it into tavern gossip. That choice mattered. If the scrap reached a supervisor's desk, someone with an appetite for paperwork might file it away for later analysis. If it fell into the hands of a drunken porter, it might vanish among cigarette ash and spilled ale. Either outcome could favor Snape or undo him. The variable had slipped from bureaucratic inertia to the mercurial domain of human motion. He let the guard go. Confrontation now would have risked more than recovering a single sliver. The man was already implicated by his own hand. To snatch the piece back would create a spectacle inviting inquiry. A careful plan required patience and misdirection. He returned to the crate and tightened the staging with the same deliberation as before. He dragged his thumb clumsily across the smear to read as accident. The counter-enchantment sat modest in its place, enough to mislead an inattentive eye, insufficient to hide deliberate craft from a careful analyst. That balance pleased him. He pressed a gloved hand to the groove, feeling the faint resistance beneath the paste. The mixture warmed against the glove, then cooled. He set his tools in the basin and rinsed until the water clouded, metal filaments clinging to the drain. Now to map outcomes. He catalogued names like vials and assigned them probabilities. Higgins, third shift, sturdy, little patience for nuance, likely to grumble and file. The night inspector, efficient, brusque, might glance and consign the crate without thought. An order contact who sometimes collected curios, unreliable but curious, might remove the fragment from channels altogether. Each repository implied different dangers and advantages. Paperwork in Higgins's desk might mean a trace that could later be discovered by a meticulous examiner. A scrap in a tavern might be lost to the current of gossip. A men's cloak might ferry the trace into a private archive beyond institutional scrutiny. Snape had chosen the guard because men like him moved along predictable circuits. The coin brought a single deviation. The crate would travel under the castle's own wheels rather than through a forged order. It did not erase risk. It relocated risk into a man's pocket. A darker calculation followed. Someone might notice the paste's composition or the rune's irregularity and follow it back toward him. He accepted that possibility. He preferred to be the origin of misdirection rather than the obvious hand. Better that suspicion brush a name worth defending than that the whole chain collapse into direct oversight. He could spare a reputation, he could not spare access. On the landing he paused, fingers against cold stone, and tuned his face to the necessary blandness. A mask of fatigue would carry him through rounds without inviting questions. He walked down with the composed economy of a man who kept urgency private. Inside, the crate waited, arranged and labeled, the staged tableau lying where hands found it. He pictured morning, an ordinary man with ordinary reasons, a supervisor's shrug, a sign-off filed. For most officials that would be the end. For the one he dreaded, a careful analyst, the sequence would tighten into inspection. That person might seize the fragment from a pocket drawer, that person might trace the paste. The guard's pocket had reshuffled the odds. The scrap might be delivered, in neat hands, to a desk and noted, or it might be dropped in a bar, half hidden under a tankard and left to rot. Either possibility required different responses. Snape's next steps, when morning came, would vary accordingly. He did not pretend to foresee which would occur. He closed the door behind him and listened to the study breathe. The inscription caught the lamplight in low relief. He had spent coin and craft and the pliability of other people's curiosity. He had not burned the irretrievable magics. He had not left a direct trail back to himself. He had manufactured a lie that would direct attention elsewhere, and in doing so had made someone else the locus of suspicion. The immediate diversion was his. The longer liabilities belonged to the world he had nudged. He told himself that was an expense no different from time, reagent, or watchful labor, acceptable against a greater necessity, and then, because honesty would not be altogether denied, admitted the truth, the ledger had shifted, and the price might be paid in another man's reputation. Dawn would tell which debt came due. Episode 4. The candle guttered low, shadows pooled in Severus Snape's private quarters like ink spilled across parchment. He set down his quill without looking at the neat stacks of paper, lists of instruction, columns of forged consignments that could wait. Tonight's work was not scrawled. It sat inside him and answered only when he exacted it. His fists closed on the oaken ledge of the window. The wood was cool, faintly resinous, beyond the glass the night lay flat and oily. Beneath his skin memory folded itself small and precise, Lily's laugh contained to a single cadence, the wet tang of rain in her hair, the softness of a palm against his wrist. He handled those recollections as he did rare reagents, wrapped, labeled, kept under lock. He could spend them. He knew the price of purchase. The ledger in his head tallied and reproved. Memory for operation, immediate advantage, irrevocable loss. Suppression conserved, surrendering furnished a patroness with the warmth it required to pass as honest. But sacrifice altered more than one account. Future plans required those small comforts intact, leverage, steadiness when others tested him, a private softness to temper cruelty into plausibility. Once given, warmth did not reconstitute. He pinched the bridge of his nose until a thin line of grey danced at the edge of his vision. The choice narrowed to arithmetical variables, as if he were weighing powdered horn and valerian into a mortar. He chose suppression. The ritual was surgical. He did not hunt for a single vivid memory to fling into a charm, he constricted. He tightened the muscles around his ribs as one might clamp a retort, drew sensation into an exact, compact coil, and corked its circulation. He pictured recollection as a filament of heat stretched taut and then severed, the living ends folded inward, their glow cut from the surface. In past acts of desperation he had permitted feeling to flood the spell that had been honest and dangerous. Tonight he bottle-corked the absence and made that vacuum the core of the charm. His wand lay on the blotter, black and dry as a raven's wing. He picked it up between two fingers, the wood bit cool into his palm. He articulated the spell with the voice of a metronome, flat, precise, without poetry. The syllables were cold grammar, not invocation but refusal, an incantation of containment. A metallic tang rose at the back of his throat and his left fingers went numb to the wrist. The customary warmth that accompanied a truthful patroness, the small, unbidden joy that served as its engine, was absent. In its place came an ice-sheened clarity, like water frozen overnight, its surface hard and betraying no depth. It set his teeth on edge. He felt as if he had shaved a sliver from himself and tucked the scrap into a locked chest beneath his ribs. The patronus that formed was as legalistic as a contract. Its light was narrow and hard, ground down to something clinical, efficient. He had avoided imagining Lily. Instead he pictured staffroom order, the midnight clank of boilers, the measured clink of a ladle against iron, the precise arrangement of glass ampoules. The animal that dissolved from that tidy image was compact and low-slung, shoulders drawn in, the sort that betrayed no sentiment. He encoded the intelligence with the same exactitude he applied to a complicated draft. A patronus was tonal as well as lexical, an ill-placed inflection could be a traitor. He clipped his phrase into staccato syllables so that tone would not betray him. Midnight. Crate routed to Hogsmeade storage shed behind the apothecary. Guard rotation 02, 0.0400. Expect inspection at 02:30. Move compromised, alter plan. It was misdirection by design, a manufactured trail to draw watchers away from the true corridor. If Albus Dumbledore believed it, sentries would shift. If he discounted it, his reaction, or his lack of reaction, would still be informative. Either answer would function. The patronus detached from his palm like a shard loosening from stone. It did not bloom with exultant radiance, it slid forward in a thin, unadorned column, sparing him no sentiment. It left his sight almost inaudibly, its tail unspooling into the dark beyond the panes. Relief came first, an immediate loosening around the throat, as if a pressure that had sat there since the morning's first lie had eased. He had not surrendered the memory, the sanctum remained sealed. The sensation was small and animal, neither triumph nor consolation, merely the precise pleasure of a bargain kept. Then the secondary sensation, a hollow, an ache like cold porcelain after something warm is poured out. Where resonance should have folded back into him there was a thin, clinical echo. The candle's halo looked barer, the room felt narrower. He tasted frost on his tongue. He knew, with the proficiency cold duty breeds, the signature he had broadcast. The absence of warmth would register to any careful reader, the way an omitted reagent betrays a forged tincture. It would leave a residue, an echo in the weave of the charm, an index to someone trained to read the sound of absence. Dumbledore, above all, knew such sounds. He catalogued consequences as he catalogued ingredients, dryly, without indulgence. Dumbledore could tell. Public accusation was not the headmaster's method. He preferred patience, options, slow revelation. Quiet watching could be more dangerous than censure, it permitted a man to set traps and calibrate inquiries. Footfalls moved beyond his door, soft, measured, like a person used to walking in the dark. The castle breathed around them, portraits murmuring, old stone settling into its bones. Snape did not rise until certain of the direction. He listened for the sound that distinguished animate tread from painted shuffle. Something feather-like touched the air, the practiced hush of a hand accustomed to not announcing itself. He drew back the blotter and found a scrap of parchment where none had been. The paper rasped under his thumb. Ink chilled him in a place he could not wholly locate, a single, concise sentence in Dumbledore's quick, economical hand. Patterns will be watched. No flourish, no counsel, no chiding. The words were spare, the ink thin as breath. He folded the scrap and slid it into his sleeve with fingers that did not tremble. The line meant what it said, monitoring. The scrap's presence functioned as restraint and threat. It told him the headmaster had noticed the artifice. It disclosed nothing else. The phrase carried the weaponized patience of a man who kept his arms folded until he chose to unfold them. Snape leaned his forehead briefly against the windowpane, feeling the cold press at his temples. He imagined the way Dumbledore stained a line in a margin, the look of a man to whom patience was a tool. The headmaster would not pounce, he would measure. That measurement would take form as tests, small pressures disguised as administrative routine. A charm left unprobed would be as damning as any accusation. Surveillance narrowed his movement. Channels he had used, quiet patronus slits, careful infusions of veiled memory, would be compromised. Every animal scent spell would be parsed by tone. Options sorted themselves, methodically: recruit a proxy, an owl, a student, a bribed guard who would not think to examine tone, revert to muggle channels, sealed parchments, resistant wards, introduce false emotional noise, layers of unrelated warmth to mask the forensic hollow. Each choice demanded cost, time, exposure, the introduction of new hands that might fumble. He did not allow himself the luxury of abstractions of Voldemort or of the Order in that moment. Those matters formed the later calculus. For now the sequence was direct and contained: avoid emotion-bound channels, migrate to less traceable methods, conceal the fact that he had been detected. That last point mattered most. Dumbledore's advantage was not merely in watching but in the knowledge that the watched man knew he was watched. If Snape altered patterns too visibly, it would become evidence in Dumbledore's hands, proof of detection, and the headmaster could design tests to force an error. Therefore Snape would make no outward alterations that might raise suspicion. He would teach, grade, patrol, his manner unchanged, his communications would shift under the skin. He considered, almost absently, the arithmetic of alternatives. Coded parchment required time and the concealment of key. Proxies introduced variables. Mechanical discrepancies invited audits that he could not entirely predict. Each line of contingency subtracted from something else: time, control, secrecy. He liked plans, he liked to counterbalance and calibrate. Surveillance complicated the work, but complication could be mastered. Danger sharpened method, caution suited him. There was further proof of attention. 2 doors down, the portrait of the fat lady hung an inch to the right of its proper alignment. He noticed such minutiae: the exact tilt of frames, the angle of a book, like a man who had taught himself to read the smallest deviations as if they were sentences. The nudge was deliberate: someone had walked the corridor and left an insignificance as signature. It was not a threat so much as an administrative note: you are being attended to. He folded his hands and felt the candle's faint heat press against the cold scrap in his sleeve. Ink settled against his wrist like a nail. Surveillance would be applied by increments, small queries designed to measure reflex. He had worked under closer scrutiny than most could imagine. He had kept secrets stitched to greater lies. He could sustain another scene. When he moved toward his door, something small hung from the latch. A slender rectangle of parchment, folded into a narrow band and pierced by a single black thread, weighted like an emblem. The band bore a symbol so slight it might have been dismissed by an untrained glance: a loop followed by 3 tiny dots, drawn with the clean precision of shorthand he recognized. It meant nothing confrontational, simply administrative. He had seen Dumbledore's loop and dots before in marginalia, an unemphatic notation put under observation. He let his thumb travel along the black thread and did not lift it. Its placement was public enough to be visible to passing servants, yet private enough that only the intended reader would register its meaning. It confirmed the scrap: the watching had been catalogued. He stepped back under the pretense of arranging the candle and raised his collars in a gesture half protective, half practical against a draught. Outwardly, he chose the posture of ignorance. He would make no visible change that might alert Dumbledore to his knowledge. He would smile less, pair his comments in portrait panels, keep speech clipped and unalloyed. Behind that brittle civility he would alter his condits: fewer patron uses, more coded parchment, more cautious intermediaries. He would test channels with insignificant misdirections, small lies whose exposure would not fatally compromise a plan. There was a small, anticipatory satisfaction at the mechanics of it. He liked to arrange contingencies the way he liked to layer ingredients: precise, controllable, incremental. Surveillance complicated the work, but complication could be mastered. Caution was a method he mastered better than most. He brushed the scrap further into his sleeve, the coldness of the ink pressed against his pulse. The candle guttered as he shifted, and the ghost of his patroness, if any residue lingered, dissolved into the night beyond the panes. Outside, the wind picked at the castle stones. Inside, his room felt quieter for the omission he had created. Before closing the door he touched the thin band on the latch, letting his palm rest there for the beat of a heartbeat. Loop and 3 dots were neat and unequivocal. Every one of his acts would now be observed and measured. The thought did not rush into panic, it made calculation keener. He closed the door with the precise motion he used in the laboratory, deliberate, final, and the band remained visible through the keyhole like a mute witness. He locked the door, returned to his desk, and unrolled a clean sheet of parchment. Habit reasserted itself, order demanded arrangement. Episode 5. The dungeon was colder than the fire warranted. Lamp oil smoked in a fat bead of the wick, the light it threw cut a narrow blade across the bench. Bottles stood like patient witnesses, amber, cobalt, stoppered with wax and tags inked in a hand that never trembled. Severus Snape moved among them with the deliberation of someone who measured not only weight but consequence. Dumbledore, for the purpose of tonight's work, existed as an engine of oversight, schedules, protocols, the thin surgical ring of enchantments threaded into the castle like wire. The headmaster's monitoring had tightened since the incident, locked inventories and a new tallying of reagents were not rumor. The inspector's list began and ended with his name. What was needed now was leverage, a single thing that could be exchanged, threatened, or used to force a shift in those protocols. A potion fitted the bill. On the flagged shelf lay ingredients he could not obtain again without notice. Nightshade extract and powdered bezoar, a jar of silver leaf, these, and the vial that mattered most, distilled phoenix water. 3 small vials sat like temptation, 2 were reserved, 1 could be spared. 1 use. 1 consequence. The notebook lay open by the lamp, his handwriting across the page read like a report on a catastrophe already underway. Brew time, 40 to 60 minutes uninterrupted. Detectable residues, strong, alchemical echo lingers 24 hours if not scrubbed by formal cleansing. Required reagents consumed, nightshade, 2g, silver leaf, 1.5 g, bezoar dust, 0.2 g, distilled phoenix water, 0.3 milliliters. Risk assessment, high if Dumbledore's monitors sampled within the persistence window. Simple in outline, make the draft, keep it hidden, produce it when needed. Under lamplight the calculus tightened. A genuine concentrate would restore the only indisputable leverage in his possession, an instrument capable of compelling testimony, shifting the headmaster's position. It would force Dumbledore to bargain. It would also leave a singular, analyzable mark on his study. The alternative had its attractions. A facsimile could look and steam like the real thing under casual inspection, cosmetic dyes to mimic sheen, an inert base to approximate viscosity, a faint artificial residue of crushed silver leaf. No phoenix essence, too costly, too true. Convincing at a glance, harmless under anything short of a full analytical circle. No 6-hour persistence, no tell. Outside, the sweep occurred on the hour. His window, if there was one, was 37 minutes. Counting ingredients with the look of a man cataloguing enemies, Snape weighed time against certainty. A real brew required at least 45 minutes of simmering and settling, longer for distillation to potency. A convincing facsimile could be completed in 18 minutes. Start now and the real draft would cost 2 phoenix vials. Settle for a fake and he lost the capacity to coerce, to force Dumbledore's hand beyond rhetoric. There was no appetite for bluff that a trained alphabet of potions would see through. Certainty, not theatre, was required. Decision arrived as a cut, precise and deliberate. Brew the real draft. Not bravado. Calculation. The headmaster's monitoring might be evaded once, better to possess a weapon that actually worked. If caught, penalties would be severe, curtailed privileges, intrusive searches, the tedious attentions of those who called themselves benevolent, but those risks were navigable. The cost could be levied. The advantage could be exacted. A mortar and pestle waited, the movement that followed was practiced, economical. Phoenix essence first, Snape lifted a vial to the lamp and measured the smallest fraction into a silver thimble. The distilled liquid gleamed like contained breath and accepted the cold roll of his hand without spilling. Nightshade came next. 2 grams, exact, tipped into the mortar with a twist. The scent of apples and something old arose, a metallic undertone tightening the back of his throat. The pestle beat the powders with metered strokes until their edges blurred. No chant, no superstition, words between potions were concession. Only the private music of his tools, glass whispering through air, wax tightening as he resealed, the burner's soft clamp as he turned it. Heat required restraint. The mixture demanded a rising temperature for molecular separation, then a slow cool to allow binders to congeal. Too quick and the phoenix essence would dissipate, too slow and nightshade volatiles would recombine into betraying compounds. A lower flame than necessity suggested was chosen, the copper bowl kissed the oil. The potion's first color came like a bruise, dull olive, shifting toward a sickle of blue as impurities fell away. The process was equal parts chemistry and patience. He siphoned off the first condensation, impurities, and fed Silverleaf as a steady thread into the simmer. The scent turned acrid, a coppery tang on his tongue. A small, private grimace creased his features, the room gave no reply. A memory slid into his mind, brief and precise, the night the Phoenix water had been entrusted to him. Cold rain on a ringing indoor, a paper parcel slipped beneath a cloak, the weight of the vial like a promise. Not his to possess casually, every drop accounted for by odds and dangers. That exchange explained why replacement was impossible without notice, rarity, ritual, and a current of loyalties that did not bend to inventories. He tasted the memory as ledger and liability both. The clock did not pause for recollection. A draft gusted under the door. Stone around the hearth held a faint patch where mortar had once been replaced. Time, 30 minutes remained. Stabilizers followed, a filigree of rue tincture to prevent recombination, a whisper of crushed bezer as binder. Each addition required a pause. Each pause humbled the clock. 10 minutes passed in the motion of a single hand. Clearance came gradual. Olive gave way to glass blue, the mixture resolved into something that had weight and latent warmth. He ladled a thimbleful to cool on his skin, the draught clung, then sighed away. For a single, dangerous moment his chest loosened. Then the stone answered. Not sound in the ordinary sense but a return pulse, a crystalline clicking beneath the flagstones and through the bent grain. The mortar under his fingers shivered, an almost imperceptible easing in its smoothness. A faint mechanical shiver ran along the hearth's base and vanished. Monitoring devices, the procedure Dumbledore favored to read alchemical echo, patterns of heat, light and scent trapped in masonry, were real enough. He had not seen one embedded in his own walls, but reports were reliable. Years of reading small betrayals had taught him the difference between settling stone and attention. The pulse came again, quieter as if from deeper in the wall. It might be nothing. It might be the monitors waking. The margin between those answers was a fortune. Hastening would be confession. Snape siphoned the concentration into a narrow vial, the neck swallowed the draught with an indifferent, satisfied sound. Light fractured through glass, making the liquid a small sun. A thin film clung to the mouth when corked. Wax sealed the neck, with a pocket knife he carved a small sigil, habit for nerves rather than necessity. The final distillation required low heat for 20 minutes to concentrate active compounds without betraying adulteration. That final phase would amplify the potion's tell, a residue of unique alchemical structure binding to mortar and stone. Masking the echo was possible. Vinegar and scouring runes, bleaching draughts, each left its own suspicious signature. Any attempt at cleanliness risked looking like concealment. A gamble on delayed sampling remained, monitors thorough, not omnipotent. Or accept the residue and rely on misattribution later. His choice fused speed with secrecy. Produce the draft, move it out in minutes, and hide it where the headmaster would not think to look until it was too late to act. A secret concealed in the castle's hollows could be safe if the minute after sealing was managed. The plan depended on audacity and on the sweep's rounds missing an exact stone. The hiding place was not fanciful. Beneath the bench a removable slat had long served petty storage, tonight it would serve as a gateway. Snape eased the board free and exposed a narrow cavity between the bench's underside and the wall, a void leading to an old hollow in the foundation, patched but not sealed. A sequence of chalk marks, nearly invisible, annotated a route, a left thumb to find a hidden notch, 3 light taps against the stone to loosen a specific patch, a finger slide to extract the cavity's small leather pouch. The map would be useless without the touch. Retrieval required timing, The sweeps round, a low footfall in the corridor, and 30 seconds of inattention. It was elegant and brittle at once. Flamed into a whisper. A fractional pinch of moon moss tightened the matrix, one more drop of phoenix essence sealed the chemistry. The solution thickened. The lamp's band of light deepened a liquid until the vial glowed like contained heat. Corked and wrapped in oilskin, the vial slid into the inner sleeve of his robe. 2 phoenix vials, gone. The ledger would demand amendment. Reagents consumed. Possibilities narrowed. The theft of potential weighed against the object now warm against his chest. Movement followed the ceiling, another thin, counting note from the flagstones. The mortar trembled. The joint between stones lent a faint shimmer. Snape paused, the vial a small thunder against his ribs. He listened. That metallic prickle along the back of his neck, old as predator and prey, tightened into certainty. If instruments had caught the echo, attention would tune toward him. If men had come quietly and clever, the margin for action shrank further. Either answer rearranged his options. Rushing invited knives. Cleaning invited counter-evidence. Instead he sat, composed, and smoothed the oilskin with a thumb until its edges aligned. He locked the window with a practiced motion, control as policy, not superstition. A small box of chalk came from the shelf. Beneath the slat he carved a further mark, one that would tell him if the cavity was disturbed, a dust pattern easily restored by fingers, a microscopic smear only he could recognize. Chalk dust served to remove the faintest smear from the copper rim, tiny precautions for a contingency dependent on speed. The cavity's root, once closed, would be indistinguishable from ordinary dust unless one knew where to look. Strategic rehearsal occupied the next moments. What would Dumbledore do if the monitors flagged this alteration? Immediate option spun through his head with the precision of a chess player, an intrusive search of his quarters, a quiet summons and an interrogation that would pit his competence against a man who liked to believe in better angels, temporary revocation of reagent privileges and an assigned oversight that would choke his access to the very tools he needed. Each move had counters, planes of routine check, misdirection with a forged inventory note, a slow erosion of trust to buy time. Worst of all was the possibility that the headmaster would recruit others to the sweep, making concealment impossible for days. If privileges were curtailed, recourse would be clandestine, proxies, nocturnes, the expense of favors. If interrogation came, truth might be less useful than stubborn silence, lies could fracture sooner than deflection. He mapped those outcomes along the inside of his mind and then rejected the panic. Plans could be adjusted, a draft in his sleeve was leverage in ways 1,000 words never were. The pulse halted, then resumed with a resonance he had not expected, an almost electric acknowledgement along the stones, and with it the plain implication, something in the castle had noticed. He blew the lamp out with a breath practiced to scatter no ash. Darkness swallowed the room, his hand found the chair with an ease born of habit. Steps measured, robe brushing wood, he moved toward the door. As his shoulder cleared the threshold, the flagstone under the bench answered with a final, precise click, less settling than acknowledgement, and a faint alchemical echo shivered through the mortar, resonant with the draft signature. No backward glance. The corridor took him, each footfall deliberate. Episode 6. The scrap lay where he never expected anything of consequence to be found, folded twice and tucked between the margin notes of a long-neglected requisition ledger. The vellum was soft at the crease, the corner stained with a faint fleck of coppery wax. Across the face, in a hand that belonged to Albus Dumbledore by habit if not by manner, were 2 initials and a brief instruction, the letters A.D., jaunty and deliberate, and beneath them, in violet ink, a single sentence, for safekeeping. See later. Severus Snape knew Dumbledore's hand as he knew the precise pitch of his own quill on vellum. The loop on the D curled slightly, the tail on the A extended like a question. It was a private signature, the sort one used on scraps meant to be kept close, not catalogued. That intimacy was the very point. Placed among Snape's private papers, the scrap left no doubt as to the calculus behind it. The headmaster had kept an artifact of leverage, a quiet repository of words to be produced when obedience needed purchase. A ledger for safekeeping. A trap folded into thin skin. He let a fingertip trace the fold. The vellum warmed under his touch as if recognizing him. Options arranged themselves like knives. Preserve it and bear the weight of its truth until the moment when the memory could be exchanged for something larger. Destroy it and watch the headmaster's inventory blink at dawn in confusion, a clean, definitive denial of possession that would also annihilate the one physical thing proving what had been said. Transcribe it into his cipher and become thief and archivist both, gain the content while removing Dumbledore's hold, but invite discovery of tampering and the surgical examination that followed. A slower man might have deliberated. Snape did not draft choices, he reduced them to arithmetic. Keep and be vulnerable. Destroy and lose proof. Transcribe and destroy, gain, but provoke. His decision snapped into place. He would transcribe the lines into his ciphered ledger and then eliminate the original. Calculated provocation was preferable to quiet subjugation. Knowledge kept private was a weapon, even if its use would make him a marked man. He flattened the scrap on the blotter and reached for his own ledger, a narrow volume bound in tooled black leather, its spine bowed from constant opening. That ledger indexed everything that mattered: reagent uses, unauthorized experiments, debts owed and repaid, fragments of overheard conversation. His cipher was inelegant by design and efficient by temperament, meant to withstand casual inspection and the inattentive eye of an auditor whose preferences ran to charts and columns. Its mechanics were absurdly simple for anyone but him. Letters shifted according to brew times, an 11-minute boil substituted one set of characters for another, a 9-minute infusion altered the columnar order. Marginal sigils indicated whether a passage required a second reading or could be mistaken for recipe shorthand. Names were encoded by the number of syllables in potion ingredients. The system was private because he had trained it in his fingers until it felt like breathing. He selected a thin quill, browned at the nib, and prepared an ink that would survive water and heat long enough for him to read it, yet remain effectively invisible without a specific reagent. A trace of an alchemical compound lent the strokes a faint metallic sheen under lamplight. Only a warmed palm and the tincture in a stoppered file would bring the script out in full. He did not want theft to be obvious. He wanted it to be invisible until he chose otherwise. He closed his eyes and ran over the sequence: Aconite 3, Mandrake 1, Time Shift 2. Numbers and timings formed the map. He translated each sentence from Dumbledore's violet script into columns of symbols that preserved implication and rhythm without preserving shape. Names became initials indexed to brew times, dates folded into marginal notations. A phrase of admission became a cluster of numerals and sigils that would have meaning only to the man who wrote them. The ink smelled faintly of iron and resin. The lamp threw a clean circle of light. Outside it, the study's shadows pooled. When the last line was encoded, the ledger gleamed in his hand like a blade in its sheath. He closed it and slid it into a partition he had hollowed out long ago between the false boards of an old brewmaster's manual. Years of accumulated paraphernalia made the hiding place unremarkable. No one would suspect that within a commonplace book the head of Slytherin had stowed a private record of dangerous words. He sealed the entry with a ribbon and a dab of sealing wax impressed with his signet, a tiny, angular S, easy to miss and harder to interpret. The scrap remained on the blotter, finite and exposed. Destroying it required more than a careless flick of flame. A practiced examiner might coax information from ash. He had considered dumping it in refuse for animals or whether to finish the work, a softer disappearance, but that gambled a casual discovery by a student or a house elf. The only safe way was complete and controlled eradication. He brought forward a small copper sensor used for incinerating reagents. It was functional beauty, its base dented with use. Into it he folded the scrap until it yielded, and struck a match whose tip flared blue. The flame took the vellum with a speed he half expected, running through the script and eating the wax. The scrap buckled, curled, then blackened. He coaxed the combustion with an ember from the brazier until the paper became ash. He stirred the residue with a thin iron rod until nothing remained larger than a grain of sand. Ash could betray as surely as an intact page. Carbon sometimes preserved grooves. Under magnification faint letters could remain. For that reason he uncorked a phial of solvent kept for cleaning lab glass. The liquid smelled sharp and sour as it poured. It turned the brittle ash into a slushy paste. He transferred the mixture to a small crucible and heated it on the brass ring until whatever might be legible dissolved into an inert puddle. The puddle cooled to a black, glassy bead, which he dropped into a locked jar and submerged in ordinary water. He burned the quill as well, a little, symbolic immolation. The nib hissed and snapped, the stub he dropped into the same water jarring as the bead of glass. He cleansed the censer twice, wiped the rim with a strip of cloth which he then rolled and tucked into the hearth under a layer of ash. He liked his tools to look as if they had not been used recently, a practice negligence suggested business as usual rather than concealment. The brazier's cooled embers he emptied into a tin labelled for spent herbs. Tomorrow it would be carried to the refuse pit under the guise of the discarded rosemary and mandrake peelings. Nothing that might be summoned into a report would remain. Silence held the room but did not comfort him. Fingers that had brewed sleeping draughts and stitched fresh slits in moral restraint felt the old tickle of risk. He did not bother with spells to mask scent or presence, charms left signatures that a careful examiner could find, preferring instead alchemy and physical order. He wiped the blotter until no halo showed where the scrap had been. He rubbed his palms with a small potion that neutralized odors and left a faint cooling. He had learned that physical cleanliness and a patient eye were less interesting to inspectors than the flourishes of defensive enchantment. There remained the question of narrative. Absence alone would not spare him Dumbledore's curiosity. The headmaster would read an empty space as an invitation. So he staged a story that could be offered at need. On a pad he wrote, in his clipped hand, a brief note of plausible officiousness, consumed in controlled experiment, reagent expended. It was not truth. It was functional falsehood, the sort he had used often enough on both himself and others when bureaucratic friction threatened more valuable operations. He amended his potion logs to reflect increased usage of a rare tincture. A dozen marginal figures, properly aligned, would look like a pedant's obsession. If an inspector compared records, they would see continuity and be likely to chalk the missing scrap up to clerical aberration. He rearranged a couple of reagent bottles on the shelf so a cursory glance would detect continuity rather than absence. He locked the study door and set shutters so the room suggested nightwork rather than concealment. He planned to be visible in common areas when the audit began, steady, calm, ready to answer at arm's length. The ledger with the cipher slept within the hollow of the brewmaster's manual, its leather cover cool in his palm. He considered, briefly and without indulgence, whether the cipher itself was a single point of catastrophic failure. If discovered and solved, the ledger would burn him in a way that the scrap never could. The calculus, however, still favored the ledger. A private record, wielded carefully, was a weapon. The price of possessing it was being turned into a target. He returned the ledger to its concealment, tucking the ribbon beneath the spine in a manner that required nimble fingers. Should any curious hand flit through the book, the marginalia would read as private and too personal to be public, a note that taught kindness to the curious and made them look away. He performed a few final, trivial rituals, a quick pass of the shells to tidy, a false requisition docket slipped among the forms, an erased coal on the hearth to suggest the brazier had not been used that night. Each small lie primed the arch an auditor's eye would take, a detail or two might divert a line of questioning. It was not a fortress, merely a shaping of expectation until the first steps of inspection landed where he wanted them to. He paused at the door and acknowledged, with the cold arithmetic he reserved for consequential matters, the consequence of his choice. At dawn the headmaster's tally would show an absence. Someone, Dumbledore, perhaps a trusted deputy, would note the discrepancy and interpret it as tampering. What followed would be a focused audit, requests to inspect ledgers, tests of reagent inventories, questions asked with suffocating courtesy that hid the blade of examination. That scrutiny would narrow his movements, clip privileges, and complicate any avenue he might use to recover other necessary materials. Those were costs he accepted. He had traded being quietly compromised for being actively contested. The ledger beneath his lock was a civilized weapon. The audit to come would be inevitable confrontation. Before dawn the headmaster's tally would register the missing page, Snape's ledger would lie safe beneath his concealment, and the audit list that followed would read like a summons to war. Episode 7. A single bell scratch from the chronometer in the far corner marked the hour. Nothing in the dungeon stirred beyond Severus Snape's careful breathing and the slow tick of the tiny brass device he had fixed beneath his blotter. The lamp over the workbench threw half the room into a gutter of light. The rest of the stone fell away into shadow and the faint, disciplined smell of iron and old ink. On the blotter, the headmaster's folio waited open like an accusation. Bound by custom and enchantment to the office, the book hummed with an administrative will, filigreed, polite, implacable. Whenever Snape set it upon the desk, the binding reached, unobtrusively, for Dumbledore's master register the way a compass sought north. Tonight that habit woke and began its small, inevitable work, an automatic reconciliation, courteous and thorough. A thread of pale light uncoiled across the margin as the ledger tested for parity. Ink on the facing page drew together as if an invisible hand smoothed creases. Snape watched through lids sharpened by long weeks at this bench. A cold obligation tightened, permit the comparison and lose secrecy, interfere and introduce an anomaly that would attract attention. The first promised immediate exposure, the second, a tell. Fingers hovered, unwilling to touch. The book contained transpositions and ciphered entries he had placed to blunt facile reading, enough small deviations to set a careful auditor trawling and to invite questions that, in Dumbledore's sanctum, took on their own, more aggressive forms. The reconciliation would show them. The headmaster's apparatus did not match letters alone, it sampled strokes chemically as well as mathematically and refused the curious. The pale thread widened into a ribbon. A soft, almost pleasant chime issued from the binding, like glass tapped in a distant corridor. A cursor, if such a thing could be called that in enchanted paper, settled and began to sweep the page. Signatures matched, metadata compared, entries correlated to the master register. The mechanism of control was indifferent, its result would be the same. Dumbledore's record would either nod, satisfied, or register an inconsistency. Allow it, he thought. Less than the beat of a heart and the sums ran through his head, immediate questions from the headmaster, a probable audit, no certainty of ruin but no advantage either. Allowing concordance would be the honest route and the dangerous one. Another route had been prepared in the quieter hours, a small, deliberate outrage the officer's civility did not invite. The ink conversion, a rapid transposition, a chemical persuasion that would alter the visible script to satisfy the surface test while preserving, beneath, his cipher for his eyes alone. That option solved the mismatch at once. Not clean. By nature it would smear a fingerprint into the page, a volatile residue the reconciliation engine was designed to notice. Protocols would flag the binding for forensic review, the residue would be catalogued, measured, compared to known signatures. Breeding room now, a scheduled danger later. Decision came with the economy he had learned to cultivate. Quick, necessary, precise. Without closing the book he drew a slim file from beneath the blotter. One practiced motion, intended to disturb no runes, to leave no finger creases. The ampoule's contents were not named aloud in his mind, he knew how they behaved. He set it on the blotter, aligning it with the scene to control how the conversion would take. The reagent made no theatre. A faint metallic note, copper remembered, touched the back of his tongue. Where the book's ink had bound to parchment in one alphabet, the solution persuaded it into another, strokes slipped, pigments raised, gaps filled. Letters reorganized into plausible equivalents. A line that would have demanded an auditor's attention now read as ordinary. Precision of hand and eye mattered. A single oblique one-stroke across a corner, the brief warmth of an iron hidden in his gloved palm, nothing flamboyant, nothing to set bedroom runes into chatter beyond their permission. Ink moved, shadows shifted. No muttered charm, no hum of triumph. The binding settled as though nothing had occurred. Then the book coughed. A tiny blue sigil flared against the leather like a dewdrop igniting. It hovered for the breadth of a heartbeat, snapped into place, and sent a thin, musical chime through the room. The brass device clicked, its face lit, recording a timestamp in a hand both stern and indifferent, reconciliation, complete, anomaly, chemical residue detected. The lamp reflected the sigil vanished as if nothing had been there. Snape's pulse did not betray him. He read the petty inscription with the slow accuracy of one who can detect poison by sight alone. The book had passed surface inspection. Somewhere in Dumbledore's larger apparatus, an automatic eye would see concordance with the master records and be placated. Simultaneously, systems appended a marker for disciplined forensic review. Practicalities unspooled, crisp and immediate. The flagged residue could be characterized: composition, evaporation point, binding agents. An analyst would map percentages and curves, compare them to known compounds and known techniques. Cross-reference enough features and a pattern could emerge, one that might point, perhaps subtly, to a signature he had refined to mask. Once mapped, an expert could match curves and deduce more than the mere fact of alteration. Time lay at his side for the present. The system's audit would be scheduled, not instantaneous, hours, perhaps 48. That window was everything and nothing. He could hide the book in plain sight. He could prepare misdirections, plant alternative residues, alter his own technique until the trace looked unremarkable, or deliberately common. Or he could arrange for another pair of hands to intercept the artifact's path to analysis. He ran through available channels and their costs. Poppy Pomfrey, with access to infirmary supplies and a scrupulousness that might be bent, offered a slow and private solution. Small misfilings and an emergency diversion could buy time, but relied on a conscience he could not wholly predict. Horace Slughorn presented a social remedy: calls and favors that could reroute a reader's assignment at the cost of a named obligation and an unwanted breadcrumb trail. A forged requisition, slipped into the office chest to suffocate the appointment in bureaucracy, promised delay but required exacting imitation of the office's petty seals. One mistake there would be unmistakable. None of those options suited being postponed to tomorrow. The reconciliation had produced a tangible, measurable result this evening. Tangibles demanded tangibles in reply. He would not send another forgery into the world when he could, here and now, manufacture a tangible to mislead the analyst directly. At the bench he set about making that tangible. Gloved hands moved with the peculiar choreography of long practice. From label drawers came copper acetate, dusted with old green, finely ground iron filings, and a neutral gum he used to stabilize tinctures for lecture demonstrations. Not heroic ingredients, precisely the sort of blend an inattentive reader might expect from routine estate supplies. To this base he added a single, innocuous organic binder, nothing that rang an alarm, and the smallest drop of a dye that produced a particular crystalline flake under magnification, a flourish common to a supplier's lot in the south of England. He had seen that flake memorably in a ministry report once. He had kept the memory because it could be useful. A scrap of vellum lay at hand. On it he tested a line of the mixture with a feather and, through a jeweler's lens, watched the residue organize. Under the bench lamp the pattern resolved, ratios and curves that an analyst might quantify. A further tweak, more copper, less binder, brought the curve closer to a pedestrian standard. He preferred the art of near banality. An amateurish, common signature would be less likely to implicate an expert technique. The office's reader would file it under a known supplier and move on. Satisfied, he decanted the mock residue into a small stoppered file and daubed a pinhead of it onto a slip of paper sealed within a folded envelope addressed in cipher alone. Date and routing instructions were unnecessary. The code told him where it would be placed and how. To anyone else, the packet would look like an ordinary requisition sample, the sort clerks accepted with a shrug. To a competent reader, the sample would read as a separate, recognizable signature. If discovered in proximity to the folio, it would suggest cross-contamination rather than intentional alteration. Preparation complete, he concealed the file within a hollowed hinge of an innocuous supply chest he kept for reagents labeled for common use. The chest's outwardly glaring ordinariness was its protection. Come morning the packet could be slipped among the clerk's routine deliveries. Once noticed, the supply clerk's acceptable error would be the decoration he required. Two immediate, useful tangibles now existed: the ciphered note in his ledger and a sealed misattribution sample waiting to be planted. Shorter lists could follow, compact, necessary tasks that needed no long debate. Pomfrey and Slughorn remained options for later, brief contingencies rather than primary instruments. If the planted sample failed, a note in the infirmary basket might buy hours. If the clerk detected a flaw, calls to Slughorn could shift a reader's appointment. Nothing yet required a full debt to either. A thin, pragmatic anger rose, not at Dumbledore himself but at the arithmetic of power that demanded such compromises. The headmaster's system was elegant, polite, relentless. It assumed the best of people and left necessary violences of survival to those with worse necessities. Snape's methods were born of the opposite conviction: fewer believers, fewer witnesses, less cost. He returned to the desk and closed the book with the quiet of someone shutting an open wound. The binding snapped and the brass device printed another line, smaller but unmistakable, ledger tagged, forensic_Q, priority, medium. The sigil's echo tinged the wall with a faint afterglow, like a bruise. The room smelled faintly of reagent and old leather. On the blotter his notes remained, a farce cipher, initials and numbers that would be useless to anyone untrained in his economy. In a hand both quick and private he added a final instruction for himself: prepare misattribution, secure proxy if necessary, anticipate audit timetable, 2-day window. A faint tick from the wall clock suggested the schedule. The headmaster's log would place the flag book in a queue. A forensic reader from the Office of Records would be summoned. Their competence was the danger. Such a reader would not merely register the residue, they would quantify it, prepare a report with percentages and ratios. A map could be drawn from that data. Once a map existed, matching curves and percentages could point to methods and persons. Small tasks, ordered and precise, now filled the margins of his planning. 1. The package in the supply chest to be slipped into the clerk's morning delivery. 2. A brief, ambiguous note to Pomfrey, an innocuous request concerning a new tincture batch, and nothing more. 3. A single, cold courtesy to Slughorn, merely to place his name in circulating mouth without bidding any debt. Each action bought a layer of time in exchange for currency of one sort or another. He sealed the misattribution file in its ciphered envelope, placed the envelope in the prepared chest, and closed the lid with the same measured motion he used to set a cauldron to simmer. No flourish, no triumph. The brass plate that concealed the tiny device found its place again, the clasp snapping soft and certain. The lamp dimmed as if in sympathy. Outside the cone of light, the dungeons felt patient. The book lay placidly reconciled, the ink had rearranged itself into an innocuous face. The printed line remained, indifferent and exact. His own handwriting looked small beside it. Extinguishing the lamp, he let the room return to the dungeon's cool hold. The bureaucratic mark in the headmaster's log had transformed victory into an appointment. Someone, a forensic reader, would open the book within the 2-day window and read the chemical signature he had left. Episode 8. The folio began without announcement. A seam of cold light bled beneath the cover where the headmaster's seal usually rested, a thin thread of smoke, pensive ether. Snape recognized it now, uncoiled from the page and reached for him like a question. Instinct reached back. Muscle memory braced a taut, private ward between forehead and tongue, a clemency, a locked fist around the thoughts themselves, a tightening of senses until they thinned to nothing worth reading. It would work, in time. It had worked before. Time was the problem. The folio's probe did not ask for time. Tiny glyphs, sewn in gold on Dumbledore's paper, flared. A sliver of coldness brushed the skin behind Snape's left ear, not painful, only a precise irritation that indicated the beginning of extraction. It wanted a memory, a single corroborating fragment to reconcile a flagged discrepancy, one small thing the headmaster's enchantments thought should match records. The probe smelled faintly of lemon and old iron. It tasted like pennies on the tongue. Resistance would have been clean, if risk were not measured in minutes. If he closed his mind now and kept the memory intact, Dumbledore would try again, longer, calling on other instruments, perhaps sending an assistant, someone the folio could entangle with. He had seen the way the headmaster preferred to compound observation until truth yielded. Snape had been first in the eye of such attentions, and numbers had multiplied quickly against him. He moved because he was a man of compromises, because the alternative was immediate, irrevocable exposure of something more sensitive than the folio required, and because his hands, though steady, were also trained to work under pressure. The ingredients were where he needed them, because he kept everything that might be needed. Breakfast herbs for bitter weeks, a half-ounce of powdered vervain tucked beside a phial of distilled mooncalf milk, ingredients that were banal enough, that drew no curious glances when requisitioned, and yet useful. Memory veil required balances he could not afford to measure with luxury. He would make do with a vestibular draught, quick, blunt, enough to reroute a single thread of recollection into something serviceable and uninformative. He set a small iron basin beneath the folio and struck a match. Flame lit one direction only, the rest of the dungeon remained a gutter of shadow. Fingers moved without ceremony. A sieve of silver wires strained powdered root into a folded sheet. He crushed a few dried petals between bone-tipped tweezers until the aroma was a suggestion rather than a scent. A whisper of phoenix ash, taken from an otherwise innocuous sample, met the compound last, not enough to lift the memory entirely, only to warp its edges. A different man might have hesitated at the inclusion of the ash. Snape did not think in the moral terms the headmaster favored. He measured volatility. Phoenix ash offered a rapid, if coarse, transmutation of neuronal impression. It blurred where precise charm work held. That blurring was precisely what he needed. Precision faltered where speed demanded improvisation. The draft shivered at the edges of creation. He did not steep things for the hours the recipe implied. There was no time for gentle infusion. Instead, he coaxed the mixture with controlled heat and a twist of transmutational pressure, watching for the iridescent bloom that marked the potion's readiness. The bloom came raw. It split into two hues, one slate blue, one manganese gray, chasing each other across the surface like twin thoughts refusing to reconcile. A fine, oily residue collected at the rim. That residue would be the problem. It smelled of copper and the inside of a wound. It would fluoresce under analyzation. It would leave a signature. He did not slow. He ladled the draft into a thimble-shaped vial and corked it with a strip of wax charm to hold breath. The folio hummed, as if impatient or amused. Ink on the page lifted and formed a script that had none of Dumbledore's usual fluidity. Instead, the letters were clinical, procedural. Sliver required, it wrote, then another line, direct extraction enabled. Snape uncorked the vial and cupped it beneath the folio's low-slung ether thread. The cold at the base of his skull tightened. The probe was beginning to draw. He forced his face into an impassive mask. Occlumency remained an option. Clamp once and hold. Expend the will until the headmaster's enchantments found only a blank wall. It would cost strength and invite repetition. The folio's current pull would take only a fragment, a single corroborative image. The draft would be wrong and he knew it. It would not preserve the exact shapes, but it would provide a narrative fill that seemed plausible. Very well, he said, the sound dull in the stone room. It was not for Dumbledore. There was no one to hear but the folio and the residues of potion. The words steadied him. He tipped the vial. A thread of liquid unreeled, unwilling, and hung between glass and paper. The folio's probe met it and the world tilted in a way only memory feeling could tilt. He felt a tug as if some windstorm were reaching through the skull to the archive of his past. He did not push back. To have done so would have been to invite a different kind of violence. The draft burned like winter behind the eyes. For a breath he could have sworn he saw a place whose contours were not his own, an office lit by a different, rounder lamp, a whisper of a hand on a table, a scrap of conversation that dissolved before reaching thought. The potion performed as intended and inadequate. The memory the probe took was not the one the headmaster had meant to pluck. It was halved, softened, the edges rubbed until fine details bled away. Where a name or a number might have been, there remained only a gesture and a shadow. Relief arrived like a cool blade. The folio's thread slackened, then withdrew. Ink formed again across Dumbledore's page, neat and efficient, substitution accepted. Snape breathed, long and slow. The immediate danger, the sudden, probing exposure of the particular recollection, had passed. In its place lay a different danger. Something in the potion's chemistry had reacted wrong. The slate blue residue that bloomed in the basin had not vanished with the last of the draft. It glittered now on the folio's margin like spilled night, a smear impossible to ignore. The folio recorded that, too. A quill, summoned from between its leaves, traced an exacting notation beside the acceptance, alchemical anomaly detected. Residue logged. Mechanism followed notation. A tiny aperture he had not noticed at the folio's binding opened and accepted a bead of the potion as if performing some automatic assay. The bead slid into a sealed chamber and the folio's script moved on to a new procedural line, sample queued for external characterization. Those words were literal in the folio's paper, no flourish, no indulgence, and yet they were the most dangerous thing in the room. Queued implied a chain. External implied a hand beyond Snape's reach. Characterization implied curiosity with instruments more thorough than his own. He watched the folio's ink as if it were the only thing in the dungeon capable of betrayal. The acceptance of the substituted memory would be touted within Dumbledore's mind now as evidence of concordance. The headmaster would have a recollection to consider and, unless he compared it with an independent record, he would find no immediate contradiction. That bought time. Time had been currency he could spend. But the folio's notation about the residue had created a new ledger. The potion's tell would be sent away for scrutiny and, should the analysts follow their instincts, they would note the compositional oddities and wonder at their origin. Snape's throat tightened. The substituted memory was serviceable but not whole. He could feel the deliberate gaps where he had forced blur. Names disappeared like flotsam, precise measures of time congealed into someone. Those blanks would matter. Future moves he might plan on the basis of the original recollection, locations, subtle habits, precise timings, now lay in shadow. He had purchased concealment at the cost of certainty. The folio's quill skittered on. Record, pensive imprint held, it wrote. Residual profile attached. Dispatch protocol initiated. The dispatch protocol was mechanical and merciless. A strip of parchment, thin as a fingernail, peeled free from the folio's spine and wrote an address in a cipher Snape didn't favor. He knew the cipher well enough from committees and common return routes. He recognized its geometry even if the folio's automated hands avoided naming the destination. The folio's gown of enchantments had become a courier. The consequences settled on his shoulders. For all the relief of the memory substitution, the mechanical queuing of the residue narrowed his options more surely than any audit could have. No longer would an irksome reconciliation be solved with paperwork and a quiet reprimand. The inquiry would be technical, iterative. Alchemists and analysts, people who cross-reference signatures of composition, would be involved. They would speak the language of traces and ratios and would not be content with a plausible answer proffered by an exhausted head of house. The path he had always taken, paper, a pointed explanation, a closed file, had been replaced by microscopes and cross-sections. He brushed one finger against the rim of the folio as if he might erase the note. Ink was stubborn, this one. The notation glowed faintly under his skin like a promise that would not die. Where would that leave him? He enumerated quietly. Restricted reagents would become riskier to requisition. Clandestine brews would require new hiding places. Proxies would need to be recruited under the stress of an analysis that could trace compounds back to a signature only he used. A signature could be reverse engineered and attributed. Should anyone with appetite for leverage, inside the school, within an order, beyond, recognize the profile, they would be able to threaten him. Snape's advantage lay in the solitary knowledge of his technique. The folio had begun to erode that advantage. He imagined, briefly and with no affection, the sort of person who might be invited to examine a curious residue, meticulous, patient, possibly inclined to curiosity that bled into prying. Whoever they were, they would be external to his immediate control. They would ask questions he could not answer without revealing worse things. The headmaster might keep the matter compartmentalized, or he might not. The folio left that choice in Dumbledore's hands. The choice itself was another blade. Acceptable, the folio wrote, as if that mitigated anything. The pen ticked extra letters into the margin. Recommendation, retain record within pensive until characterization complete. Retention was its own cruelty. The headmaster would hold the substituted memory as a scaffold for future interrogations, testing its details against logs, against the accounts of other people. Slips could be engineered. The gaps were now vulnerabilities. Snape's fingers flexed. A plan surfaced, thin and brittle. Plant double signatures elsewhere, corrupt a chain of requisition forms so any trace would point not to him but to a colleague less likely to be defended, manufacture a new ink profile to confuse comparison. Each idea balanced on the knowledge that every solution required time and confidence, and that time would be shortened by the incoming analysis. The folio finished its business with small flourish. The aperture sealed, the chamber containing the sample clicked a final, dry note that indicated the courier would collect at dawn, or perhaps as soon as the headmaster deemed it necessary. The quill wrote the final verification line and closed itself away. He permitted a single, private exhale and felt the relief leave him with the warmth of the breath. He had bought a reprieve and paid in future complexity. A bargain Snape would be willing to take if only he had been certain of the cost. Light shifted in the folio's margin. As he watched, the script uncoiled into an instruction that required no rhetorical touch, residue to be sent for external characterization. Episode 9. A soft, mechanical chime cut the dungeon stillness like a knife. It came from the brass lock of the reagent cabinet, not the raw clang of metal but the quiet settling of summoning runes into motion. Snape's pen paused above the parchment. The brazier's light pulled and drew back as if someone had taken a deliberate breath beneath the stone. The seal pulsed, iridescent. A filament of blue light crawled up the timber from the lock, an inspection sigil unfurling along the grain. Snape watched it with the same careful attention he reserved for a potion gone strange. No explanation was necessary, he knew the cadence of headmaster-placed devices. Timed audits that read a cabinet's magical signature against the school registry had become uncomfortably frequent. This one hummed the same neat, relentless note he'd heard in the folio probes all week. Jaw set, he flexed fingers grown used to cauldrons around nothing more dangerous than a quill. The registrar's panel in the tower presented itself, lists, columns, tick boxes, and with it the neat possibility of discovery. If he did nothing, the lock's broadcast would declare whatever mismatch lay hidden inside on the next pass. Smashing the beacon would be immediate but catastrophic. A broken device would wake Hogwarts, alarms would become ledgers for every eye. Dumbledore did not allow such blasts to pass unnoticed. The headmaster enjoyed orderly trouble almost as much as he delighted in surprises. Measured deception, rather than violence, had kept Snape alive in these halls. Impersonation smelled worse than a smashed ward, but it was quieter. He could weave an authorization mask over the cabinet signature, a facsimile of headmasterial permission that would read as genuine for a single sweep. He had used the technique before, surgical, silent. It always left a trace, an almost clinical misalignment a competent reader might parse, but it reported access rather than trigger every sentinel in the building. He rose without haste. The cabinet would not be opened until the sweep finished. Physical movement invited risk. From the bench shadow he took a small glass phial, familiar by weight, a tincture of his own tempering, a weave of binding charms and altered inks. No incantation was necessary, the composition carried the work. He uncorked it and dipped the one tip until the liquid took on a faint, oily sheen. 3 elements were required: the harmonic of signature, a mimicry of the headmaster's glyph cadence, and a suppressive veil to confine the effect to one pass. Humming the tune under his breath, he drew a runic sketch across the brass with a fingertip, the wand's tip trailing as if invisible ink. The glyphs glowed to him alone, wards and counterwards drawn tight and bitter as winter. Authorization mimicry, he murmured, more to set rhythm than for anyone to hear. A scentless vapor, a microspray of the tincture, combed the ward lines like a dye. The lock resisted, then yielded with professional mockery. Under his palm the mechanism answered, a small, obedient tick. The beacon would be deceived, it would read a legitimate entry. A built-in counter counted the sweep's cadence. 1, 2, 3, the last arc closed. The cabinet shivered and stilled. When the registry reached the brass there was, for a heartbeat, the peculiar sensation of things slipping past detection, the expected cadence, the glyphs matching what the system expected for headmaster-authorized requisitions. The lock sang a clear tone. For a moment the danger had passed. Then the imperfection revealed itself. Something in the lock's skin refused to submit fully. A filament of opal blue smoke, no larger than a sigh, uncoiled and clung to the edge of the seal. It did not billow, it lay like a fingerprint on lacquer. The small bruise of light would not escape an honest analyst. The chime altered. Where it had been neutral now it was taut, officious. A tiny audit sigil appeared above the lock, bureaucratic and precise, stamping an exceptional entry into being. Snape read the marks with the speed that had kept him alive. Priority, elevated. Follow-up, midnight. Analyst, assigned by code. The scheduler etched time and sigil into the air above the cabinet like a sentence written in dragon ink, then dissolved into the stone. No alarm sounded. No footsteps flooded the stair. The mask had bought him silence for this pass, but the record it left behind was a clean, unmistakable call to attention. Someone would come with skills designed to read such echoes, someone would know how the entry had been forged. A window of hours, not days, yawned open and already narrowed. Midnight promised only a margin faint enough to mock preparedness. The compounds behind that brass, those he could not risk being counted, had to be moved or concealed in a way that could survive a focused inspection. He catalogued options with the economy of movement that was temperament and survival intertwined. Relocation now, move everything into legitimate stock, relabel containers to match recipes and lot numbers. Hogwarts' chain of custody, however, was more than parchment, it was shelf memory. Transferring the lot into common bins risked tripping the very inventory sweeps that might follow. Transfiguration offered speed, bottles to stone, liquid to sugar, but left telltale traces. It was useful for a handful of items, not for an entire cache. A proxy presented another possibility, a courier to requisition and carry items beyond the grounds. External contacts, discreet order operatives, a Hogsmeade merchant. Each option bore price and peril, a third party's discretion was never guaranteed. Involving others without insulation invited exposure. Diversion tempted as a blunt instrument. Manufacture a commotion that would pull personnel away, a simulated infirmary crisis, a hearth misfire in a classroom, a schedule altered to demand immediate attention. Dumbledore, however, enjoyed chaos sorted, he might compose a counter-trap that turned such a diversion into a spectacle. Unpredictability was a risk Snape refused to accept. Hiding in plain sight was small thinking, one bottle swallowed among 100, but the assigned analyst could sift contents with sampling charms. A concealment that succeeded before midnight might not survive meticulous testing. The cloak's echo marked the entry for attention, anyone competent would know where to test first. His hands tightened around a single thought like a wand, prioritize. Move the irreplaceable reagents himself. Prepare the rest for plausible administrative transfer. Smaller, denser vials, those that bore signatures he could not replicate, could be carried quickly. Bulk supplies might be disguised as routine disposals. He set the file back into shadow and approached the cabinet. Brass was cool beneath his palm. The opal filament had faded to a smear visible only to the trained eye. That smear meant one thing, an analyst equipped with the right instruments would arrive. Alone, such a person could be misled, accompanied by headmaster curiosity or order interest, the scope could widen beyond the school. Names remained unspoken in his mind. A courier who owed a debt and could carry a single parcel without prying. A supplier in Hogsmeade amenable to unexplained deliveries. A woman in the infirmary who took payment in discretion. Each possibility necessitated a calculation of cost and rupture. A plan took form. He would move the irreplaceables himself before midnight. For the remainder, he would prepare a bland requisition, routine restock, housekeeping supplies, to travel through normal channels and clear certain shelves immediately after the audit. One parcel would be readied for an external courier by noon the following day, sealed with basic travel charms and disguised as disposals. The fabrications were imperfect, their seams small but serviceable. Preparations began with a narrow, efficient focus. A darkening draught was brewed to preserve volatile compounds during transport. Transfiguration formulas were practiced until wrist and wristwatch blurred, bottle to inert salt, back again. He composed the requisition in dull, administrative language, its script was designed to disappear into the day's paperwork. Sentences were ordinary on purpose. Throughout the work his attention returned to the echo. It was not merely method-made, it was a signpost. Whomever read it would deduce two things: an authorization had been falsified, and someone with particular skill had performed it. Attention, not ignorance, followed such a trace. Attention widened the field into which leverage or accusation could be cast. He pictured the analyst at midnight, a small figure by lamp, one tracing sigils, sampling charms at hand. What would they see when the cloak's echo shifted beneath their instruments? Malice? Practical concealment? Or a signature that pointed to him? If the analyst recognized the technique as one he used, mitigate would be impossible. The realization demanded that he be quicker and surer than the person accustomed to peering into other men's work. Minutes elongated. Vials were packed into padded cases and labeled with bland, neutral tags. 2 bottles were transfigured into sugar and back until his wrist ached. The strain was worth the substitution. Less sensitive compounds were slotted into common stockrooms under cover of the ordinary requisition. Risk was balanced against need and weight. The lock remained unbroken. Cinders in the brazier cooled into a slow, red afterimage. Snape felt the hours progress as a pressure moved toward him. Dumbledore entered his calculations not as an enemy to be imagined but as geometry to be measured. The headmaster's devices were instruments of discovery and invitations to tests. A midnight slot was likely less about punitive scrutiny than an observation. Would Dumbledore share the finding? Use it to bait, to teach, to entangle? The answers mattered because they determined who would read the registry and to whom the echo might be disclosed. He thought also of who could profit from a discovered mask. Order members, ministry examiners, enemies willing to frame a skilled hand. Each actor could twist recognition into leverage, each twist cost him. By the time he paused, the hour had slid less than he wanted. Not even a full night had passed and already the scheduler had been set against him. 3 packets took shape at the brazier's edge, one to carry himself before midnight, compact and heavy with essentials, one to be concealed within school stock under the cover of his fabricated requisition, one to be prepared for an external courier by noon if fortunes held. Labels were neutral, handwriting deliberately unremarkable. The outward parcel was sealed with a standard travel charm to appear, to any uninstructed checker, as ordinary disposals. At the brass lock he hesitated. A fingertip brushed a faint trace of opal light. It vanished like a held breath. The beacon had accepted the false authorization and produced no alarm. The registry, however, bore the echo, and the audit scheduler had not only flagged the anomaly but reserved a high-priority follow-up at midnight and assigned an analyst competent to read such signatures. Time had been compressed to hours. Survival no longer rested on a single deception. It required cruelty in planning, choices about what to sacrifice, whom to recruit, how much risk to assign to another's hands. Snape straightened, robes pooling ink dark around him, and set his chin to work. Episode 10. The ledger's glyphs flared like a watchful eye and the audit packet began to assemble, a tight skein of silver script knitting itself across the terminal's glass, a lattice of humming runes crawling toward the channel where Hogwarts' central ledger accepted incoming telemetry. Light threaded along the desktop as if someone had pulled a string through the wood. Snape felt the motion more than saw it. The sensation arrived as an old mechanical ache in his bones, an instrument winding that could not be halted without taking it apart. He tasted the calculus before the first filament finished. Allow the raw transmission to depart and central records would reconcile, line by line, against the headmaster's copy. Discrepancies would surface, rewritten entries, requisitions that did not match shipments, inventory counts subtly altered. The audit was thorough by design, its reconciliation functioned as inquiry. If the ledger found anomalies, privileges could be curtailed, access revoked, questions raised in corners he could not control. A single breath, measured and slow. Dumbledore's patience was not benign, patience was leverage. Snape pictured the slow, courteous requests for explanation, the headmaster's voice folding trouble into civility. He pictured too the ministry's appetite if records were disputed beyond the castle. Speed, not patience, governed survival now. The channel opened its hand. Light narrowed into a needle. The terminal pulsed with the audit signature, spectral bands of blue overlaid with minute oscillations that encoded provenance, timestamps, and an immutable seal. Snape's hand hovered above the quill he kept for official entries. Fingers that had performed precise alterations in darker hours experienced a tremor, a useless human thing he would not indulge. Options crowded like unwelcome apparitions. Intercept and reroute, dangerous, likely to leave transit residue. Shut the channel, impractical, Hogwarts systems refused brute closure. Let it go, clean, honest, but certain exposure. There remained one route he had used once, years ago, a counter-enchantment to alter a packet's spectral signature without destroying the packet itself. It left an echo. It left a trace. Executed perfectly, it might defer reconciliation long enough to craft a narrative. Tamper, then. Snape uncorked the motion with economy. The wand slid under his sleeve like a surgeon's needle. Lips shaped the first syllable, no flourish, no quaint incantation, just the modulatory cadence of an art practiced until sound was unnecessary. He traced a tight circle above the glass, then braided a counter-helix against the packet's projected runes. Latin, half-formed, undercut the gestures, not a charm of novices but a corrective cadence that altered refractive indices. Contact with the ledger's housing was almost warm. Wood answered with a thin vibration. He drew a reversed line across the glass, each movement folding the packet's provenance into an alternate vector. Signatures remained, timestamps persisted, but the spectral fingerprint would be laced with his mask. Timing had to be exact, a slip would shatter the overlay. A silver thread of sound threaded the air as the helix finished. Snape breathed the closing syllable and rolled his wrist in a motion like sealing wax. For a suspended second the runes rearranged into the new pattern and everything held. Satisfaction would have been indulgence. The charm was overlay, not erasure. It bought time and left an admission in another guise, a subtle echo in the stream, a phase modulation any careful analyst could isolate. Damage control, not cure. The packet slid into the channel. Progress sigils blossomed, amber bars, then stillness. The terminal pinged, sharp as an accusation. Integrity exception, manipulated. The phrase landed without ceremony. Central logs had not auto-corrected, they had preserved a copy, an immutable image of what had passed and which could not be altered on Hogwarts' side. The ledger recorded deviation and tagged the transmission as compromised. A stamped timestamp followed, then an instruction that cut through formality. Headmaster authorization required. Unconditional account requested. A parchment materialized over the terminal, writing itself in a luminous trick of the school's conduits. Dumbledore's hand was unmistakable, loopy margins, a measure of patience that disarmed 1,000 lesser men. Severus, the message began, and the tone was not meant to soothe. An integrity exception has been recorded on today's audit packet transmitted from your private ledger. I require an immediate account of the cause. Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall will attend on site to reconcile local records against central logs. In addition, a representative from the Ministry's Records Office will be asked to examine the preserved copy for signature analysis. Please prepare full access and explanation at once. 3 moves in as many lines, public notation, appointment of his deputy, and summons of outside expertise. The Ministry's involvement removed the matter from private admonition and placed it on a wider stage. A second line followed, smaller, colder. Privileges tied to ledger entries are temporarily flagged pending reconciliation. An explanation is expected within 12 hours. I remain at transcriber's discretion for further action. Tightness gathered at the base of his throat. Calculations unfolded with chemical clarity. The counter-enchantment had an echo. The preserved copy would be examined. McGonagall would be thorough, she had never been inclined to accept evasions. A ministry analyst trained to read signatures could unpick the modulation left as a last resort. Attribution was possible. He had swapped one danger for another, discrepancies deferred, evidence of manipulation created. A separate notice, concise and immutable, appeared with a ministry seal pressed into its margin. Privileges, flagged. Access, suspended pending reconciliation. Deputy Headmistress McGonagall to conduct on-site reconciliation, formal account required within 12 hours. No redundancy, only authority. Procedure now threaded through the danger. Protocol invited witnesses, paperwork, and chain of custody, all the things that rendered craft legible. Movement became mitigation. He set the quill to paper and wrote a reply that was not a plea. "Headmaster," he wrote, each letter an incision. "I will be present to account for the exception. Access and materials will be made available for reconciliation. I shall submit additional logs upon request." Sealed with the smallest binding charm, acknowledgement, not apology, the reply vanished into the ledger's receptacle. Before the ink cooled, a small sealed packet settled on the desk, a ministry preservation copy, stamped and impatient. Its attached slip repeated the essentials: preserved copy attached, signature analysis requested, Deputy Headmistress M. McGonagall to conduct on-site reconciliation within the hour. Account required within the 12-hour window. No leniency implied. The device's brass caught the brazier's light and threw it back like a threat. He imagined an analyst's gloved hands undoing his work, peeling away overlays until methodology remained. The questions would be surgical. Where was that reagent bought? Who had keys? Whose handwriting curated these entries? Questions delivered without heat, which made them all the more dangerous. Footsteps above could have been ordinary traffic. The dungeon felt exposed. Options flickered. Who among staff might be susceptible to persuasion? Whose loyalty might be purchased with information? Where a proxy could be placed near restricted stores? Each choice required time, and time was precisely what the charm had shortened. 3 contingencies presented themselves, and he set them into action with swift, visible motions. First, he prepared the local records. Folios were drawn, covers brushed clean, tamper wards reinforced with a quick lattice of protective runes. He cross-referenced 3 suspect entries and ghosted copies onto separate sheets, each stamped with a temporary, reversible lock. These copies would be preserved on site in case McGonagall needed immediate reference. A different set would be hidden for later retrieval. Second, he isolated the most compromised ledger lines. Aches of habit made the motion automatic, a faint black sigil at the corner, an obfuscatory cipher used to misdirect automated parses, not human eyes. He then sealed the reagent drawer with a counterbinding that signaled only to those who knew the counterchant. To any other inspector it would appear as routine tamper protection. Practical, not elegant. Third, he drafted 3 terse orders for dispatch, one to a trusted colleague with access to stores requesting proximity to a specific cabinet, one to a courier in the kitchens, an innocuous errand that would place a messenger near necessary keys, one to an external contact, phrased as academic procurement, that would obscure urgency while starting movement of a critical sample. He folded each note with economy and marked them for swift dispatch by owl. The paper lay ready. He could not control when the birds would arrive, but he could begin paperwork that established plausible provenance. So much of the work would depend on others. He did not delude himself about favors. He catalogued obligations and possible costs instead. Formality could stall. It was not salvation. A faint knock at the study door interrupted the calculus. Snape's shoulder tightened. Minerva's arrival was expected, but hearing reminded him of the world's pleasant insistence on hours and duties. Severus. Her voice, controlled and flinty, came through the wood. "Minerva." Headmaster sent word. "May I enter?" The question carried no accusation, only the practical manner of one who intended to do a task. He opened the door a hand's breadth. "Deputy," he said, voice dry. "You will find a ledger packet preserved. The headmaster requires an account." She stepped inside, eyes already scanning the desk and the terminal. No civility softened her face. "Preserve all local logs," she observed, as if reading from the notices. "I'll need to reconcile before I leave." Within 12 hours, he supplied, not as a prompt but to set the bounds allowed. "Precisely." She set a paper down, McGonagall's own copy of the notice, neat and unambiguous. "This is not accusation, Severus. It is procedure." "Procedure obliges," he said. There was no heat in the answer, only acceptance of the narrowing of space. She watched him a breath longer, then inclined her head. "I shall begin here. If you require me to delay, present cause." No entreaty in that phrasing, merely the offer of a practical lever. He met her look and inclined his own head once, curtly. When the door closed, the study felt both smaller and sharper. He moved with efficient intent, sigils reinforced, copies concealed, notes folded. The preserved packet in the center of the desk weighed more than paper should. That weight was not merely brass and wax, it was a notice that others might read as invitation. The counter-enchantment had bought him a sliver of movement. In exchange it had left a durable token of interference that could bind him, procedurally, administratively, morally, to an investigation that would reach beyond the castle walls. Analysts would seek the spectral echo, someone would map its shape. Opportunists would read trouble as resource. He slid the sealed ministry copy into a drawer and closed it with more force than necessary. Then he returned to the terminal and, with the calm of someone practicing economy under pressure, said to his next tasks. There would be no more room for error. The penalty for misstep would now be greater than he had ever allowed. Episode 11. The lock gave with an almost impatient click. Tumblers whispered, the leather sighed into relaxation. Snape allowed himself no small satisfaction. Light in the dungeons remained restrained, the sconces dim, the hearth at his bench smouldering, but the air tasted sharper tonight, like warmed iron and long-set vellum roused from sleep. A strip of faded ink brushed his finger as the page turned, a cunningly shaped sigil in the margin, tucked between an inventory shorthand and a ledger note. An apprenticeship cipher, unmistakable to anyone who had been taught to read lineage marks. Finding it in a book only he could open tightened something behind his ribs. The mark did not behave like ordinary script. Under the brazier's meager warmth the ink held a slight metallic sheen, the result of an alchemical tempering that caught and retained light differently from ink made for mere writing. It sat proud of the page, a faint elevation where the nib had pressed with intention. Not ornamentation. A device for recognition. Snape drew the folio closer until the study narrowed to a ring of shadow. Fingers moved with the same attention he applied to delicate potions in measuring pressure, mapping the hook and slanted cross that comprised the sign. Each stroke suggested repetition, practice, a hand trained to leave that exact cadence. That quality made the glyph both dangerous and useful. Useful, he said, low enough that the sound dissolved into the stone. Tools lay ready, a quill hospital with fine instruments, a glass nib stand, a pot of dark ledger ink. From a drawer he took a thin sheet of vellum. Rather than begin with ritual, he placed the vellum over the original and traced a mark without pigment, tracing pressure with the tip as if reading a braille of ink. Muscle memory built the replica. Only when satisfied did he dip the pen into a specially blended mix, an iron mordant tempered with a sliver of aquiline oil, to mimic the original tempering without reproducing its invisible signature. The copy was cautious, measured. Along its edge he added a contextual notation, the same shorthand the headmaster preferred in marginal inventories. Side by side, original and forgery seemed to breathe the same air. The vellum carried the faint indentations of his attempt, convincing at a glance, imperfect under scrutiny. A practical calculus arranged itself, as precise and inevitable as a recipe. Forge the mark and point inquiry outward to buy an interval, erase it and risk drawing attention to its absence, conceal it and leave the necessity of a more dangerous misdirection for later. The audit had already reached in, time to hesitate amounted to surrender. Options proliferated with chemical clarity. He could draft a formal request to the Department of Records asking for lineage verification under the pretense of routine reconciliation and thereby steer a ministry scribe toward the implicated hand. Another path, manufacture marginal clerical drift, humidity, poor binding, and suggest a benign error in the reagent ledger to distract custody. Or he might provoke a local consultation by adding a light annotation that would draw the headmaster's archivist, Dumbledore's habitual consult, to the page, a person whose curiosity often deferred to public, methodical scrutiny rather than secret accusation. Each course carried trade-offs. One would involve the ministry, another would bring the archivist's meticulous gaze. All required leverage of the mark's believable origin. A conscience, thinly veiled by calculation, tugged. Borrowing a signature meant dragging another into a line of fire. The thought lodged like a pebble in his stomach, unexpected weight for a man accustomed to heavier things. Work resumed with the methodical calm of long practice. A spare leaf from the folio, the absence of which would escape casual notice, became the site for the planted sign. Context needed to be grafted, not merely transplanted. Marginalia was chosen with care, a few shorthand ticks in Dumbledore's favoured hand, a light annotation in the blended ink to shepherd attention where he wanted it. A mischance nearly spoiled the scene. As he folded the exemplar into place, a neighbouring page caught on the spine and the fold misaligned. Fingers hesitated, then corrected the slip. In the manoeuvre, a bead of fresh ink snagged the verge of the false glyph and threatened an unwanted smear. A curse, barely a breath, and the blot remained, a blemish no charm could simply wash away. Patient scraping with the quill's hardened back reduced the gloss to a thin ridge, a microchemical nudge, applied with the gentleness of someone erasing an indelible mark, altered the surface so the blot no longer read as accident. Footsteps sounded along the corridor then, measured, the hush of boots on stone. Snape froze, listening until the footsteps passed by and voices dimmed. The castle breathed on its own timetable, not every walker passed his door. Still, the interruption left the skin at his neck taut. A faint scrape at the outer would cause the key to slide back into its sleeve, though he had no intention of leaving. Vigilance had become muscle memory. Planting required more than paper. The forged leaf slipped into the seam at the precise angle an auditor would prise open. Along the spine he pressed thumb marks to simulate the book's human handling, matching the wear pattern of adjacent leaves. The back of the quill smoothed away obvious gloss. A damp cloth blotted excess, a whispered heat, no louder than a moth's wing, flattened residual shine without erasing it completely. Then the narrow, furtive movement that separated cleverness from guilt, a counter-signature, microscopic and private. Snape mixed, with the small alchemist's secrecy he kept for private tests, a reagent so dilute it left no visible trace yet altered the ink's chemistry in a detectable way under a reagent of his own design. Needlepoint applied the dot beneath the hooked tail, the mark settled like a secret beneath the glyph. If needed, that microtel could exonerate an implicated third party when he chose to reveal it. Alternatively, should anyone with motive and access perform an analysis, perhaps a Ministry records analyst from the Department of Magical Archives or the headmaster's archivist with a reagent kit, the dot could reveal particularities traceable to his method. Rarity protected him, rarity also isolated that protection to his hand. Memory edged into the calculation, brief, precise. He remembered teaching a fledgling apprentice how to temper ink, the way a hand learned to press without smudging. The recollection was not nostalgia but data, a knowledge of how lineage marks had been taught, and of where the techniques lingered. That knowledge allowed imitation. It also meant those techniques were not exclusively his. A former apprentice now abroad, a ministry scribe accustomed to copying old charters, an order operative with experience in marginal notes, anyone among them might recognize the style or the peculiar compound. Risk mapped onto opportunity. A scrap of notepaper, inked in his ledger hand so it would not register as a headmaster's directive, supplied the breadcrumb. See annotation, apprentice notation, verify lineage, the line read. Placed half concealing the folio's corner on the desk, it would steer Dumbledore toward the forged entry without forcing an immediate accusation. The tone was tuned, a polite request for verification rather than a demand for inquiry. Precision in wording mattered here, a brusque phrasing would prompt an immediate summons, an overly coy line might be overlooked. More practical preparations followed. He began, with the same steady precision as any potion formulation, to compose the formal inquiry he meant to send. Draft words appeared in his head before they stained paper, a brief cover to the Department of Magical Records requesting lineage verification for an apprenticeship cipher noted during routine inventory. The courier would carry the request under the pretense of transferring marginalia samples between Hogwarts and the department, an established channel unlikely to provoke suspicion. Instructions for the courier were specific: depart at dawn, present the folio's marginalia as routine samples, do not mention the headmaster's name, and refuse answers beyond the ledger note. Naming roles clarified the plan: ministry scribe to be engaged, headmaster's archivist to be consulted, an order operative held as a possible expert to be approached only if necessary. Not elegant. Effective. Moral calculation returned, stubborn as iron filings. Complicity tended to compound. Each correction closed off avenues until the only routes left were darker. Immediate pressure eased, an external thread had been created that would draw others into inquiry. An ethical stain now marred his work. He catalogued risks as a potioneer catalogues volatile reagents. The microtel could exonerate the scapegoat when revealed by his private test, or, if copied and weaponized by someone with motive and access, become a tracer mapping back to his technique. A small, practical anxiety lodged in the mind. Who among those likely to be involved possessed both the curiosity and motive to pursue the microdot? A ministry records analyst assigned to ink composition could spot the altered chemistry. The headmaster's archivist, who often consulted reagent kits when aligning entries with pensive excerpts, might run a reagent for pigment aging out of professional habit. An order operative skilled in countermarks could recognize the mark's unusual tempering. Each actor carried different motives. The analyst might move by procedure, the archivist by scholarly inquisitiveness, the operative by advantage. All possibilities suggested different countersnaps for Snape to prepare. One must be mindful, he murmured, the voice almost entirely swallowed by stone and the half's low breath. Choose which mistakes to make. Final alterations proceeded with care. Pages were rebalanced, removed leaves slipped back until all edges matched. The quill returned to its stand after a careful wipe. A low charm coaxed stray flecks of pigment into a dull wash, sufficient to hide overt evidence without rendering the materials inert should an exceptionally thorough examine appear. The last motion laid the notepaper across the corner and let the folio sit, indistinguishable from a book left in ordinary use. Before he left the room, the list of next actions sat in his head like a recipe. Dispatch courier with a modestly worded request at dawn. Prepare a brief for the headmaster presented as clerical oddity rather than malfeasance. Position a marginal sample in the reagent ledger under the pretense of humidity damage. And, should scrutiny tighten, summon an order operative only if the inquiry began to close in on his study, keeping the operative's involvement circumspect to avoid new exposures. Naming the roles, ministry scribe, headmaster's archivist, order operative, made the escalation concrete, no longer an abstract someone stepping from the stone. The folio remained where he'd left it, the apprentice's sigil waiting beneath lock and wax. The microdot beneath the hooked tail would be his private key or his public chain, depending on what the next analyst found and why. He had redirected the order's attention outward. Time had been purchased. A last, lingering look took in the study, shelves folded into shadow, the brazier smoke half drowned in the room's cooler air, a faint sheen on the planted mark catching for an instant before the gloom swallowed it again. Movements performed with the neat precision of habit, Snape secured the key in its hidden notch beneath the desk and arranged the workbench to appear untouched beyond the ordinary. When the door closed behind him, its weight answered with a muted finality. The planted sigil waited beneath the lock. Somewhere beyond the castle's walls a ministry scribe or the headmaster's archivist would be nudged toward the trail he had laid. Someone else would face the first questions. The microdot might one day clear that person, or it might, analyzed by an inquisitive hand with motive, lead back to the technique and to him. Either consequence could not be unmade. He had bought time, and set a consequence into motion. Episode 12. The packet lay where the house owl had dropped it, a single sheet folded into a rough triage, edges softened by handling, corners pinched as if someone had thumbed them before returning the paper. Dungeon light clung in thin horizontal bands. Severus Snape did not reach for it at once. The scrap of parchment sat like a thing waiting for instruction. Motion might alter its meaning, he thought, and so he watched it instead. Dumbledore's hand looped across the margin, unmistakable, those long, leisurely strokes that never matched the hurry at the rest of the castle. Beside the loops another hand had scrawled a time and an initial, a procurement chain stitched together in graphite dark strokes. Each endorsement formed a breadcrumb path, Snape's original requisition, a supply clerk's approval, a courier's note, a receiving stamp. Read straight through, the paper described the route of a restricted item from the vault to the corridor outside his door. Close to the lower fold the courier's name lay exposed. Ordinary letters, an initial and a surname, made the danger sharper for being mundane. A single, everyday detail could point a finger more precisely than a flamboyant clue. Breath held until the tension eased from his throat, he catalogued immediate options. Memory alteration on parchment had been taught to apprentices as a last resort. It removed evidence without a scratch. The notion surfaced, neat and cold, practiced hands know the shape of such solutions. But charm work of that sort left a gap, a subtle discontinuity in the paper's record that the headmaster would notice. An absence where narrative should run continuous. Dumbledore would feel that hitch and follow it as an invitation. The alternative was cruder but immediate, a bureaucratic cancellation grafted into the endorsements. Less elegant, less absolute, yet quick. Forge a clerical note and the visible chain splintered at its most delicate joint, presenting as routine procedure rather than deliberate erasure. That kind of trace, the visible stroke of a pen rather than the scent of a memory spell, would hum with the voice of human error, not the peculiar signature of enchantment. Practicality favored the latter. He pictured a harried clerk slapping a deferred stamp in haste, shoving the sheet toward an archive shelf. The courier's name would recede under the weight of ordinary paperwork instead of snapping into focus. He set his jaw and chose. The inkwell on the shelf was a squat crystal stopper, contents mixed by Snape to a precise viscosity. Too wet and the wash would feather, too dry and the stroke would cleave into spidery fissures. He stirred with a minute shake, flexed the nib between fingers. The hand remained steady. Administrative language demands rhythm. Years of reading departmental missives taught him the cadence, clipped verbs, impersonal nouns, initials, a terse reason for delay. He selected phrasing a tired clerk might use without thinking, procurement deferred pending consolidation. Not a bold lie, merely a clause that dissolved motive into procedure. A single economical line struck through the courier endorsement. Below it he wrote the cancellation in neat, official block, each stroke measured and decisive. A conventional caret followed, a station code, and a pair of initials that belonged to no particular person but suggested clerical routine. The intention was deliberate, the paper should read like consequence of procedure rather than product of concealment. Micro-annotation came next. In the corner he ticked a tiny diagonal hatch and, almost microscopically, added reschedule, depth, stores. Clerks habitually marked such signs. To those who knew, the mark meant nothing on its own. Enchantment to darken the pigment might have aged the entry convincingly, but charms on documents sang to trained readers. He let the ink settle as a human hand might. Signing required its own calculus. Imitating a known clerk's flourish invited recognition, inventing an initial wrist pattern if repeated. He chose a middle way, an undecorated S, placed where a supply overseer's mark might habitually appear, below and slightly to the right of the cancellation. The initial served as camouflage and as gamble. A faint, unfamiliar impression caught his eye beneath the courier's endorsement, so slight it would be easy to miss in poorer light. A circular mark composed of 3 intersecting arcs had been pressed into the paper. Not a merchant seal nor a vault-keeper's stamp, the design sat different, the pressure shallow but intent. It lay half-hidden under the endorsement ink, as if impressed after initial handling. Recognition moved through him in a cool, rolling series. Vault sigils and registry stamps he knew, apprentices left merchant marks, clerks their coded hatches. This pressed arc answered to neither. It suggested a third hand had flagged the requisition earlier in its journey. An added thumbprint of interest that could reroute any tidy story he imposed. If that mark belonged to someone with access to both shipping and oversight, an archivist in the records alcove or a stores clerk who doubled as an afternoon registrar, then the paper bore a second trail he had not planned for. Motive remained unknown, institutional curiosity, a routine check, or something more pointed. Snape ran through the likeliest readers. A supply overseer, practical and inattentive to individual movements, would glance at the crest and file without thought. The pressed arc would be meaningless to them. An archivist, by contrast, read marks the way others read faces. That person would notice sequence, pressure, deviation. If the latter had touched the sheet, the reconciliation Dumbledore ordered would pivot along their habits. Weighing which was likelier in the early hours, Snape favored the forgetful overseer, less danger, fewer cross-checks, yet he could not dismiss the possibility of a curious archivist. The ledger of potential witnesses narrowed and stayed on his list. Dumbledore's additional notation then revealed itself beneath the top sheet, an instruction not present when the packet first arrived. The headmaster's hand moved across the lower edge in brisk strokes. The words were short and commanding. Flag for reconciliation, campus records to cross-check timestamps and endorsements. Reconcile at first light. Civil on the surface, the phrasing carried an imperative. First light was more than schedule. It turned the castle's apparatus toward a patient, formal inquiry beginning with morning motions. Campus records would marshal registers. The headmistress' office would be informed. Professor McGonagall would seal a note, he thought, and the records clerks would begin the durational work of cross-referencing logs with the vault ledger. The machinery of process had been engaged. Anger flared and cooled into calculation. Process chews through material with impartial teeth. Clerks and registers follow method. They cross-check, compare timestamps, note discrepancies. The cancellation might disguise the courier tonight, but a timestamp-driven audit could expose the caret or his neutral initial. Any mismatch between recorded times and paper entries would be measured and archived. Palms flat against the desk, the cool wood steadying him, a plan assembled itself in precise stages. First, protect the courier without alert. Direct warning risked panic and confession that would widen the net. Better to supply plausible documentary cover that made the courier's route appear ordinary, fabricate schedules or receipts to account for movements without calling attention to the requisition. If the individual's name matched routine traffic, auditors would see routine movements. Second, prepare an alternate channel. Reliance on ad hoc messengers had been a vulnerability. A durable route that read as mundane, an administrative requisition under a campus consolidation program, would survive scrutiny. That required a pliant overseer who preferred tidy stacks to uncomfortable questions. Snape preferred persuasion via paperwork rather than coercion. He would manufacture motive and propriety. Third, seed a secondary narrative to swallow curiosity. A companion memo, dated prior and signed with a different neutral initial, would create clutter in the file, something procedural hands wade through rather than illuminate. The memo would reference an upcoming inventory alignment and campus consolidation directive. Nothing ostentatious. The aim, make the mass of documentation the subject and the altered requisition an unremarkable piece within it. A sheet of stationery slid from the drawer. Drafting moved with the ease of muscle memory. Bureaucratic cadences have a familiar throat. Snape composed the companion memo with the precise tedium of office work. Header, program reference, terse justification. He dated it 2 days earlier, just enough to suggest the cancellation responded to an already scheduled plan, and initialed it with a neat, apologetic R tucked into the lower margin where clerks tuck signatures. Still the pressed arc troubled him. Rather than erase the impression and risk the scent of a charm, he decided to make it useful. Altering the press design would create a fresh echo, one more tell to attract the wrong kind of attention. Leaving it intact and baiting it promised a possibility. If someone recognized the symbol and expected a particular administrative response, that person could be coaxed into revealing their methods or motives. He drafted a second, tiny cover notation, placed where an archivist would look. See Store's memo consolidation, response requested if flagged. Neutral, official. To the right of it he added a minute query mark. The line was an invitation disguised as clerical routine, enough to catch the eye of someone who knew the press and to draw them into a controlled exchange rather than blind astonishment. Let that hand call come by, or send a line. Better to turn an unknown into a lever than to obliterate it and risk the spell scent of meddling. Calculations narrowed to minutiae. Which timestamps to adjust so central logs would mirror his cancellation? How many clerical hands would touch the file before registers compared against the vault ledger? If the courier's sign-in could be nudged by an hour and a half, if a harmless clerk could be persuaded to misfile a routine paper, then the reconciliation might drift toward a benign administrative explanation. He scribbled permutations in the margin, shift change at 0500, clerk endorsement at 0442, courier sign-out at 0450. Each entry represented a variable to control. A bat cut across the slit of the window and the castle inhaled in its slow, indifferent way. Process is less forgiving than people, it leaves traces in plain sight. A short notation at the file's foot listed a delivery time for the companion memo and the initials of the clerk intended to receive it. The script was plain and efficient, arranging tidy records rather than conspiracies. The note itself became part of the misdirection: papers to misdirect, timestamps to confuse, procedural carrots to keep the castle's gaze wandering. Memory surfaced, brief, sharper than the rest, a promise he had made once when younger, to those who set his path in motion, and the private truth of why he risked this at all. It was not bravado or vanity but necessity, bound to obligations and debts not easily repaid. The thought passed, feeling it was a dangerous indulgence in this light. For the moment the altered sheet, folded and replaced among other returned items, looked like an ordinary deferred matter. Companion memos folded into an inner pocket. A single blot, nearly visible when he tapped the last page under the stack, threatened to betray the author, a thin smear where the nib had hesitated. Fingers moved with practiced speed, a fine stroke of the quill disguised the hesitation and matched the surrounding lines. Near discovery averted, the deception sealed with a flourish as unconspicuous as a clerk's sigh. Plans ordered themselves into a neat array. The overseer must be approached without arousing attention, the courier needed quiet protection, and the companion memo had to be slipped into the supply stack before dawn. Those tasks could be completed in hours. The reconciler's clock would begin then. One last motion, holding the requisition up to the slanting light, he watched the shallow press catch the angle. It did not glow, but its impression deepened under tilt. Someone else had touched this record, and that touch might be coincidence or the start of a chain. He decided against erasure. Altering the impression might reroute suspicion but would risk producing a tell read by the wrong sort of mind. For now, the mark remained a potential lever. The quill returned to its rest. Episode 13. The fragment lay where he'd left it, a ragged scrap torn from a larger account, its edges singed and softened by handling. A half-inked apprenticeship glyph bled into a charred corner. Dungeon air sat thick and still. The study lantern threw a narrow pool of yellow across the page and made the ink look wet where it had long ago dried. Severus Snape did not touch it at first. Fingers altered paper in ways a man of his habits could not bear, intention smeared where skin met fiber, and altered intentions took time and finesse to unmake. He set his palm on the desk, feeling the cool grain of the wood through callus. Familiar textures steadied him, the slight roughness of the oak, the faint tack of old sealant, the line of a scratch that had been there since his first winter in the dungeons. His gaze slid over the fragment as if it were a summation of courses, absent a consistent measure. The total meant little. The apprenticeship cipher, angular, economical, a cruelty made tidy, should have produced a single, coherent trace when set against its ledger hand. Last night had given him contradiction. Part of the mark answered like a true pupil's stroke, the rest bent into an imitation that echoed his own private phrasing. Not a forgery, an echo, precise in places only someone trained to read would reproduce. The thought slid down his spine like a cold breath. Some hand besides his had seen elements of his mark. That changed the ledger from curiosity to hazard. If a reader recognized the apprenticeship threads woven into his signal, they could warn, exploit, weaponize them. He tasted the word and found it bitter. He uncorked the inkwell with the practiced twist of a man for whom small gestures were ceremony. From a hidden compartment beneath the desk lip he drew a slender phial, private tincture for teasing palimpsests. Glass smelled faintly of iron and old paper. He dispensed a few drops of sulfur-dark clarifying potion, dusted powdered moonstone that shifted like powdered glass, and as a finishing breath added the merest sliver of basilisk scale. The mixture sat hesitant, reactive enough to coax buried runs into view but blunt enough to avoid unpicking the substrate. His hands moved without ceremony, efficiency born of long hours alone with reagents and ruin. He traced a blade of moonlight across the margin with the wand's edge and watched the apprenticeship glyph answer faintly, as if recognizing its teacher. The contradiction bloomed. One stroke overlapped another at an impossible angle, not where, not time, but deliberate convergence. He memorized that angle as a chemist memorizes a reaction curve. It would be evidence later. Options assembled with the same cold arithmetic he used to weigh reagents. Bury it, seal it with wax and wards, containment, delay. Simple deflection would buy days, perhaps weeks. Or test, set a controlled stimulus and see who reacted. If someone other than he could read elements of his mark, a discreet bait would tell him where the reader stood, ally, inquisitor, predator, without forcing immediate exposure. Intelligence now cost secrecy later. He tasted that barter and found it acceptable, necessary, even. He uncapped a darker vial and entered a sliver of black glass into a pewter saucer. The glass was obsidian cured in dragon's breath, a superstitious indulgence perhaps, but reflections in it did not lie the way ordinary surfaces did. He arranged 3 pinpricks of powdered runestone along the margin beside the apprenticeship mark, setting each with the hair of a quill. Each grain had purpose, one to attune the charm to the mark's original handling, one to limit the charm's reach, one to ensure whatever trace remained could not be amplified without close analysis. The last was born of paranoia that had preserved him more than once. Vocem unicum, reparto clausum, he murmured, half Latin, half ritual, saying the words because his mouth needed it. The cadence steadied his hands. He drew the wand tip like a knife across the glyph, not to mar but to bind. The wand left a ribbon of sullen light along the paper. The apprenticeship glyph answered with a faint flare, almost ashamed to be noticed. Calibrating the echo required imagination as meticulous as his awkwardness at feeling. The charm must do 3 discrete things when any hand next lifted the page: mark the handler's locus within the castle, register whether the handler passed the mark with skill sufficient to read his apprenticeship thread, and collapse into a single, consumable emission that would leave, within the fragment, a physical sample suitable for later analysis. No broadcast, only metadata and a one-time pulse. He sketched a tiny sigil between the powder grains and the glyph, a cage within a cage, 2 circles connected by a capillary line, imagining its geometries as a potioneer imagines diffusion. He spoke the calibrations aloud, each word tightening the charm's appetite: primus titulus, lector limitatus, sigillum unus. The dungeon replied with its habitual stone silence. The feather of his wand trembled infinitesimally. He tightened his jaw and pressed on, brushing a single barb from a phoenix feather along the sigil's capillary line. The barb snagged like a blade. For an instant the parchment looked as if it could combust his cultivated illusions. A drop of tincture, careful, measured, bloomed over the sigil and spread, hesitant like a small animal testing daylight. He capped it with a wafer of sealing wax lifted from a file of headmasterly dispatches, wax whose molecular memory carried polite institutional calm, and pressed with a thumb practiced in exact force. The wax cooled quickly, the sigil lay there, invisible to those not taught how to look. He took a small, slightly ashamed satisfaction in the neatness, the mathematical cleanliness that might pass muster as scholarship. Charms such as these ran in rhythm and clinical cruelty. When he finished, the trap awaited handling. There are charms that disclose to Dumbledores and charms that whisper to servants. This was neither wholesale nor private. It would ring the castle's ear and, with slyness, place a breadcrumb on his own plate, metadata the next time someone interrogated the page. He bound a listening loop to the sigil with a soft half-circle of the wand, one only he could read. The loop would not prevent the castle from registering the ping, it would grant him a desktop note when the emission occurred. He had no illusions about gratitude. For the first confirmation he watched the rune set into the stone above his desk years ago, a small, angular mark of another man's design that held light like a prisoner. When the binding finished, the rune blinked. The blink was almost indecently ordinary, an amber bead flared and died within the rune's throat. A single metallic note threaded the stone. It was not music but mechanism and made his teeth itch. Magic had recorded, magic had catalogued. Alongside that external ping came the private confirmation he had built. The loop collapsed to a tight, pale thread of smoke and coalesced into a single, legible scrawl hovering above the ledger, brief, spidery handwriting that meant what the rest of the world could not yet tell him. It read in the clipped shorthand he favored: handling locus, staff wing above dungeon. Recognition, partial match. Time, now. Pleasure prickled him, sharp, small, and with it a larger apprehension. Partial match, not full comprehension, merely sufficient sensitivity to the apprenticeship threads to make out fragments. Enough to suggest the reader knew how to peer, perhaps was taught to notice, perhaps had been introduced to the outline by someone else. That placed the reader within a narrow set: practice librarians, certain order operatives, ministry technicians with clandestine leanings, or an ambitious colleague with a taste for philology. The list was long enough to worry and short enough to imply imminent risk. There was no name. That was both purpose and burden. He had baited a snare that would tell him whether someone inside Hogwarts could read his method but not who. Identity would need further work, follow-up rather than the echo itself. The metadata satisfied his need for an initial indicator without unpicking the mechanism. That, at least, remained his. He spoke the trade-off aloud because his mind found articulation useful when danger was near. Information now, he said to the room, carving the words with the edge of his temper, at the cost of a capture point later. Words had a clarity stronger than charmcraft, moral arithmetic. If someone seized the fragment and analyzed the residue, if an external party gained logs of the broadcast and could reverse the technique, then he had given away a method that had been his alone. Even this risk might be turned. A breadcrumb, handled cleverly, could be bait to invite confession, to blackmail, to trace the reader by their reaction. He pictured Dumbledore's long patience, and it flashed into a blade in his mind. The headmaster would use the same breadcrumb as both test and lever. The room's hum died, its amber bead cooled into invisibility. The room folded back into itself. For a reason that felt embarrassingly boyish, his pulse quickened. He laid the ledger back in its slot where the page had been torn, letting the book's other leaves close around the gap as if nothing had happened. He angled the ledger between departmental accounts and minutes, not buried deep, not ostentatiously exposed, just enough to tempt a casual hand. He sat and listened. Dungeon silence pressed the ceiling like a lid. The air carried the peculiar music of a living school at night, the muffled echo of distant laughter in a corridor, the clack of a cartwheel, boots on stone belonging to night duty, each a small, irrelevant life going on over his head. He refused to scaffold guesses about identity, rashness had cost him before. He listened instead for the sound the echo's activation might make beyond the room's glow. Time in the dungeon moved viscous as oil. He folded his hands until veins stood prominent along his wrists, the lantern's heat warmed the backs of his knuckles and the paper's edge grazed his palm like a remembered blade. The sigil in the margin shivered as if a private star blinked. It flared, no more than an elliptical spark, bright and gentle in the dim light. Above the dungeon, footsteps halted. The pause was small, the shuffling of a boot that had been moving and suddenly found reason to stop, but to Snape it read like the full stop at the end of a sentence. He could not know whether the halted foot belonged to stranger or familiar, the echo's readout supplied no name. It had supplied the sign he required, someone had handled what he had prepared. Someone could read parts of the mark. A breadcrumb, cast into the school's broad, listening net, began to drift. He did not move to follow it. He let the lantern throw his shadow across the ledger and felt consequence settle into his bones. The echo would produce intelligence, partial, immediate. It would also, by deliberate design, create a sample susceptible to capture by any party that cared to retrieve it. He had preferred tradecraft to cowardice. Now the castle showed him how many hands might reach. For a long beat he catalogued, listing in his mind like reagents the options that might follow once the first reader revealed themselves. Traps and redirections, bribery or accusation, containment or a slow, careful trail forcing the reader into the light. Each choice had cost, time, exposure, leverage. He imagined the small cruelties he preferred, false evidence, a tailored leak, and the larger manipulations he might be compelled to employ. He opened his mouth but spoke nothing, the silence swallowed his contingency list. Above, the quiet stretched taut. The lantern guttered almost imperceptibly. Snape noted the faint cadence of his own breathing and the tiny ache behind his eyes that always came when he had been awake too long with thought. He rose with economical motion and snuffed the lamp with the wand tip. Episode 14. The scrap lay where Severus left it, ragged at the edges, one corner singed as if punished by flame, the old guild cipher half-inked and folding toward an absent line. Dungeon air pressed close, stone pressed the room tight like a cuff. Lantern light narrowed to a coin over the desk and made the ink gleam as if wet. For a long moment he did not touch the paper, fingers adulterated evidence and curiosity in equal measure, until reason insisted. A yawning notch in memory sat where the procedure should have been. For days the absence had rasped at his thinking, a practice motion and stitched at the moment of transfer. Every flourish of the procurement came back to him save one microsequence, the precise order of 3 sigils and the whispered cadence that made a courier recognize him rather than a ledger. Without that sequence, every forged route, every polite substitution risked collapse. Repair demanded surgery on memory, brutal, exacting. Whatever he restored would carry seams. He laid out the implements with brutal economy, an obsidian pin honed to a hairpoint, a sliver of mirror glass to catch faint reflexes, a scrap of silk to staunch any blood. A thimble of cold water and 2 powders, one to steady, one to thin, sat to hand. The display felt clinical and obscene at once. For this rite, perfection mattered more than comfort. A pinprick of blood would be the anchor. The calculation moved through him like a metronome. The charm might leach adjacent impressions, smudging unrelated recollections into the repaired scene. The alternative, fabricating a plausible paper trail, was a slower poison, delay, new dependencies, and the hazard of detection. Restoring the memory now restored a capability. Delay might be fatal. Slow breath. A nick at the pad of his left forefinger produced a single bead of blood on the glass. The cold landed with an honest clarity. Guiding the pin with thumb and forefinger, Severus let the droplet fall, and the ritual began. Words were small, rhythm mattered. He breathed the first countersigil as a hiss, consonants and sibilants shaped in the private shorthand of his training, an adapted apprentice sequence that the mind accepted as a lock's turn. Ink and blood mat. Inhalation 1, 2, release. The second countersyllable followed as an almost inaudible exhalation. The third arrived on the third inhalation, drawn not only from language but from the exacting pauses between gestures. Motion completed the incantation. With the obsidian pin he traced a hairline on the underside of his wrist, not deep, only a guiding line along the pulse. The tip ticked the skin in a pattern that mirrored the sigils, a triangular hook, a crescent knot, a folded loop. Each trace synchronized to the whispered counters. Powder dusted the puncher to steady the flow, silk pressed until bead stopped. Memory is tissue. A correctly placed mend knits thread into that tissue without seizing the whole. A small tug came first, an unfamiliar tautness, and darkness in his skull-made room. Images fanned. The 3 marks assembled. First, a thin vertical hook with a hairline cross at the base. Second, a swooped crescent threaded by a counterstroke. Third, a compact knot of 3 loops layered one upon another. The rhythm between them mattered: hook, pause, crescent, longer pause, knot, and the interval held recognition as surely as a coin finding its niche. Then the cadence arrived. Not a sentence but a movement, a guttural syllable, a soft ripple, a hush. He mouthed it without thinking, low, clipped, precise, a single guttural, then the inward fold, and finally a tight finish. The cadence married the 3 marks like lock and tooth. An unexpected detail appended itself to the restored fragment, an observer. Peripheral at first, then nearer, pale, bony fingers, knuckles like knotwork. The cuff was short and stitched with a triple loop braid. Across the right knuckle ran a thin crescent scar. The boots bore an indentation at each heel that bespoke constant stair use. Someone had stood close enough to read the old cipher as it lay. A spasm seized his left hand. His forearm slid free beneath the desk, fingers folded into a deliberate fist as if checking notes. Uncorking a tiny vial of lavender tincture, a residue from a sleep draught, he crushed a leaf and let its medicinal scent lace the residual coal and ink. Crude, but serviceable, an outsider sniffing at the page later would find only an old potion's note. Consequences multiplied with mathematical certainty. Procedure, restored. Courier cadence, recovered. Observer, identified by distinct markers. After effects, present and reproducible. Options unfurled, each bearing weight. A live test of the passphrase would restore access with speed. Risk, a handover might attract attention and fix the repair's signature to a physical encounter, producing witnesses or records. Trailing the observer promised intelligence. The watcher might pass what he'd seen up a chain, that knowledge could reach someone who passed apprenticeship conventions and recognized a forgery or a repair. Recruitment posed a different calculus. Turning a watcher into a blind had upside, but uncertain motives could prove dangerous. Inoculation against a memory probe demanded labor. A single ment could be stripped by a careful examiner aware of associative threads. To counter, he needed to weave mundane, repeated details around the restored fragment, small, verifiable facts that a memory review expected. Those would be concrete: a signed repair receipt lodged with the steward, the clack of stair steps noted in a daily list, a household errand visible in other records. One anchor would be lodged formally with a clerk rather than buried in obvious laundry notes. Footsteps above stilled him. Movement along the staff wing tightened the window of safe action. Dumbledore's audit, patient and slow, took no breath and kept no timetable he could predict. The restored sequence brought him agency. The watcher demanded speed. A soft knock at the dungeon door cut the air. The runner, on schedule. "Professor," a voice asked through the wood, young, careful, practiced at not making itself noticed. "Enter." Severus's voice was even. The door's shadow slid across the stone and a slim figure stepped into sight, cloak damp from the stairwell, the smell of wet wool and coal clinging to him. Eyes were low but alert. Snape's hand closed around the folded note on the desk. "Late requisition," the boy offered, hand extended and empty. Phrasing was perfunctory. He expected a list and a tally. "Seal this." The reply came with a motion of the hand and a glance that measured the other's face with small cruelty. Fingers brushed the paper, a minute contact that felt like passing an atom of truth. 3 marks in order. If asked, speak only of mundane supplies. Trust had become brittle. The boy hesitated. "You owe me," Severus added. The words were almost conversational, the look that accompanied them flat and final. "Do not involve others. Drop the envelope with Lidgate at the south stair. You will find him alone 20 minutes hence." The runner winced. "You trust me?" he asked, as if the question were negotiation. "You are under obligation," Severus said. Silence gave it the force of law. "Do not borrow from that debt." 2 questions, the boy said after a breath, the manner of a practiced intermediary. "Lidgate knows the cue." "Knows the cue. He will complete the exchange." The name was given without emphasis. Lidgate's competence was not in question, his availability sometimes was. "And if he does not?" Apprehension sharpened the youngster's tone. "Return here," Severus answered. "Do not improvise. Do nothing that creates orders." The runner searched his face for reassurance. "And if someone watches the south stair?" "The man with the crescent scar, I've seen him there." A cold current slid through Severus, the watcher in a staff photograph pinned beside a note about borrowed equipment, eyes measured and patient. Once, Severus caught the man lingering near the reagent alcove, hands hovering over a ledger as if memorizing its dust. That behavior, combined with the knuckles and the heels worn from stairs, marked him as someone who moved the staff wing routinely and with purpose. Interception was less curiosity than practice. "If you suspect him," Snape said, hum the first syllable. "Wait for the inward fold. Leave if you hear another voice. Return here at once." The boy's mouth worked. "Hum, Professor. Hum." Severus's tone sharpened. Instruction was minimal and absolute. "Then the inward fold. Wait for a response. Leave if you hear any other voice." The nod attempted casualness and landed earnest. "Very well. One more, if Lidgate fails, do I bring the envelope back to you?" "Bring it here," Severus confirmed. "Do not stray to other hands. Do not seek a second opinion." "Understood." The youth weighed the envelope as if it might be a living thing, then folded toward the door. "One other thing," he added as his hand rested on the latch. "For your health, Professor, your concern is noted," Severus cut him off. Precision shut the subject. "Leave." Stone took back its quiet once the door side shut. The exchange had been brief, less than 2 minutes of words, but it converted plan into near-term action. The runner's presence and the envelope in his pocket meant the test would occur under cover of ordinary logistics that night. Speed, not concealment, had become urgency. Before the handoff left the building, the repair's signature required masking. Tearing a strip of prepared paper from beneath the ledger fragment, Severus drew the 3 marks in their restored order with careful pen strokes. In the margin he added a casual laundry note, bundle out 0600, the sort of trifle a clerk could confirm in passing. To diversify the associative tissue, he prepared a small repair receipt and, with a careful flourish, penciled the steward's initials in the margin of the daybook he kept for form's sake. One anchor would be lodged formally with a clerk rather than buried in obvious domestic lists. A line of an old apprentice tune crawled from his throat, subtle, automatic, unconsciously supplied to sew a thread between memory and life. Absurd and necessary, the sound made the memory feel lived rather than laboratory. Silk folded and slipped into a drawer, the obsidian pin was cleaned and returned to its ink shadow. The folded note went into an ordinary envelope, sealed with a dab of wax that took his signet without ceremony. Had it made the motion effortless, tidy, practiced? No satisfaction followed. One more small precaution, a slip bearing a false, casual complaint, "Sink dripped still," was tucked behind the repair receipt in the steward's book. Concretely observable, it could be verified by an attentive clerk and therefore anchor associative tissue against a shallow memory review. If someone searched for links, the stitch would sit among plausible domestic details rather than glaringly isolated. One last look at the scrap anchored the choice. The training mark sat neat and unreadable until someone with the right eye leaned close. A faint tremor in his left hand rested beneath skin and cuff. Sliding the sealed envelope into a pocket, he felt the tiny weight like a promise. As he rose, the observer's features congealed into the face he'd glimpsed in the staff photograph, narrowed eyes, a jaw that closed like a trap. Recognition snapped into place with no need for a second opinion. The watcher moved the staff wing regularly, close enough to intercept a handover, expert at listening for cadence. Contingencies remained to rehearse. If Lidgate missed the meeting, the runner's return trip would be the signal to halt and not retry. Should the watcher linger at the south stair, the runner must take the north tower as a false approach and then withdraw. If a voice other than Lidgate answered, abandon the transaction and bring the paper back. If the envelope were taken, Severus would claim a misfiled requisition and rely on the steward's receipt and initials to survive cursory routing. None were guarantees, they were thin lifelines. Movement, not concealment, had become the urgent currency. The controlled handoff would take place that night. Episode 15. The stone kept its marks, Severus read them like records. Small abrasions, a hairline smudge where a thumb had rested, the faint gloss of an overworked quill that had once looped here and left a bruise, each sign suggested a habit, a hand, a time. He treated those signs as one would an assay, hold to the light, test for contamination, deduce an origin. Calm, in such work, was itself a reagent. Without it a fabrication showed its impurities. On the blotter, powdered gall sat damp to an exact grain. A ragged scrap of vellum, the margin of a damaged account, folded beneath his palm. At the page's edge a half-inked sigil leaned toward absence, the apprenticeship cipher he had left weeks ago to divert a shipment. A dozen replies presented themselves all at once, each with a cost. Burn the fragment and be done, clean and unequivocal, but conspicuous. Smooth the tear and conceal the seam, administratively tidy yet likely to invite microscopic comparison. Replace the piece with a pristine fake, risky if a curious archivist chose to carbon grade the ink. Simplicity here was a luxury, elegance was an invitation. Alternatives sat on the bench like reagents, inert until chosen. Destroying the evidence would silence one danger only to provoke another. An empty margin became signal, questions would proliferate, the sort of slow, probing inquiry Dumbledore favored, patient enough to unravel excuses. To recopy the signature risked a detected hand. A clever forgery might stand to casual inspection but crumble beneath a pensive grade cross-check the headmaster sometimes initiated. What Snape required was misdirection that called a human gaze, not a cold audit. Human hands were slow, human pride slower still. Time bought in that medium could be worth more than an immediate erasure. He set to work like a ritualist. A sliver of gall was scraped and ground in the ceramic bowl with 3 even turns until the paste reached the precise viscosity he needed. A pinch of alum dulled the tendency to modern sheen. The mix smelled sour and metallic, the scent hung in the warmed air and anchored his attention. Delicate manipulation lived in fingertips and memory. Too thin, and the ink bled; too thick, and the nib dragged, leaving the staccato irregularity of a forgery. Marginalia must read hurried and clerical, not cunning. Neatness invited suspicion, clumsy scrawls suggested vandalism. He practiced the stroke on spare vellum, slashes, the /0 used for chain numbers, carrots clerks employed to tuck amendments into margins. Then, with the deliberate hand of a man who had learned to make deception feel lived in, he wrote the line that would seal everything, ch9be absent, dated in an unsteady, period hand. An automated check would classify it as archival. A human would be summoned to reconcile. That was the point. Plausibility demanded a flaw. A distracted clerk might hesitate, read at the quill, misjudge pressure. A tiny falter betrayed a human. Snape manufactured such a pause intentionally. The nib feathered on one descent, a thread of white nap showed at the tail of a letter. Not the uniform certainty of a forged masterstroke, but the small imperfection of haste, enough to sway an eye trained by human error. The folio's margins carried habits as real as fingerprints, smudges, the ghost of coffee, the vice marks from a thumb. Each mark narrated hands that had passed through. Naming an absent chain would summon a face, a steward who preferred files to speeches, a clerk whose duties lay elsewhere. The note would not ruin the man outright, still, questions would be asked. Snape felt the subtraction in his ribs when he imagined them. The choice would not be clean. "This will buy me hours," he murmured, more to steady his hand than to persuade. Old apprenticeship warnings surfaced, words about the cost of using others as shields, and were shoved back into reserve. Regret had no currency here, consequences were arithmetic, and sentiment an unaffordable luxury. A deliberate press left a shallow dent in the page. Ink pooled at the /0, he blotted it away with the blotter's corner, dragging the pad across the gutter to smear the final stroke into a faint blur. The custodial system preferred messy human marks, the administrators trusted evidence that looked like life. Threading the vellum back between the leaves required patience. The fragment curled of its own will, he coaxed it flat and set the marginalia beneath the usual fold where a casual inspector would deem it natural. Closing the book, he pressed his thumb to the seam as if sealing not only paper but intention. An old office device, treasured by the headmaster for its quaintness, ticked at the edge of the desk. A brass slot clicked, a white slip slid from a concealed tongue and landed before him, stamped dull blue, reconciliation request, chain ch9b. A faint sigil traced itself along the margin and the school seal pinged outward toward the headmaster's office. That ping was the visible cue he'd designed. An administrative artifact rather than an owl, it acknowledged discrepancy and began to route it upward. Severus read the header aloud, low enough to spare the stone any accusation, route to headmaster, immediate accounting requested. The words were blunt and efficient, their bluntness steadied him. "You will think twice," he said to the desk, the syllables brittle with dry amusement. Preparation followed like liturgy. Human reaction would precede technical analysis, record summoned, a person called to explain. That person would be distracted, the operations below could breathe easier. Time was currency and the administrative engine would be converted to coin. He folded a memorandum with the practiced crease of someone fluent in deception. The header used the phraseology custodial clerks favored, paragraph spacing matched their habits. A tiny scorch at one corner, an old trick, made the document appear to have been hastily retrieved from a sleeve. Ground charcoal dabbed at the margin simulated soot. Texture mattered as much as verbiage. 2 galleons slipped into a small envelope. No wax sealed it, a thumbprint smudged the flap, an attempt to veil origin. For inconvenience read the single line. Sufficient to prompt discretion, insufficient to purchase fealty. A narrow strip received a scribed timetable, a morning at the herbarium, afternoon with the prefect of houses, truths chosen to survive a casual cross-question. The coin lay on the strip, visible should the envelope be opened. Each gesture performed its quiet ritual. The memorandum flattened beneath a bone folder, the coin was slid 3 times to seat itself, the alibi card breathed one final curl beneath the flap. Rituals were small performances that made false things feel authentic. Faces moved through his mind, ranked by habit. The senior warden, steady, fond of procedure, would likely answer with a file. The deputy clerk, eager and impressionable, scribbled quickly and explained slowly. The night porter, practical and resentful, would root the matter upward rather than shoulder it himself. Each name translated into tactics, where to apply pressure, which biases to exploit, who required the lure of coin rather than the threat of exposure. Boots and the castle's noises kept time. 2 soft knocks overhead, deliberate and close, stilled Severus' hand. Instinct caused him to slide the parchment across the book's face and smooth the blotter over the memo as if recomposing the surface. Movement had become automatic, the pause heightened every choice. A voice from the stairwell dropped down, muffled but officious. Headmaster's note. His reply stayed minimal. Not yet. A pause stretched above longer than etiquette demanded. You sound. The rest dissolved into stone. Hesitation felt more dangerous than accusation. Someone was listening for irregularity. Keeping his tone functional, he added, I am attending to it. The restraint unsettled the caller, brief compliance quelled suspicion. Boots scraped, a cloak rustled. A second, smaller slit slid from the desk's inner cavity and found his fingers. Another notice confirmed the routing, this one bearing a timecode and an explicit notation that the custodial deputy would be summoned. No ambiguity remained, a named pair of hands would be called. Both slits were slid into the drawer, then replaced upon the book's face as if they had always rested there. The packet, the coin, the alibi, every item occupied the place the eye first searched. He left the memorandum with its burned corner obvious, the blotter smear remained visible in the gutter, the marginalia showed where an inattentive clerk would look. Plausibility was not invisibility. A good misdirection invited inspection, but to the wrong place. He watched the margin through the keyhole for a moment longer. Light from a narrow shaft above cut a pale bar across the desk. The smear caught that shaft, the dent held shadow. Small details mattered. Time mattered more. A plan, tight and unromantic, took shape. He would not leave a deputy unanchored. A quiet word in a deputy's ear, oblique, suggesting inconvenience rather than culpability, would incline them toward expediency rather than examination. The envelope's coin would suggest discretion, the burned corner, a hurried retrieval. Both nudges aimed the same way. If the deputy resisted, the alibi card could be produced to favor procedural errors rather than curiosity. Should that fail, a short note to the prefect, anonymous, well-placed, would bias the inquiry toward administrative reconciliation and away from forensic scrutiny. Steps were simple: seed a narrative, provide motive, close the loop. He allowed himself a moment to calculate costs like a ledger. 2 galleons for the coin, an envelope, charcoal, and a few minutes of time, not a significant outlay. But the moral expense calibrated differently. The named face to be summoned could endure whispers and a heavier scrutiny of routine, perhaps a reprimand, perhaps more. Snape assessed probabilities with the clinical detachment of tradecraft, a 50% chance of mere inconvenience, 30 of a formal query, 20 of a line of cross-examination that widened the net. Even the worst outcome, he reasoned, occupied a different quadrant of exposure than the immediate audit that threatened his operations. He would accept that trade. Regret remained an academic ledger entry. Emotion would have been a luxury in a war where leverage counted and debts accumulated. He had traded anonymity for hours. Fingers brushed a book's spine in a gesture part benediction, part warning. Cloak over his arm, he moved for the door. Above, boots hurried, low exchanges signaled habit. He paused at the threshold, observing the margin through the keyhole one last time. The smear drank the light, the dent held shadow. Then he left the room to its stone and ink. As the corridor filled with the measured scrape of boots and the hush of ordered footsteps, the administrative engine completed its task. The reconciliation notice lay stamped and routed to the headmaster. The register would name CH9B and demand immediate accounting. The diversion had taken. A cost had been planted with the same care, an implicated face to be summoned, a thread a curious hand might pull. The knowledge settled like a cold weight beneath his ribs. He accepted the charge. The immediate reprieve mattered more than an abstract virtue. At the first hush of distance between him and the doorway, his mind shifted to contingency. If the deputy proved stubborn, a brief, anonymous reminder, left in a place only the deputy would see, would suggest the inconvenience of prolonged inquiry. If word threatened to leak beyond the staff room, the alibi card could be used to seed doubts about the chain's clerical practices rather than the origin of the marginalia. And if Dumbledore pressed for a deeper review, there were procedural maneuvers to delay a pensive comparison long enough for him to adapt records and redirect attention elsewhere. Small things, expertly placed, could reshape the path of a day's scrutiny. He trusted old systems and older habits more than new devices. People, above all, were predictable in the way they protected their reputations. By the time the corridor's footsteps receded into the castle's regular pulse, the formal request had been issued and the human vector established. Snape had made his choice and posted its cost like an entry in a ledger that, like the stone, would not forget. Episode 16. The inventory book lay obedient where he had left it, the procurement line written in neat, clinical script, package to be collected today, by midday, courier named. Severus Snape read the entry as one reads the formula for a delicate draft: time, pick-up point, the brass aperture beneath his desk, the courier's name like an ingredient that altered everything. The metal mouth caught lamplight and the consignment crouched on its ledge, mute and patient. The dungeon smelled of cold stone and oil, the lamps flamed through long, precise shadows across vellum and wood. Snape's fingers, long, pale, accustomed to the tight choreography of pinch and stir, traced the procurement line again, not out of uncertainty but to let detail settle. Footsteps above could deposit the courier at any moment. The window for action was not an abstraction, it moved with the castle's clockwork rhythm, closing as surely as any hourglass. Options assembled themselves with the same exactness he demanded in potion-making: permit an unwitting staff member to become visible custodian, manufacture a delay and force a clerical contradiction at the cost of drawing the register's attention, or take custody himself, impersonate the courier, and braid a new, technical thread into the record. Each choice bore consequence. Letting another claim the consignment would be to sacrifice an ignorant colleague for the sake of his craft. Delay promised a false safety. He could produce a forgery. He knew the ink and pressure and clerkly flourishes, but Dumbledore's instruments favored reconciliations with the cold logic of metal and magic. A missing pickup would not be simply overlooked. Immediate interception offered the cleanest resolution, custody in his hands at once. It demanded, however, exacting measures that would alter the handling signature rather than erase it. Rehearsed calculus in the dark did not ease the decision, it sharpened it. The courier's name on the page sat like a talisman. Snape pictured the person who might appear efficient, unremarkable, entirely unconscious of the ledger's hidden notations. That anonymity becoming accusation narrowed his jaw until the skin creased at the edge. Allowing proximity to the packet to fall to kindness, to indifference, was an unacceptable gamble. Delay tempted with the illusion of safety. Forgery was a craft he practiced with the same ruthless attention he brought to draft work. Repetition increased the chance of producing an echo recognizable to any analyst familiar with his hand and habits. The enchanted couplings between paperwork and physical movement were fine and precise. The instruments Dumbledore favored linked deed and description with the kind of fidelity that punished improvisation. An absence would trigger the reconciliation. Interception, then, though riskier in the short term, let him control variables most others could not: angle of approach, pressure at contact, the minute scent of a hand. He decided before he permitted himself to be uncertain. Preparation moved as methodically as a potion simmer. He would not perform theatrics. The charm must settle into motion like a thin film of oil on water, altering the record without spectacle. He let his muscles fall into a habitual economy. A slim wand, skinned from the sleeve and held with the same steadiness he used when dosing poisons, took the instruction: no flourish, only a tightening of pattern. He did not mimic a gait so much as embed the record of it. The spell folded into his step, into the small way a clerk's hand takes a packet from a slot. He practiced the motion once in the stillness: approach, lean, thumb find seam, pressure through knuckle, lift. The charm imitated not the man but the movement his instruments would read. The inventory book snapped shut with more finality than he needed, and he rose. The brass mouth accepted business with a small, obliging clink as he eased open its tiny cover. The corridor's breath came cool and faint through the aperture. Someone could lean down from above at any second. He lowered his hand, it measured, practiced, and took the packet into his palm. Brown paper, slightly waxed, sealed with the institution's spare stamp. The packaging was functional, it announced nothing and yet betrayed everything to those trained to read nuance. Snape let his trained fingers test the wrap for resistance, for the stiff throb of concealed wards, for linings that might change the sound under his touch. Surface simplicity often concealed the most consequence. 2 near-invisible acts would suffice for the impersonation. First, the gate-hand odor fold, he exhaled the faintest suggestion of another's carrying scent into the periphery of the parcel. A charm-woven sheen worked along the paper fibers that would appear as an overlay in the aperture's recording, an arcane residue aligning with the courier's signature. Second, the hand-hold, thumb placement, the small angle between knuckle and palm, the habitual curl clerks used when lifting small consignments, motions clinical enough to be unremarked by a passing eye, precise enough to be parsed by one of Dumbledore's motion readers. The wand hummed in his palm with the quiet satisfaction of a blade finding its edge. He breathed out slowly, timing the exhalation to coincide with the charm's closing. The scent thread was not perfume but a lattice of suggestion, an insinuation of another presence that would sit comfortably within the register's data. It was delicate, and that delicacy was its protection. Insurance called to him like an old, familiar vice. From an inner pocket he drew a glass pen, its nib fine as a whisper, and an ink the color of diluted night. With the wand's point steadying his hand, he slipped the inner flap of the packet and pressed 3 strokes into the grain, microscopic, precise, ordered. These were not flourish but cipher, a personal mark meant to prove intervention should the packet later vanish. Dangerous by design, if discovered under scrutiny it would thread back to him inevitably. He knew the arithmetic. That knowledge did not restrain him. The strokes were small enough to be invisible in ordinary light, to be read only beneath a lens or by those looking for him. A proof and a booby trap, in one. He resealed the flap with a thin strip of wax the shade of dried blood and scuffed the outward tag just enough to mimic a handover. He did not attempt to falsify the log. For now the book would record a scheduled pickup without a matching signature, a custody gap. The system's call instruments, Dumbledore's preferred assistants, as impartial as scalpels, would notice the discrepancy. Snape accepted the arithmetic he had manufactured. He consigned the packet into the hollow beneath his desk, where lost keys, worn notebooks, an odd spool of thread kept company, and it slipped away into shadow. A small, controlled exhalation escaped him, satisfaction, narrow and clinical. At the corner of the register page a pulse of light caught his eye where the procurement line met the margin. Years ago he might have nicknamed it, quietly and with a private smile, Inkito, a private joke about the register's tiny insistencies. Now, in the hard light of consequence, it was only a system's voice, the reconciliation check engaging. The light blinked with mechanized impatience. The record registered the custody anomaly, the courier listed, the courier absent. Automated logic did not accuse, it noted discrepancies. The bulb fed back a staccato that narrowed the time available. He had expected that. He had not expected it to feel like an integer removed, a small subtraction from certainty. A cautious rap at the desk's edge made him glance toward the aperture. A muffled voice from the corridor called, "Anyone there?" The timbre was casual, the sort of passing query a clerk might make, nothing more. Snape let a clipped reply escape, low, precise. Not now. The interruption closed the space for further inquiry. No one leaned down. The exchange was brief, but it reminded him how swiftly ordinary business could collide with concealment. In Hogwarts, the machinery of mundane tasks was as efficient as any clockwork, that efficiency could betray as easily as it sheltered. Consequences settled back onto him like a weight. The gate and odor charm had left an arcane alteration in the handling record. The microscopic mark had left a physical artifact. Either could be followed. When the register reconciled custodial math and movement, it would probably trigger escalation, a targeted analysis, and the appointment of an inspector from the headmaster's office, someone adept at reading the signatures of motion and mark. Dumbledore rarely involved himself directly. He set instruments and agents to extract detail. There was no certainty whom he would assign, only that the probe would have a name and a focus, and that each probe raised the probability of discovery. He catalogued the options with the same cold arithmetic he used when weighing reagents: corrupt the record further, manufacture a mechanical failure to force human discretion, recruit a human steward to claim custody later, providing testimony rather than a clean, analyzable trace. Corrupting the register further would look too much like his recent movements. Tampering with the aperture's recording mechanism would risk a signature of its own, spell work that could be detected as deliberate interference. A human proxy promised mess and testimony, divergence from instrumented clarity. He prepared a human option. From the left-hand drawer, under a folded list of potion components, he produced a small, creased coin pouch and a folded slip of paper. The note was brief, plausible, unsigned, laid out to look as if misplaced by a hurried clerk. It instructed a handover under a routine pretext and offered a modest stipend for discretion. A runner might find it, a runner might take the coin and the instruction and give a later testimony that would stitch a plausible line of custody. Human proxies broke patterns of signature. They introduced contradiction where algorithms sought neatness. That plan had its own risks. People broke unpredictably. They could be nervous, greedy, interrogated. Yet testimony, an imprecise thing subject to error and personality, was more difficult to reconcile with a system that expected exactitude. He placed the pouch and note in a tray where a later runner might see them, unremarkable, not out of place, a temptation of ordinariness. He did not arrange a meeting. He left an appearance of happenstance. Destruction of the microscopic mark still tempted him. Burn the 3 strokes with a controlled ember, melt the ink into oblivion. But he had learned the hard way that after-the-fact manipulations often carried louder signatures than discreet forethought. Spell work to alter paper post facto registered as tampering, an active, retraceable event. Better, he judged, to complicate the line of evidence than to remove it. A messy, believable trail that included an anonymous, paid clerk would be harder to collapse into single attribution than the neat erasure of his own hand. The inventory light blinked again, impatient. Algorithms could be distracted but not indefinitely. At best, a human decision would be forced where software could not adjudicate. He tutored himself to anticipate, observe whom Dumbledore named to the inquiry, prepare the alternative human origin, ready explanations, and mundane alibis, learn which instruments an assigned analyst would favor and anticipate their tactics. These were tasks he could begin immediately. They were also things he could not complete in a single afternoon. He slid the hollow's lips shut and let lamplight collect at the desk's edge. His fingers found the minute mark beneath the flap, the 3 strokes pressed into the grain. Proof and vulnerability, inseparable. He let his thumb rest there a moment, feeling the tiny indentations like a pulse against skin. The packet beneath his desk remained both promise and threat. Outside, a castle maintained its indifferent motion. In here, the register's tiny light pulsed once more, an unblinking, mechanical heartbeat that matched the cold beat of his own resolve. For now the courier slept unknowing. For now the package was secure. That balance would not hold long. He straightened, arranging the next array of measures in his mind as though laying out instruments before a long procedure. The immediate victory was narrow. The cost, technical and inevitable, would be tallied by someone else. He had traded clean exposure for a controllable problem that demanded management. Episode 17. A pale filament of memory snaked from the bedside pin like a breath made visible, and Severus Snape watched it pull taut as if some patient hand were winding a clock. For a moment the dungeon study reduced to the filament and the precise pressure at the base of his skull that meant Dumbledore's device, not his own fort. The air cooled as if a draught had been admitted. There was a faint tang of iron and the dry, acrid scent of burning parchment, like a candle guttering at the edge of a laboratory table. He recognized the signature of the probe before its circuit completed. The pensive had learned to reach now, to brush against anchors he kept by habit when sleep loosened his guard. The pin on the bedside table was an old precaution, an empty receptacle for procedural fragments he habitually parked where dreams could not scatter them. Tonight the memory lay exposed, a compact machine of gestures, temperatures, angles, everything that, translated into someone else's hands, would be dangerous. The filament shivered. A pale hand, no, an instrument of thought, grasped for a discrete image, his fingers, steady and practiced, measuring a crystalline vial beneath the step of a ritual. The probe threaded itself into the contour of his recollection and began to draw. Memory did not leave quietly. The first sensation was a pricking at the crown, the small, precise chill of frost-touching skin. A seam opened, a section of the image, an ordered list, temperatures, the bevel's exact angle, the cadence of stirring, felt peeled away as if a razor slid between pages. Panic arrived with the recognition that whoever sat beyond Dumbledore's desk would not receive a vignette but could follow the steps and replicate what he had meant to keep unreadable. Options passed through him like clinical possibilities. He could plant a decoy, an administrative memory, a clerk's mislabeling, an empty requisition. The pensive's newer probes would accept coherence and move on. He had used such decoys enough to craft one in a breath. The automatic systems would not distinguish unless manual review followed. But that carried risk. Fabricated memories left the scent of stitching. The headmaster's apparatus had been tuned to sense artifice. Detection would invite a human eye. Dumbledore liked threads and the places they led. A decoy would only delay a more intimate search, perhaps one designed to catch the technique in its artificial parentage. He weighed certainty against permanence. Excising the fragment, cutting it clean from the store of his recollection, would leave the probe nothing useful to take. The price was a wound, a hole in his knowledge, a small but vital mechanism removed from his repertoire. He could reconstruct it over time or teach it, but the immediate future would be crippled. Tomorrow's procurement would demand other hands. His fingers closed around the chaise's wrist, finding the seam of his robe, the familiar leather of the wand pocket. Movement mattered now. Hesitation would allow the pensive to nurse its sample into a readable strand. He drew the wand, its wood cool and dead, and fixed his gaze on the filament. No, he said, not to any living thing. The single syllable steadied him. It embodied a calculus that had governed every feint and sacrifice he had made, better a wound borne privately than an open door left to others. Preparation was surgical. He did not summon exotic artifacts, knowledge was his instrument. Years of legitimacy and occlumency had taught him the architecture of memory, how procedural sequences coalesced into muscle maps, how emotion supplied a spine to the sequence. He closed his eyes and let the study recede until the recall remained thin, silvery, functional. Bending inward, he inverted the process he had inflicted on pupils in less hazardous hands. With the wand tip pressed lightly to his temple, he coaxed the thread of recollection outward, pulling it back as one retrieved a ribbon about to be snagged. The motion was the inverse of the probe's. If the headmaster's device took, he intended to take back. The filament recoiled, quivering like frost-laced silk. He isolated the procedural fragment within the larger memory by naming its edges in the language of his craft, measurement of heat, the tilt required, the precise cadence of stirring. Naming fixed it into a parcel. He wove an occlumency knot around it, tight, cold, the mental constriction that pinched the fragment from adjacent cues. The charm lived more as rhythm than syllable. His breathing fell into the minor beats of it. A thin line of fear threaded his chest. Severing memory demanded not only charm but a brutal, surgical unawareness. The cut had to be decisive, a finality that left no frayed ends for a pensive needle to catch. Snape's wand flashed the signal that priests might call mercy, no ornate incantation, only intent crystallized into a precise movement. He commanded the knot to break. Pain lanced behind the eyes. Not the bright, slice-like pain of a curse, but a deep internal heat, as if a finger of flame had been thrust between the vertebrae of thought. The memory folded in on itself. He felt the procedural angles, measures, gestures, pull away like a lodestar removed from a chart. For an instant the world contracted to the sound of his blood. Then the sensation became falling through cotton, a hollowing spread out from the place the memory had been kept, an absence not of noise but of fidelity. When he opened his eyes, the filament had thinned to a stuttering thread. The pensive's probe recoiled as if slapped. It did not return entirely empty. Automated systems always took something: impression, color, emotional undertow. What slid into the headmaster's appliance was no longer a machine of precise steps, but a smear: anxiety without ordering, a half-remembered sense of heat, the metallic taste of iron where the coolness of measured glass had been. A small, unauthorized light flared at the projection's edge, an angular symbol he knew with private irritation. The interface marked alterations. The notation read like accusation: redaction to intentional alteration, flagged for review, headmaster's attention. The words were unsentimental, mechanical. They bore all the weight of a summons. Anger moved through him, low and contained. Dumbledore would know it had been willful, not a corruption. That distinction would not save him, it would sharpen the headmaster's curiosity. Dumbledore had never been content merely to observe. He prodded, pressed, sought motive from measure. This flag ensured a human eye would be on his memory. Human hands were quicker and more inventive than an automated probe. Physical aftershocks followed. A metallic tang filled his mouth, the crown of his head throbbed as if someone struck a drum inside his skull. Muscle memory that had once been a second skin returned as a blank. He slid his fingertips over the desk and tried to reconstruct, from habit, the sequence he had excised. His fingers betrayed him. Where a precise wrist twist and inversion had once been automatic, a void waited. He closed his eyes and spoke the steps aloud as if they were a poem to coax the choreography back into being. Nothing. Numbers vanished, measurements wavered and returned only as approximations: about here, a touch more, not too long. Each approximation was poison. The procedure's safety depended on exactitude. He rose from the chair, hands clumsy with absence, and took up an empty vial. Moving without knowledge felt like speaking a foreign language, gestures correct, intent wrong. The solution he had measured night after night seemed to separate from him like a familiar who had taken offense. A hair's breadth off would ruin the reagent's stability, or worse, produce an indicator that invited analysis and traceback. He stopped. The vial sat cool beneath his fingers. He had nothing to tie it to. A personal grief surfaced, professional mortification sharpened into terror. For years he had been a man whose instruments were infallibly his: memory, taught sequence, a single technique that allowed him to elude direct observation. To excise that instrument was to walk tomorrow into a market blind. The loss felt physical, akin to a limb removed and then discovered to be the one he used most. He tabulated the costs like ledgers in the back of his mind. Immediate: no access to the reagent without a proxy who could perform it with the same steadiness, or a slow reconstruction from cauterized notes and experiments. Long: loss of confidence in other finely tuned skills, suspicion seeded in Dumbledore's mind, the possibility that further incisions would be noticed and weaponized. Dumbledore's review could be gentle or surgical, either posed danger. Good, he said aloud, the word a flat edge. It steadied him against panic. He would bear the wound, he would not allow a scene to be pulled into a doorway. The pensive's pale thread collapsed further, becoming a blurred oil sheen in the field. Snape watched the projection's images sink into ambiguity: a hand without shape, heat without measure, necessity without root. The instrument had what it needed to worry, it did not have what mattered. A mechanized hum beside the projection marked a secondary action. The system had copied a transient file to the headmaster's queue. The notation persisted: redaction to intentional alteration, flagged for review, headmaster's attention. The words felt like a small verdict. Snape's throat tightened at their sight. Dumbledore would read them. Perhaps he would confront, perhaps he would set a test. All were dangerous. Motion returned as a limp thing. He attempted the lift and tilt he had used a dozen times, trusting that muscle memory might guide where thought no longer could. Reflex stuttered and stalled. His hands trembled in a manner rarely seen except in anger. Recollection had once been a map beneath glass, now streets had been scraped away. Panic was not absent, only educated into reserve. His face betrayed nothing as he looked at the empty vial. The personal cost was immediate and practical. A fine technique had walked out of him like a departing servant. Healing it would not be quick. Any attempt to recover by external means, sealed instructions, a pupil apprenticed to repeat the pattern, would multiply exposure. Another pair of hands might leave different traces, speak too much, or be less exact. Each contingency opened new vulnerabilities. He returned to the chair and sat without drama. Beyond the study's thick stone the castle lived on, soft candlelight, distant footfalls, an occasional muffled bell. Within, the pensive's glow diminished to a weak pulse. His own pulse thudded in his wrists. A plan was necessary, immediate and ugly. He could recruit a proxy for tomorrow, trust a steady hand to follow dictated steps under cover. A sealed parchment might be buried and opened only with a key he kept. Or he could rebuild the technique slowly, experimenting in private with the risk of audible failures. Each option widened the window of exposure. For now, there was nothing but to tend the wound he had inflicted. The ache behind his eyes receded into a dull, constant companion. He pressed his fingertips to the temple as if he could thermomat the loss back into place. The hollow remained, cunningly carved where knowledge had Saturday. The pensive probe had taken impression but not instruction. The automated note hovered like a small condemnation. Snape understood with cold clarity that he had chosen visibility over instrumentality, secrecy over capability. The repeatable mechanism that had allowed him to move unseen was gone. There was, beneath the calculation and restraint, a bitter private pride. He had sacrificed a tool to keep a door closed. That same warmth was a seed of danger. Dumbledore's curiosity would not be sated by a mere flag. If the headmaster set a man to pry, the man might be skilled or foolish, either could cost him dearly. He extinguished the projection with a small flick of his wand. Even then his gaze remained on the spot where the filament had been, on the tiny pin now ordinary and inert, a small object that no longer held what he needed. Episode 18. Announced by a single, polite bell, thin, not unkind, the charm made itself known and the cabinet sealed as if a lid had been dropped across it. A filament of pale, exact light braided into the lock plate and began to draw taut, like a clock tightening its mainspring. From the aperture beneath the desk an ancient motor hummed, a minute ink wheel turned and fed a strip of script that would feed the castle's log. Snape watched the thread draw and felt the familiar pressure at the base of his skull. A reconciliation was underway. Temporary seal initiated, the charm intoned, its tone flat and governed by rules. Reconciliation in progress. Estimated completion, 2 hours. 2 hours. Enough time for automatic comparisons to run, for signature matches to be attempted, for a custody gap to become a question on a clerk's desk. Enough time, also, for a courier to be questioned, for a cross-comparison to reach an inspector's attention. Enough time to make a careful, quiet problem of what he had planned to keep invisible. The notebook inside the cabinet caught the candlelight. Its spine had worn to a soft black. A dead ribbon exposed a corner of an annotated page, ink that belonged neither to his neat, angular hand nor to any headmasterly flourish. The entry contained the procedural detail he could not summon from memory, an order of quenchings, a compound ratio with a minute modifier, a pressure adjustment in an odd sequence. Without that line, several immediate operations stalled. With it, requisitions would continue, unnoticed. The choice presented itself like a scalpel. Wait, lose access, improvise blind. Or force the cabinet and leave a marking no polishing could entirely remove. Rational patience held a certain logic. Let the audit finish. File the necessary paperwork. Stage an explanation. But Snape tallied time as he might tally reagent, precise and unforgiving. Requisition windows narrowed. Expected couriers were due now. Their arrival depended on the procedural anchor he no longer possessed. People he relied on could not be exposed to prolonged scrutiny. The castle's reconciliation system was mechanical and merciless, a custody gap, then an unlock, then a timestamp visible to anyone holding the keys. Human review would follow the automatic flag, questions, demands, cooperation beyond his appetite. Flat palms pressing the oak, fingers finding familiar grooves, he let the texture remind him of lockwork and line work. Override now, he said so low his breath might have been the only witness. The alternative promised a quieter record in theory. The override would be immediate and noisy, an unlocking stamped with a signature the audit loved to pounce upon. Yet the notebook would be returned whole. The charm answered with a finer probe, a whisper threaded into the machine strip. The lock plate pulsed and the cabinet tightened as if braced against his indecision. Rather than speak to the enchantment, he drew the words he needed along the private geography of wrist and tendon. Fingers closed to the precise formation, a small circle traced above oak. Aprio, mouthed under the tongue and folded into a modifier he had coined in years of private work, an antipathy stitched through the conciliatory reconciler. Light came first. An icicle of indigo lanced the metal's face, not the bright school charms commonly employed but a bruised color threaded with a copper filament. The seal shuddered. Acrid smoke stung the back of his throat as the mechanism protested and the glyphs burned hard into brass. Where they touched the metal the light clung a fraction longer, a bloom the charm had not anticipated. That bloom, bright then spent, would be the tell. Heat ran along his fingers. Odd polishing and routine charms would not erase the imprint. The irregular unlocking signature would be precisely the sort of anomaly the lob's routines flagged for human attention. Exactly the penalty he had hoped to avoid and precisely the consequence he accepted. A small click marked the final mechanical note. The cabinet yielded. Warmth exhaled from within when he slid the book free. Habit took over, light pressure on the lower corner, a thumb to the ribbon, a swift inspection for anything tucked between pages, nothing. The entry he needed lay open as if it had been waiting. Paper whispered against blotting pad as the machine strip struck with an officious snap, printing one clerkly line, unlock event, anomalous signature detected. Timestamp, 21:13. Escalation flag, route to headmaster's office. The automatic tag announced itself sooner than he had thought. The castle had been watching all along. Surprise was a luxury he could not afford. Unmaking the override was impossible. The event could not be rendered invisible. What remained were mitigations, a narrative, a sample, the possibility of delay before a particular pair of eyes read the report. Containment demanded small deceptions arranged with exacting care. He set the notebook on the pad and, with a flick of a charm, dulled the edges of the burn, a feint intended to slow any cursory magical analysis. The marginalia he needed would survive, a protective weave might buy the time for a human to form conclusions in a less damaging way. From the lower drawer, he took a narrow roll of vellum he kept for unpredictable occasions. Forgery of the machine's output offered unnecessary peril, forged strips bore the teeth of detectable craft. Better to plant a modest, human credible explanation, one that could satisfy a reader without hauling the ministry into it. Unrolling the vellum, he wrote with a tiny, deliberate hand. Emergency safety override executed to preserve reagent integrity. C. Spills and pressure containment protocol. Bland, institutional, plausible. A reasonable administrator might accept it. An inquisitor might pause. Folded into the notebook where it would be found with the page he prized, the vellum was a seed for the mind of any investigator. Containment, not malfeasance. The indigo copper bloom on the lock plate could not be removed by ordinary means. An overlay, however, could alter its clock tick. A second charm softened the bloom's edges and slid a faint green sheen across the metal, the maintenance mark associated with routine access, the hue housekeeping wore. Administrative color could drown suspicion more readily than words. If analysis returned a maintenance imprint, reviewers would treat the unlock as routine, a handful of questions, a housekeeping schedule consulted, the file closed. It bought breathing space. Applying the overlay required a different wrist, a gentler invocation. The charm hummed beneath his fingers, the bloom did not vanish but shifted its voice. The machine strip would still bear an anomaly, yet its character might now be less accusatory. A narrow administrative nudge followed, sent by encrypted stitch, delayed requisition, hold local inquiries. He could not be certain the contact would obey. The message left his desk regardless, a lever he had no right to ignore. Even if it failed, the attempt was a track left for later accounting. Effort and intent counted in the ledger of favors and threats alike. Words could steer interpretation. If Dumbledore saw the printout first, meaning could bend either way. Snape rehearsed possible cadences in a low murmur, containment concern, spontaneous destabilization, preservation of samples. An apologetic, precise tone would satisfy procedure while protecting truths he could not expose. Candles guttered as a draft slid through the dungeon. Beyond the sealed door the castle continued its slow, ordered work. The charm, having recorded the override, drew into a quieter watch. Its record, however, would not be silent. No footsteps came for now. For the moment he had delayed nothing and achieved what he required: the notebook, the overlay, the narrative. He slid the vellum into the notebook and closed the cover, smoothing the edges so the insertion lay inconspicuous. Beneath his cloak the book felt less like an object than an obligation. The motor's strip lay between blotting pad and desk, letters still machine neat. He read the line again as if repetition might unmake the truth. The printout had already flagged the unlock as anomalous, time-stamped at 21:13, and routed escalation to the headmaster's office. A second, smaller strip uncoiled with routing detail. Names and offices would indicate where to direct containment. Fingers brushed the pad's edge. Which office saw the event first would determine his next moves. If the headmaster's private pen glanced over the line and set a human review in motion, the response would differ from the sequence that followed a clerk's curiosity. Those variables were the levers he still possessed, constricted but not exhausted. Another parchment began to unroll from the motor, curling into lamplight with the deliberate slowness of official business. The first strokes showed a salutation and a flourish he recognized at once: the hand of Dumbledore's office. Not yet a summons, the missive waited like a coiled instruction. Who composed it would shape the form his reply must take. Practice governed the next acts. With small movements he eased the notebook beneath a stack of mundane reports. The cover concealed the vellum and steeped the margins into ordinariness. The maintenance tint on the lock plate hummed an accompaniment to the castle's machinery. Its new voice would speak to the kind of scrutiny that followed. Immediate cost and immediate reward lay side by side. The machine's log bore his breach, and the procedural detail he needed rested at his elbow. Eyes closed for a measured second, he enumerated the steps ahead: which inquiries to slow, which interpretations to nudge, which contacts to quiet with silence or implication. The reconciliation charm kept watch outside the study's bounds. Inside, the smell of ink and charm smoke lingered, and a small, obstinate heat where his glyph had met metal. A pen touched paper beneath his hand. Precision ruled the composition, flippancy would be a fault. Brief, useful candor would be his pattern, an admission of necessity, a technical phrase that satisfied procedure without exposing motive. The reply he began for the headmaster would blend accountability and containment, enough to close curiosity without surrendering method. Consequences were already inked into the castle's machinery. The override had bought him what he required, the records had bought him scrutiny in return. Either result would change the map of his next moves. He began to write, each line chosen as if it were a stitch in a binding that could not be undone. Episode 19. A single draft of ink cut the silence when Severus Snape flexed the quill between long fingers and set the nib to parchment. The dungeon study smelled of stale herbs and warm iron. The embers had cooled to a thin bed of grey that matched the stone. Outside, the castle slept as it always did, corridors breathing, shutters settling, unaware of the precise, petty violence unfolding beneath its floors. Snape did not pretend the work he was about to do was anything other than administrative violence. Paper was a less conspicuous blade than potion or curse. It did not sing in a man's chest the way harder treachery might. It would, however, cut a neat, traceable route. If carefully folded, signed, stamped, and sent, it would carry his instructions through channels that belonged to other hands, other consciences. The header read Hogwarts supplies, staff distribution. Beneath, printed columns waited with their bland demands for dates, catalogue numbers, delivery windows. He wrote as though composing an unremarkable request. Item: stabilized alchemical linen. Quantity: 2 yards. Purpose: absorbent lining, instructional samples. The words were literal and banal. Anyone glancing at the page would find nothing of note. That was the first rule. The second was subtler. The language destined for clerks and later transcribers needed to be ordinary enough to pass through 3 sets of eyes without prickling an instinct. Snape selected his ordinary with the care of a poisoner choosing a vial. No flourish, no flourishless flourish. When he reached the line for special handling and delivery instructions, the decision closed around him like the lid of a pot. It was this line that would carry what he could not openly sanction, a recurring pickup routed through a human node he could neither force to ask questions nor allow to stand long in the light of inquiry. Collect at West Staff entrance, hand to staff courier on morning rounds. Smaller, almost apologetic script followed the packaging note that would do the work he needed. Wrap in coarse linen. Mark out a tag, Garden, Meadow K, record reference on receipt, MK blue. On paper it read like a gardener's notation, an odd but conceivable instruction for linen destined to herb samples. In practice, the shorthand, MKR blue, would be the breadcrumb, brief, non-alarming, and, most importantly, distinctive enough that when transcribed into the clerk's log it could be picked out by a man who knew to look for capitals and a slash. Automatons could be mistaken tonight. A human hand would write what was on the slip. The castle's clerks were literal by training. The courier signing for the parcel would dutifully copy the recorded note into the pickup ledger. That single, tiny mark would become his signal. A shallow brass tray weighted with the night's outgoing forms. Its edge was worn to a slight lip from years of fingers tapping and sliding. An inkstand lay beside it, handle smoothed by use. The head bore an official impression that meant little beyond the fact of receipt. Snape pressed the stamp into the black and, with an economy of motion, impressed the round mark upon the corner of the page. The emblem smudged slightly, a strain of oval ran into the paper and the ink bled an intimate dark line. It would be enough. Rather than fold the sheet flat, he folded the paper to tuck the routing remark just beneath the top edge of the bundle, visible enough to be copied, not so prominent as to invite idle curiosity. Fingers practiced at legerdemain dragged the corner into the clerical pile. The tray smelled of municipal dust and old glue. Wrapping cords rested in a loose coil. Somewhere in the castle, the steady scrape of a broom paused, resumed. The night was long. The clerks worked in the hours nobody watched. Alternative surface like reflux, steal from the potion stores, slip into the chamber beneath the back stair, remove the linen himself. That would require time and a mute charm on a lock, plausible alibis, and space to move without the headmaster's gaze. Wait for the audit to finish and risk the custody gap Dumbledore's reconciliations might already have flagged. Recruit a willing accomplice, bribe, promise, bring an unpredictable temperament into an otherwise sealed bureaucracy. Each option he discarded with the coolness of an editor throwing out a paragraph. The unknowing proxy, an honest courier moving parcels as part of their morning routine, offered ordinary movement, an ordinary signature in the ledger, an ordinary chain of small errors nobody thought to punish. It would not be clean. Nothing Snape ever planned was clean. But it would be serviceable. A name floated, as if it had been waiting, Iris Pritchard. Not a figure of authority. A staff courier assigned to the West Wing, who began her rounds at first light and habitually took the narrow stair beside the greenhouses because she liked the smell of potting soil. She wore a silver thistle brooch at her throat. It gleamed more from polish than metal. Her hands were precise, calloused by parcels and tea-tins. A small nick on her left thumb made her favor the right thumb when she signed. She hummed tunelessly when she worked and had a habit of folding her shawl exactly twice before stepping into a corridor. Knowledge of the woman was practical, not personal. 2 observations, fixed route and first-name familiarity with the clerks, made her useful. Routine made people predictable. Predictability was a commodity. In his mind he placed her at dawn, ledger balanced on her forearm, pen poised in the hand that carried the nick. She would glance at the slip, copy the routing note into the log with a neat, slanting hand, sign for the parcel, lift it as she always did and return to the green light of the panes. A signature would appear beneath the recorded notation, I'm Pritchard. That chain of custody would be clean on paper. Regret passed over him without dramatics. Not repentance. Snape measured cost in units. Iris would not understand the fine line she would write. That ignorance made his work more effective, and worse. He pictured her humming as she bent to tie the parcel's string. The image tightened his resolve like a vice. He added cadence to the form. Repeat, every 7 days, dawn. Batch code, MKB7. A clerk reading this would treat the request as routine procurement, linen required weekly for instructional samples. The system's batched recurring requests, the slip would clasp among the routine demands and ride the clerical current. Each week the same record would be entered. Each week a hand would write the name and the breadcrumb would be renewed. Such precarity was integral to the method. That mark could be tracked. An administrative man with motive would follow repetition. Dumbledore might notice. The headmaster's inclination for human detail suggested he would order a careful reconciliation, probably asking Matilda Fletch, efficient and unbending, who managed the castle's dispatches, to cross-reference weekly pickups with archived requests. Matilda could be deputized. A small team might be sent to reconcile handwritten receipts against the central ledger. That was Dumbledore's preferred administration, precise, patient, and personal. The motive would be preservation of order, not petty cruelty. But order often meant inquiry. The possibility did not make the choice less necessary. It only sharpened the plan. On the lower edge of the desk lay a narrow fountain of sealing wax and a departmental stamp. Sealing the request would be an unnecessary flourish that might draw attention. Blandness had to be the virtue. The signature he clipped to the bottom was not his by name but a department shorthand that prevented anyone from demanding a live signatory at pickup. Another small forgery constrained to administrative technicality rather than outright falsehood. Before he slid the tray toward the slot, one more precaution. From a drawer he drew a thin strip of vellum on which he had once kept a modest repertory of ledger charms, small, old counter-enchantments useful for counting and tagging. With a steady hand he traced a nearly invisible loop of ink along the inner fold of the slip and muttered the charm that would sit there like a quiet lint, not a beacon, but a record. When the courier copied the routing note into the ledger and ink-touched paper, the stitch would register the hour and leave a microscopic echo only visible under the loop Matilda used for reconciliations. Simultaneously the charm would send a tiny, private prick to the pin he wore at his bedside, a signal no one else would feel. The device was not infallible. It offered a momentary notification and a trace that could be read by an attentive pair of eyes. It gave him two things: the knowledge of when the pickup occurred and the possibility of a forensics thread he could later manipulate if necessary. It also created another vulnerability, another small pattern for someone else to follow. A faint noise from the corridor announced the castle's first stirrings, a door closing, a whisper of voices. Evening crept toward midnight. The night cart would be entered at 2. Snape placed the folded page deep enough into the brass tray that it would be collected with the others and tied into the bundle the night clerk rolled through the stoneways. Cold brass under his palm, he heard the routine as if from a distance. The moral calculus was terrible and simple. Choosing an unknowing courier created a channel that did not require his presence and that would look, to a cursory audit, like nothing more than ordinary logistics. Choosing that channel implicated an innocent without consent. The fact lodged like a splinter. For a moment he considered removing the form and choosing the slower, safer route, teach a trusted pupil a complicated passphrase that would not be recorded anywhere. Time denied that option. The cart would pass through the corridor at dawn, the courier's hand would copy the code and sign. That sign would be entered into the castle's ledgers and, in time, archived. If Dumbledore's suspicion was aroused, his first move would likely be to instruct Matilda Fletch to reconcile the courier's logs with outgoing bundles. Matilda would look for the unusual repetition. If she found it, the sequence could be traced backward to the clerical pile and, by slight inference, to whoever submitted the request. The breadcrumb would be visible to anyone who had a reason to follow it. Snape closed his fingers around the stamp and pushed the sheet to the center of the tray so it would not sit atop the pile and invite visual curiosity. The stack would be tied and labeled by hands trained to overlook the personal in favor of procedure. He imagined Iris in the morning, pen poised, the nit catching light as she copied a neat slanting script. The thistle brooch at her collar, the shawl folded twice, domestic details that made the subterfuge possible. He did not pace or mutter long speeches to an empty room. Instead, cuffs smoothed, he rose and hauled the tray to the edge of the desk where it would be visible to the night clerks while still anonymous among other items. One final, small motion pushed it toward the slot where the hall clerk would slide the bundle into the cart. The sound was a soft scrape. Nothing heroic. Nothing immaculate. A consequence had been born and it tugged at him already. Immediate relief, access to material he needed, capacity to continue operations. An ugly weight attached to that relief, a human life looped into his chain of custody, a mark that could be unpicked by a diligent, caring headmaster. He would now have to watch the courier's signatures, the clerk's notations, the weekly rhythm of the small nothings he had enlisted. He would have to be prepared for Matilda Fletch's inquiry, or for the archivist's cross-check, or for the headmaster's quiet, dangerous questions posed in the precise voice of disappointment. Night deepened around the study, the brass tray gleamed like an unlit coin. Episode 20. The study held its usual weights, bottles in unchanging ranks, the shadowed shape of the old chair, the stone cold and the slow, impartial scent of iron. A single candle burned with a stubborn, narrow flame. The draught from the stair beyond made it quiver as if uncertain whether to bother. Severus Snape moved without haste. Every motion served the spell he meant to make. A leather-bound notebook lay open at his elbow, pages thumbed where his pen had been most ruthless. Ink bled along the margin in the neat, impatient script he used for procedure, nothing ornamental, nothing sentimental. He tapped the nib once, a percussion that settled his pulse. The pensive latch crouched at the edge of the desk, an old charm, coaxed by a hand that understood which threads could be teased without tearing the weave apart. Its existence needed no discourse, it was a tool and a risk in equal measure. Memory extraction began with a small, deliberate refusal to look away. He shut his eyes and plucked a filament, not the whole spool. The sensation was clinical, the precise tug of an item removed from its place of concealment. The image that came was a study of small things, the weight and rib of a vial, its cloudy interior, his gloved hand inclining the glass beneath a careful light. He saw the label, the smear of sediment along the side, the particular way contamination bloomed when reagents sat too long. He remembered the protocol, document, marked for disposal, record chain of custody. He remembered the tilt of his jaw as he decided to follow it. He reached for the small steel basin beside the book. Drama invited scrutiny, prudence preferred ceremony. With a measured sweep of a finger he coaxed the memory into the basin, watching a pale thread coil like an obedient filament. Transferring it required a steadiness that had replaced other sensations in him years ago, neither thrill nor fear, only the practiced accuracy of a surgeon. Once the memory sat in the basin, he did not simply seal it. He edited. The procedure demanded excision, edges that pointed to other rooms, to names, to handoffs had to go. The fragment intended for release would show contamination and a mechanical disposal. It would not show why he would need the reagent later in the week, nor the courier's face, nor the precise choreography of proxies. A memory surgically trimmed remained true in detail and misleading in context. Chiseled into compactness, the fragment accepted a sealing weave threaded through its core. The lattice would do three things: affix a release timestamp at the moment of permission, mark the filament with the trace of his charm work, subtle, but legible to an informed eye, and limit ingestion to sanctioned pensive probes connected to Hogwarts rec and net. That last restriction was, in truth, porous. Perfection was a myth. Sufficientness, however, was practical. Acceptance by the headmaster's channel and its subsequent logging, that was the objective. The timed seal presented the smallest, most consequential deliberation. Two options stood on the desk like reagents. Trigger now. Preempt the probe. Force Dumbledore to see what Snape intended before automated siphons could pull ragged, contested memories into the intake. Immediate exposure would place a verified artifact into the headmaster's feed within minutes, constraining inquiry. But the cost was swift human scrutiny. Proxies might not be secured. Contradictory vials could still be collected and tested. The signature left on the fragment could be parsed. Once the mechanism of the seal was noticed, it could be backtraced. Delay and bait. Schedule the release for an hour of his choosing, force Dumbledore's hand to move on someone else's timetable. That would provide time to reposition stock, to prepare inoculation samples, to tidy alibis. The hazard lay in ceding initiative, between now and the appointed hour, Other automations or an observant outsider might notice an anomaly and act, and unattended we've risked bleed. Silence served as his court. A memory becomes a weapon only when someone else sees it. The fastest weapon exacts the sharpest consequences. At last, words, low and precise. Prorige nunc, he murmured, threading an incantation through the lattice he'd tied within the filament. Fingers drew sigils in the air, tying the final knots of the seal. The basin hummed, a small, domestic approval of witchcraft obeyed. Pensive submissions obeyed 2 rules he respected. Once a sanctioned channel accepted a memory, it could be treated as evidence, and timestamps resisted clean forgery without leaving marks worse than honesty. That knowledge informed the design of the timed seal. The release signature the charm would affix was intentionally plain, source, charm lockers, and the minute of authorization recorded as metadata. The archive would ingest the filament as any other submission. A human reviewer would then be invited to corroborate or contest. That metadata, an unremarkable line of data, was a lever. Preparation began to assemble itself with machine-like clarity. Triggering now would compress his margin for maneuver into hours, perhaps minutes. Actions, precise and sequenced, wrote themselves onto his mental slate. First, physical evidence. Any vials that could contradict the fragment's simple claim of contamination must be accounted for. Not destroyed, destruction invited suspicion, but relocated where their custody could be plausibly reconstructed. He set to work with the same steadiness he used in the basin. 2 reagent bottles were chosen, one with a faded seal and a residue of sediment, another with a faint iridescent cloud that could be explained away as long storage. He recorded their serials in a private log, hand-lettered entries that would stand in any future audit, and prepared an inoculation sample. The inoculation was surgical. He selected a clean glass, cleaned its lip with a sigil wash that would leave no foreign trace, then introduced a submicroscopic admixture, a tincture to mimic a long-neglected iron bloom and a speck of dry botanical grit to reproduce the sediment pattern described in the fragment. The sediment needed texture, a single crushed fluorite and a trace of oxidized metal provided the right clouding when properly agitated. He annealed the mixture with a gentle heating charm and then aged it with a dim, slow spell that coaxed the requisite pallor. The result was credible in every testable way, clouding that looked neglected rather than tampered, an olfactory hint of stale solvent rather than alchemical interference. He numbered the specimen, placed it in a lined case, and set it among the vials to be found should corroboration be demanded. Second, proxies. A courier had run errands for him twice before, no names in his head, only roles. A soft knock at the study door answered him before he completed the sentence, a night clerk's polite rap, quick and unobtrusive. Snape moved to the shutter and spoke into the small aperture, voice sharpened. Pass the ledger to the east corridor. No questions. A muffled voice, young and efficient, replied from the other side. Understood, sir. On my way. That single exchange, 42 letters, a prayer, a command, was the dialogue he permitted himself. It satisfied procedure without inviting curiosity. The clerk would move the ledger under the pretext of routine stock-taking, a mundane action with no revealing questions. Third, an inoculation memory. He prepared a second filament, rougher and less sealed, to offer as a voluntary disclosure if the headmaster pressed for an immediate explanation. It would look like a mistake fixed, a truth clumsily admitted. Better a clumsy truth than a refined lie under a microscope. Fourth, monitoring. Once the filament entered the headmaster's channel, automations would propagate notices. He assumed Dumbledore might appoint particular responders, an archivist who supervised the pensive intake, a charm specialist from the office, perhaps a trusted deputy who could read charm-holing marks. His task became one of watching ancillary logs for the archive's acknowledgement, not to be visible to Dumbledore, but to be informed. The instant the archive recorded the signature, he would see which questions were likely to be asked and could begin to move pieces rather than scramble. The basin warmed as the charm closed. The timed seal's circuitry, spells wound like filigree, affixed the timestamp, 27 minutes past midnight by the castle clock. A different hour remained available, but urgency had won. Allowing uncurated memories to be plucked over the coming days risked an unpredictable bleed, better to steer the spill even if the steering required speed. A final knot bound the filament. He dabbed sealing wax to the book and pressed his signet, a professional mark, not sentiment, and the latch clicked with a sound like dry frost. The last syllable of release left his mouth and the spell did what it was built to do. Minutes yielded themselves with merciless usefulness. The indicator on the latch blinked once, then twice, a pale, surgical pulse. The trance in the basin lifted and the filament, smaller and harder than it had been, drew itself through the charmwork and into the sanctioned channel for pensive probes. The release signature affixed itself, his lattice visible as a faint, technical glyph. The headmaster's intake would accept it as an authenticated submission from his study. Anticipation did not blunt the sensation. He counted seconds as one counts doses, precisely. Surveillance now had a name and a time. Dumbledore would have something verifiable to point at. A deadline descended. He gathered notes, the list of serial numbers, the specified locations for the inoculation sample. A few discreet parchments he tucked into the inner pocket of his robe contained contingency instructions he would not dispatch unless the initial line of inquiry went awry. They were seeds, to be planted only if necessary. Warmth lingered on the desk where the charm had burned its small heat. Outside, distant footsteps might have been a night guard finishing his rounds. Inside, the study remained stubbornly still. Snape closed the notebook. The sound was restful and terrible at once. The indicator blinked a final, slower time, confirmation rather than operation. A minute later a small bright notation appeared in the margin of his console's log, an entry from Severus Snape's study, time-stamped, release signature present. Within moments it would propagate to the headmaster's archive feed. Human review would not be long behind. He did not imagine Dumbledore's face. Instead, he catalogued the result with the stern certainty of a man who measures risk and sets it in place. The timestamp had made the memory a thing Dumbledore could cite. It had created a hard window the headmaster would expect answered. The consequence settled like a glove around a familiar hand, no indefinite waiting. There would be a deadline, and everything he had arranged would be measured against it. The pensive indicator blinked. A single, time-stamped memory had entered the headmaster's channel, and Severus Snape realized the inquiry it would provoke had been reshaped, and the time he now had to meet it sharply reduced. Episode 21. The dungeon smelled of old vinegar and iron. Low light pooled in the hollows of shelves, a single candle on Snape's bench threw the nearest glass into a hard, white room. He moved through the space as a surgeon moves through a theater, deliberate, measured, the motion already half incantation. Fingers that could make arteries sing and stitch skin close set out a tray, sorted vials by weight and symmetry, checked labels with an economy of breath. At the center of the tray a small clear cylinder waited, nearly empty but for a sliver of liquid that caught the candle like a trapped star. Snape had drawn that sliver from an earlier distillation, an inoculation in miniature, intended to be studied rather than used. The work required no drama. It demanded precision, a microstructure shaped to read like another's hand when analyzed, and a masking stitch to muffle the familiar contours that might otherwise betray him. Thought focused inward, he considered the absent colleague without naming them. Compassion would not have changed anything. The person existed in his mind as a utilitarian vector. Another laboratory's habitual quirks and careless shortcuts would provide the surface to which he could paste his truth. Tactical advantage seldom kept clean edges. Jaw tightening, Snape accepted the calculus without pretense. A fine wand hovered like a surgical instrument. One hand steadied the glass, the other coaxed a filament of reagent from the crucible, drawing it into the lumen. The inoculation took shape by a sequence he had practiced in private: alkaline microfilaments to govern viscosity, powdered moonstone to seed crystalline grain, and a tincture of ironbark in a measure so small it would read as textural noise. Each addition altered the sample's microlattice, each insertion was a microscopic lie. At the rim, the masking stitch began. Narrow and precise, the suppression charm braided around the sample like a bandage. Syllables clipped, Latin-laced fragments fell from his lips, the wand tracing loops over the glass. Initially a braid of light, the charm collapsed into a dull seam. It did not remove a history so much as flatten the frequencies the registry charms read as identity. A direct match, an audit's easy conclusion, would be avoided. What remained would be an echo, sufficient to steer a trained eye toward the absent lad, insufficient for a clean technical backtrack. Rather than a clumsy imitation, he applied an apprenticeship marker with indifferent ease. 2 shallow incisions at the vial's base formed a marginal cipher, not a signature, merely a cadence apprentices and their masters sometimes used to note provenance. A forger's elaborate flourish would scream. Intentional clumsiness passed for haste. Smudging the marks with the thumb made them read as handled, as if the vial had seen use, not careful fabrication. Sealing followed. A glass stopper lowered, a soft charm tightened the neck until only a faint ring of enchantment showed beneath candlelight. Wax came next, thin, plain, stamped with an institutional rune so ordinary it might go unquestioned. No complex sigil. Complexity leaves fingerprints. The wax stabilized the seal and suggested custody, not conspiracy. Mental arithmetic unfolded while his hands worked. Planting the sample would convert a cold audit into a human problem. The registry's reconciling sweep would note an anomaly. A summoned person could be interviewed, their testimony shaped, their memory nudged. Human inquiry could be manipulated, human recollection could be steered. If the castle's charms concluded first, a pensive Paul might harvest sequences he needed to keep private. Better to invite a voice than trigger an immovable charm that screamed culpability. Cost accompanied that calculus. The absent colleague would likely be called to account, not merely inconvenienced but pressured, suspected. Snape measured degrees of ruin the way he weighed reagents, necessary in precise doses, poisonous if overused. Moral discomfort lingered like a sting. It did not paralyze, only complicated the plan's neatness. Labeling required thought. Block letters, no flourish, neutral and unremarkable. Orientation mattered, placed face inward and an item could be overlooked, exposed, it suggested use. Snape chose the abbreviation a commonplace clerk would use, the exact code that implied an external source. A small lie embedded in bureaucratic habit. Geometry decided the rest. The third slot from the left on the middle shelf, directly beneath the pale registry bead, was optimal. Too high and apprentices might dislodge the glass, too low and a sweep could miss it. Set at the front, label outward, the vial would catch a searching finger first. Fingers slipped the glass into the groove, a faint click affirmed the position. For a heartbeat the inoculation seemed trivial, merely one bubble among dozens. That illusion was important. Final threads of the stitch bound the plan. The suppression charm hummed as Snape reinforced it, 3 overflows of damping collapsing the high-frequency signature into a flat band, leaving a residual harmonic at a lower register. Detectable only by an analyst hunting for inconsistencies, such latency invited footwork rather than decree. If challenged, the residual could be presented as contaminant or sloppy practice. He preferred that possibility to outright condemnation. Hands paused at the rack's iron edge. 2 paths remained, plant now and accept collateral damage, or retain the sample as a staged fallback for a closer threat. Memory returned the ledger's earlier anomaly, a brief, anomalous handshake between his reagent signatures and the school's records. That ping had already made Dumbledore look once. Time felt like a narrowing corridor. A private rehearsal of questions began. Where was the vial obtained? Who handled it last? Which procedure produced that microstructure? He imagined Dumbledore settling a quill to parchment, calm, analytic, then summoning someone to explain. The headmaster worked by steps, charm noted, human possible cause suggested, then a person asked to account. That human fulcrum offered negotiation, misdirection, the possibility of spinning the narrative. It also invited unpredictability. An honest colleague might tear the lie apart. To blunt worst outcomes, he prepared a secondary inoculation, smaller and simpler, a true contaminant he would plant as a decoy only if the first draw failed to misdirect. A second vial, less perfect, tucked into a padded pouch on the bench, bore no apprenticeship mark and no careful seal, an accidental contaminant to which a clumsy analyst might attribute the echo. The fallback need not ever see the rack. The presence of contingency sharpened his nerve. Before committing the rack, a tactical microflaw was introduced, intentional and cruel in its subtlety. A hairline fissure in the wax where seal met glass would read as awkward handling. An analyst inclined toward negligence would mark it down as poor technique, not calculated obfuscation. He trusted laziness and habit more than vigilance. A small, private record followed. In the back of his ledger, where no one but he glanced, he scrawled a single line, slot 3 the middle, micro-inoculation, bind, suppression stitch 3-1. No signature, no instruction. The note served only as a mnemonic and, if found, as a red herring, technical shorthand that might confuse more than clarify. The rack's clasp, long used and worn to a predictable resistance, closed with a dry snap. The reconciling sweep registered the insertion almost immediately. A pale ripple of light ran along the grain, the bead pulsed once, then settled. The charm noted and recorded with passive impartiality. Snape listened for the particular toll that confirmed the new entry had been stored, a small sound inside the stone silence. A brief, almost inaudible click inside the mechanism acknowledged the added mass. The registry's linkage cued the presence for reconciliation at the next audit, but placement made human interpretation likely. That human element formed the outcome he wanted, an administrative question to be answered, memory and speech to be negotiated, testimony to be shaped. Cold certainty would be replaced by conversational uncertainty. Options flickered rather than victory. A summoned colleague could protest with the stubbornness of the innocent or fold under pressure, either response made noise he could modulate. A human noise allowed leverage in ways a crystalline charm could not. Snape accepted the hazard as the price of operational breathing space. Candlelight thinned as the stairs draft moved through the room. The registry bead steadied into a soft glow and the reconciling sweep proceeded. Snape remained at the bench, not yet leaving. For several measured minutes he watched the charms wash across the wood and listened for signs the record had propagated beyond the rack, anything to indicate a human reviewer in motion, a clerk up late and rewiring a list, a call laid to paper in a far office. No footsteps came. Only the stone's distant settling and the small pop of wax cooling. Stillness allowed thought to unspool further implications. If Dumbledore asked for an account, which reviewer would he appoint? The headmaster's appointee could be implacably fair or inclined to suspicion, motives, and past judgments altered outcomes. An investigator predisposed to trust guild tradition might look for apprenticeship marks, one with a taste for thoroughness could order memory pools. The plan relied on the cautious bet that a human would first be asked to speak, not a pensive asked to extract. A final precaution, a tiny smear of common dust was applied to the label's edge, as if the vial had been handled in haste. Evidence that suggested daily life rather than careful staging read more honest. Little things bent the minds of those who judged. Only when the bead's pale pulse had steadied did Snape close the door to the study. He did not lock it. The iron clasp's finality sufficed. As he moved away, the charm ticked in the wood like a wound settling. Someone within the administration, called by Dumbledore or by the registry's pulse, would be asked to explain the sample and the marks that directed blame elsewhere. For a long instant he stood in the corridor's shadow and allowed a single, small calculation what the morning might bring. Questions and invitations to account would follow, perhaps anger. The absent colleague might be inconvenienced, perhaps threatened, perhaps vindicated. None of that lessened the work that must be done. The trade remained, exposure for a window of maneuver. The candle guttered to the stairs draft. In the cage of light on the bench the registry bead pulsed one last, methodical beat. A record had begun, a human front had been created from a technical trace. Snape accepted the consequence, immediate and unsparing, and stepped into the deeper dark beyond the study door. Episode 22. The pensive surface trembled before the first filament of light could touch the little pin. Muscles folded into stillness, Snape laid his palms on the bench as if steadying an operating table. The intake gleamed like quicksilver, concentric, greedy, and a slender silver tendril of weave reached toward the brass and glass pin cupped in his hand. For a moment he allowed the space to exist, the tiny instrument, the patient motion of the pensive, the inevitable braid that would strip the fragment he had guarded. If the bowl completed its work, a procedural detail would travel out of his custody forever, an explanation he would need later, in a room of questions, would be gone. Loss here was not merely loss of memory. It was the vanishing of leverage and of an argument he had not yet mounted. He did not hurry. Magic such as this demanded a composure the way scalpel work demanded a surgeon's steadiness. He thought in intervals, the half-beat that moved a charm from detection to deception, and found the stitch he required, a narrow distortion he had practiced once, then kept folded away for emergencies. The motion that followed was small and controlled, the wrist doing what years of repetition had taught his fingers to do. The wand described an almost invisible arc along the silver rim. A metallic click answered, like a tongue-tapping copper. The filament shivered and paused. For a breath the pensive tried to reconcile two harmonics, its habitual, patient hunger and the alien discord Snape had woven into its notes. A pale lacing spread around the bowl's edge, minuscule loops, concentric and staggered, their geometry precise. The intake drew back. Where the tendril had touched, something remained like the outline of a needle withdrawn from cloth. He had not struck the bowl, he had threaded a throat of dissonance into its weave. The interference settled over the rim with the neat cruelty of a surgeon's stitch, a series of silver loops each offset by a fraction of a beat. Close inspection would show an inward deflection at the third node, an inflection he had nicknamed, in private, the surgeon's crook. That small bend would read as a signature to any competent charm specialist. The pin remained in his keeping, snug within its felt nest and warm beneath his thumb. Custody, at least for the moment, was secured. Light coalesced above the basin. A datum bead, black as obsidian in the air, wove columns of pale script that resolved themselves into a notice. Interference recorded, timestamp attached, it announced. The phrasing was dry, the effect was not. The notation left a faint notch against the aura of the bowl, as if the recorded fact had grazed the charm and left a score. What followed in the register's wording departed from the blunt instrument Snape had anticipated. Instead of summoning immediate human adjudication within the castle, the entry requested technical counsel, ministry pensive technician, technical characterization requested. The field for confidential copies filled next, order consultant, privileged copy, headmaster, notified for advisory. The language implied layers of review rather than the single, swift courtroom of headmaster and deputy. That difference mattered. A ministry technician would bring instruments and protocols designed to parse a signature to the last harmonic. An order consultant read charm lineage as a matter of motive and opportunity. Together they created vectors. Whoever drew the interference into narrative would be someone with the skill to translate its geometry into an origin and, therefore, an incentive to exploit such knowledge. Snape slid the pin back into its leather sheath with an economy of movement practiced into reflex. The case sealed with the quiet finality of a latch. The fragment itself lay under his thumb, ordered, intact. Yet the bowl bore a tell. A charmed instrument could, given time and access, resolve that tell into lineage or label it improvisation. Either result opened a door he had not wanted opened. He drew from a falseboard a vial no larger than a bee's thorax and uncorked it. The solvent inside was a charm-softening solution, incapable of erasing history but sharp at blunting microscopic edges. With the care of someone tending a sutured artery, he dusted the loops. The liquid sank into the thread like wool into cloth. The pattern remained legible, its calibration read less like the work of a practiced artisan and more like the halting hand of an emergency, hasty, necessary, unrefined. The registry annotated the action in another neat line, memorapin, physical marks, hasty retrieval. That choice in words reduced the leap from intervention to theft. It framed the act as preservation, not concealment, and might influence the first listener's temperament. Even framed as emergency preservation, the notice carried weight. A ministry specialist could draw the harmonic spectrum and compare it against databases. The order consultant could interpret the intent. And the headmaster would be informed, though the entry suggested he need not be the first presence at Snape's door. Those steps shifted, for a time, the locus of scrutiny beyond the castle's immediate hierarchy. Snape allowed himself a single small deception of habit. His thumb smudged the leather case in a way that argued for common handling rather than a solitary touch. Such a trivial mark might nudge an investigator's first theory towards routine where instead of unique ownership. Small delays were valuable. Time allowed narratives to be shaped. He replaced the vial beneath its falseboard and closed the panel as neatly as he had opened it. Each movement was economy, each sound measured. The interference hummed a secret chord under the bowl's edge, waiting for someone else to sample it. Consequences multiplied, and he enumerated them the way other men counted bullets. A ministry technician arriving with instruments meant public technical characterization. A report could be forwarded beyond the castle. An order consultant copied in confidence could, with motive, interpret the signature as evidence of particular associations. Either actor might transform a private preservation into a bargaining piece in someone else's hand. He thought of the worst refinements of such a sequence. A specialist, moved by curiosity or professional pride, could reverse engineer the distortion and match its inflection to a known lineage. A ministry analyst, hungry for cases to demonstrate competence, might push the observation beyond custodial notice. An order member, reading the pattern as proof of clandestine activity, might take the fact to the headmaster and then, precisely at the wrong moment, to someone whose motives intersected poorly with his own. Each outcome was a fork. Each fork offered risk. A pale ribbon of light reasserted itself across the registry plane, settling into a box labeled Response Protocol. It listed times, response windows, and confidentiality levels rather than summonses. Technical response requested, ministry, arrival within 48 hours, standard, order consultant copied for confidential review. Headmaster, advisory notice. The clock was not immediate, it had tempo. The tempo mattered as much as the actors themselves. An analyst who came with time to prepare arrived different to one compelled by an on-site headmaster's presence. Snape made his own plan, trading abstract fear for concrete options. He sketched a checklist on the inside of his mind and recited it once in clipped lines. First, secure alternative access to restricted reagents. The logistics clerk who handled supply runs could be rehearsed in a single route. A passphrase, a timing, a plausible excuse, those were easy to prepare. The clerk would never be asked technical questions unless someone decided to follow threads he had no part in. Second, assemble ledger fragments that would frame his intervention as necessary preservation. A partial registration, annotated to show a plausible retrieval to prevent loss, could be presented to temper a technical review's curiosity. It would show a sequence, anomaly observed, retrieval made, preservation justified, not a casual theft. Third, compose a terse, demonstrable rationale for any specialist. Technical readers could be placated by demonstration, moral readers by constrained intent. He would offer to show the fragment only under controlled conditions to those with appropriate protocol clearance. Too much, and curiosity deepened; too little, and suspicion hardened. He did not consider more violent remedies. To scrape the bowl or to offer further cosmetic repair would escalate from intervention to sabotage. The register had recorded an anomaly; further damage would move the allegation from emergency action to willful assault. The legal imagination of ministry procedure delighted in proportionality. He would not give them an easy trajectory. There were other considerations, subtle and lateral. If the technician required samples, they would remove micro-traces. Whoever had access to those traces might recognize the surgery of his private stitchwork. Did someone within ministry or the order possess the skill and the motive to recognize his hand and exploit it? The thought sharpened into its own plan, misdirection prepared in advance, a plausible lineage to offer if the pattern was interrogated up close. He tightened the cloak about his shoulders and rehearsed the opening line he would use should a trained eye demand an account, an explanation of urgency, an admission of preservation, an offer to demonstrate content only to those with the strictest technical clearance. The phrasing had to be plain enough to calm a procedural mind and spare the moralist from probing. Silence returned to the study as if reconstituted around the choice he had made. The pin rested in his pocket, the bowl bore its tiny wound. He had elected custody over surrender, and the decision reverberated through the registers beyond his bench. The immediate glare of a headmaster's summons had been avoided; in its place, a slower, potentially wider scrutiny had been set in motion, one that reached across ministry lists and into the order's discretion. A soft knock sounded at the outer door, polite and official. Snape did not start. Whether the sound heralded a housekeeper's question or merely an after-hours delivery he could not tell. The registry's protocol left room for both. He smoothed the front of his cloak, folded the small notes he had prepared into the inner pocket, and put his face into the posture that would do for any technical reader: composed, economical, and competent. The fragment was his. The bowl held its scar. He had bought custody at the cost of a different escalation, less immediate perhaps, but one that threatened to pull outside hands into a matter he had kept domestic. He moved from bench to door with the deliberate cadence of a man who had chosen a narrower battlefield, and who intended to shape the terms on which it would be fought. Episode 23. The missive lay on the blotter as if it belonged there, neat, deliberate, parchment folded in careful thirds and wax-stamped with Dumbledore's emblem. Severus Snape peeled back the flap. A faint lemon and old paper tang rose, brittle and clean. Dumbledore's handwriting inside was courteous and economical, no flourish, no indulgence. The economy of phrase read like a blade. "Severus," it began, "there has been an unfortunate development. An inoculation has been found in the reagent rack, its signature consistent with techniques you are known to use. You will understand the gravity of such a discovery. I write to offer a course that will prevent needless harm to another. Surrender the procedural notebook located in your private chest, and I will ensure the implicated colleague is not summoned for formal questioning. Refuse, and I am obliged to escalate this matter. External review will be invited to reconcile our registers." A time and place for delivery followed. The headmaster's tentative guarantee of confidentiality, a precise deadline. Beneath the signature, a single line in a different ink warned: "Consider that without the notebook your capacity for necessary work will be diminished and the risks you run magnified." A second reading stripped the hedging and left the arithmetic bare: "Ledger for colleague. Protection in exchange for leverage." The conspicuous cleanliness of the proposition made the choice surgical. Silence settled in the dungeon. Not hesitation born of doubt, Snape no longer wasted emotion on imagined harms, but a measured appraisal of cost and leverage, counted as one might weigh a reagent by sight. The bound volume on his desk was more than notes. Recipes, incremental reversals, marginalia that mapped private workarounds filled its pages. Many entries would dissolve in the absence of the volume, others existed only because previous pages had stitched them together. To hand it over would be to place every stitch of his craft into another's custody. Promises, he knew, were instruments. Instruments could be used. "Of course," he said aloud, low, almost conversational, testing tone as if the sound might witness conscience. No reply answered the room. A slip of parchment followed. By wand rather than hand he penned a single, unadorned word: "No." The ink dried black and absolute. Folded, sealed, it went by channels older than owls. For an instant there was satisfaction, the sharp, toxic sweetness that follows the conclusion of a decision. That satisfaction was brief. Another sheet landed on the blotter, heavier this time, stamped and administrative. A clerk's neat script had printed the directive and Dumbledore's narrow strokes annotated it. "Notice, escalation of inquiry," the heading began. "Per Headmaster Dumbledore's instruction, the present matter will be subject to external review. An order consultant will attend to perform reconciliation of registry and materials. Inspection will commence at dawn. Temporary administrative measures, restricted registry access, all reagent withdrawals to require presence of the assigned consultant, preservation orders on related materials." His eyes moved down the clauses like a chemist scanning a potion list, each item an ingredient for containment. The single line that mattered read: "Order consultant assigned, external review, arrival at dawn." Dawn. Midnight tricks and delicate misdirections would not be enough. Under an outsider's scrutiny, casual chicanery would be exposed and turned against him with clinical efficiency. The visitor from the order would ask questions, demand witnesses, and insist upon documentary evidence the way a ministry inspector might. A private quarrel had just been rendered public proof. Irritation flared and was tamped down. The bargain had been both test and threat, refusal had simply prompted an edict, and the room felt smaller for it. Granite closed in like the lip of a crucible. Storage first. Gloved fingers slid the volume from its compartment. Battered, its spine softened by years, the leaves bore the dark edges of constant handling. Small sigils freckled the margins, hid apprenticeship marks he had not taught to anyone. Many of the book's techniques could not be reconstructed from memory alone. Into the iron-lined box it went. Locks engaged, a sequence of charms followed. Cave inimicum, he murmured, laying a perimeter ward. The room shifted, a faint, blue-tinged shimmer raced along the box's rim, like moonlight sliding over iron. A metallic tang pricked the back of his throat. Next, a lock-binding chant, Carla Portus, sealed lid to frame. The catch clicked with an audible, deliberate cry as if a small animal had been trapped. For the final layer, a talicharm sat across the lid, binding identification to a signature only his own could unpick. The impressed wax on the lock breathed a whisper of ozone and the hum of enchantment, thin and precise. Visible effects were useful. The lock's mouth smoked at the hinges for a heartbeat, curling like breath. Smell of iron and singed paper haunted the air. Satisfied, he smoothed the cover and set the box back into its hiding womb. Surface compliance required craft rather than sacrifice. 2 narrow slits were prepared, one a sanitized recipe in an apprentice cipher, bland enough to suggest cooperation, the other a ciphered key that only he could read. Neither was the volume. Both were addressed to the headmaster's office and placed where they would be found. Theatre, not surrender. Memory precautions followed. The pensive pin lay folded in a cloth at his elbow. To excise a procedural fragment was to amputate. Instead, Snape duplicated a fragment and time-locked the copy. An encrypted memory capsule was wrapped in warding ribbon and fastened with a throat-clearing charm. He did not deposit anything into the basin, leaving the pensive untouched kept any trace from a ready analyst. The fastening required steps known only to him and the teacher whose methods had once been half-remembered, arcane redundancies he trusted more than a paper promise. Practicalities were not neglected. A requisition for routine supplies, items plausibly needed for the coming fortnight's lessons, was composed and entered through official channels. Ledger entries would therefore show ordinary procurement. An investigator looking only at immediate orders would find no anomaly. Parallel channels could carry necessities later if required. Proxy planning moved from outline to marrow. Roles were catalogued, a stable hand who handled logistics below stairs, a courier whose loyalty belonged to coin rather than confederation. Names were dangerous, a role was replaceable. He recalled one past exchange, a single meeting half a year ago in the dim of the student stables. The stable hand's voice had been flat, practical. "I fetch what I'm paid to fetch," the man had said. No questions asked. Payment had followed, crisp and discreet, a wet, unromantic loyalty purchased. That memory explained why the role was usable. Snape paused, then put purpose to paper. Exact words mattered. He wrote the instruction and folded it with mechanical calm. Take the ledger page under the 3rd flagstone at the north end of the lower yard. 10 galleons on receipt. Say Ashwood only if questioned. Bring parcel before first light, no detours. A small pouch of coin accompanied the note, galleons counted and stacked, a fold of sickles hidden beneath for change. He sealed the pouch within a strip of cloth and, with the faintest of binding marks, tucked the packet into a slit beneath the desk's lower molding, the agreed collection point used for years by that hand. The collection would be swift, unremarked. If it were not, another could be sent in its stead. Replaceability, again, the only security. A rehearsal of persuasion formed with the precise economy he trusted, offer enough to make silence a sensible choice, document the transaction, keep the chain short and compartmentalized. The 2-sentence pattern would be spoken, not explained. If the courier ever drew breath too widely, replace him. The administrative directive's stamp left an imprint under his palm. A paragraph read like a bland mercy, "This decision to escalate is not to be construed as punishment but as due process. All material relevant to the inquiry will be preserved." No name accompanied the appointment of the consultant. Without a face to measure and manipulate, the role itself became the enemy, flexible, untouchable, likely indifferent to Snape's private seals. Work followed in small rituals. A blur charm was woven around the chest signature, precise and ugly to watch. A faint tint of iron and smoke flattened the runes, making them register poorly to an external reader. The scent of scorched metal, like a fired pan, filled the study, odor of work rather than fraud. Evidence for a human to be mollified was manufactured with cold artistry. 3-page edges were singed, not to destroy but to propose recent use. A visible margin bore a coffee stain, spattered and dried. Ink smudges suggested a hand that had been at work late. These gestures were theatre designed for a close reader, plausible truths to offer should an examiner need them. From a locked pocket he produced the apprenticeship cipher ledger and slid a single page into his inner coat, a passphrase and a ritual hint. Contact would be required. Quiet persuasion and calculated bribery would procure a courier during the compressed hours before dawn, small work done under cover of routine bustle. A memory, sudden and precise, came unbidden, his teacher at 16, thin hand steady as he shoved aside a younger man's impatience. Never trade the stitch that makes the rest, the man had said. Give away a single seam and you have given away the tailoring. The line had been blunt, practical. It had taught him to measure long-term craft against short-term solace. He had not forgotten. The lesson guided the night's decisions. Time advanced by increments. A distant bell in the east tower struck once, midnight, muted and patient. Somewhere above a door creaked, a broom handle rapped briefly as if reminding the castle it lived. The knight pressed thinly toward the edge of the stairwell, where a wash of grey suggested the day to come. He placed the directive into an inner pocket, then the folded contact list. Preparations, not surrender. A man who kept contingencies in order could outlast an audit better than one who trusted bargains. Even with measures taken, the consequences were concrete and immediate. Registry gates would be closed, no reagent withdrawals would be authorized without the consultant present. Staff logs would be frozen for reconciliation. Those procedural restrictions would hamstring routine operations and force any necessary movement into public hours and under watchful eyes. Every proxy became riskier, every clandestine transfer harder. The box hummed faintly in the desk. Wards thrummed like a sleeping animal. Dumbledore's ink ghosted across the paper above the impressed wax. Dumbledore's bargain had been refused and the reply was swift and categorical. An external reviewer would arrive at dawn. Keys turned with finality. Locks clicked, the sound settled into the stone like a verdict. The answer given to Dumbledore had been simple. The cost of that answer would be paid in the hours before daybreak. For a while there was only the night, the hum of wards, and the damp, useful work of ensuring what remained his would stay so. Proxies were readied, defenses tightened, surface compliance rehearsed. An edict had set a clock. When the bell tolled again, time would no longer be abstract, dawn would be a deadline, and the morning would bring other people's hands to pry. Snape worked on. Each small motion narrowed the room to purpose: an iron box, a burned page, a fastened vial, an addressed slip. Outside, the castle continued its oblivious turning. Below, in the study, contingency took shape in the precise, unromantic language of preparation. Episode 24. Night pressed against the stone like a held breath. Candles guttered in their sconces, throwing barbs of yellow light across vials and folded forms. Severus Snape moved with hands steadied by habit. Beneath that practiced calm his pulse kept a rhythm he refused to advertise. A fresh sheet of parchment lay waiting on the bench, its fibre ready to receive an official lie. He tasted clerical cadence on his tongue before the quill touched paper, shaping each syllable for posture, concise, bureaucratic, without flourish. Rehearsing the title under his breath, he set the header with strict strokes: requisition, approved retrieval, restricted inoculation, then filled the body with dates, a pickup window, courier designation, and the customary legalese about authorized signatures and verification charms. For immediate dispatch to registered runs only, he wrote, and underlined the clause twice where clerks habitually looked for caveats. Mimicry demanded craft. Folded beneath his sleeve the apprenticeship glyph waited, a cluster of inked characters taught by an extinct line of alchemical clerks. One small mark, placed where a junior office tucked an approval, would give the page the illusion of institutional history. The shapes were not native to his own hand, but the motions had become instinct. Tonight they served a darker purpose. Warm wax spat and pooled as he fashioned a dispatch stamp with a steady wrist. The ring he pressed into cooling wax left concentric scars and a tiny rune meant to read as an innocuous regional mark. Up close the impression resembled a real stamp. At a glance it would satisfy a cursory charm. A strip of clerical shorthand, hooked letters like a hurried signature, sat where a logistics clerk's hand would rest, as if the document had been handled a dozen times. Inserters, he whispered the single word that aligned the ink. No grand enchantment was necessary. The delivery registry listened for pattern and expectation, not rhetoric. The most dangerous element of a counterfeit lay in the narrative the page summoned, a history of pickups, a repeating cadence of authorized movement. Spectacle invited scrutiny. Subtlety, as ever, was the safer art. Sentiment had no purchase here. Edwin Pritchard's name occupied an index in Snape's mind, a single thumb that turned the great wheel of Hogwarts logistics. Dutifulness and invisibility were his trade. Sacrificing such a man would be brutal and functional. Strategy, the word recited until it ceased to sound like justification, settled into place as arithmetic. When the final mark completed the page, Snape folded the parchment with the precise neatness of a man who had sealed many documents never intended for casual eyes. Burning the paper would have protected the courier and severed his own access. Instead he chose otherwise. Access bought time, time bought options. A visible target would divert attention from him, however morally repugnant that target might be. The counterfeit page rested on a small bronze plate beside the delivery ledger. A linking charm of his own design followed, not a flourish the castle would recognize as spellcraft but an exact shaping of intent that threaded the entry into the registry as if it had been born there. The charm sang along the seam of his knuckles and traced the grooves of script. Clinical and cold, it grafted the false manifest into the administrative machinery. Something answered. The bound page's spine, threaded with charms, brightened, pale runes crept across the bench's glow. A restrained chime sounded, the soft note that meant a human eye would be summoned. The registry's enchantments escalated when patterns diverged from machine consensus. A narrow halo of light circled the glyph. From the margin, a hand of shimmer and ink wrote, anomalous authorization detected. Source, external. Recommended, human interview. Courier, Edwin Pritchard. Appointment, 05:30 tomorrow, order consultant, appointed by headmaster, to attend. He read the line twice. The digits sat sharp as a blade, 05:30. Dawn in little more than an hour. The registry's mechanism had not only flagged the anomaly but specified the agent the headmaster had chosen to dispatch, an order consultant, formally appointed, whose presence at dawn would shift the inquiry beyond routine clerical curiosity. That detail mattered. A consultant carried authority and habitually followed threads further than a mere steward. A tap at the corner of the parchment, made with the tip of a quill, set the apprenticeship glyph to faint shimmer. Memory supplied the faces of those who could read such marks, lineage clerks, archivists with a taste for marginalia, looming like a secondary hazard. An expert study of preserved records could unpick the deviations he had introduced. If a specialist compared stroke to stroke, the counterfeit might not point directly at him but toward a circle of methods few practiced. Corroboration could be manufactured, a marginal note in a courier's manifest, a small cross-reference in a redundant clerk's book. Time and skill remained for seeding such corroboration. Each extra stitch, though, would be another lie to maintain. A binding charm slid along the paper's edge at his command, encouraging the registry to accept the entry fully into its web. The archive obliged, its marks grew firmer. A spectral tab unfurled from the margin and projected a list, courier ID, route, previous pickups. The sequence matched what an attentive clerk would expect, a consistent series of repeated authorized collections. Simplicity made the deception ugly and effective. Workable, he said, the single word lodging in the room and nowhere else. Fingers bared, he pressed the wax with a second impression, making the counterfeit look repeated and time-worn. Authenticity came from honest errors, the right smudge reduced curiosity. The page shined again with a note of mild irritation. A secondary check had noticed a discrepancy. The clerical stroke matched a cluster of notations in a school's archive of clerking methods, but cadence was off. Similarity, high, exactitude, imperfect. Recommend further review. Not a failure, yet. A warning, and warnings could be shaped into opportunity. Routine inquiry might be solved with bland human questions. Specialist scrutiny could broaden the trail. Options required intermediaries. Pritchard, flagged by the record, would be the simplest vector, frightened, disoriented, perhaps grateful for small kindnesses under duress. A frightened man could be coached into testimony that cemented a false narrative and brought delay. He could also be broken. Breaking remained a clinical variable Snape catalogued without warmth. Pity was an abstraction that did not alter the sum. From a slim folder slid a list of regular couriers and emergency contacts. Names that had melted into bureaucracy now acquired weight. Pritchard's entry offered a sister's number, a small debt at a tobacconist, an address of temporary lodgings. The registry had thrown him a window, and Snape began measuring how to wedge himself through it. Surveillance, he reminded himself, arrived as opportunity. The scheduled interview altered the tempo of months of careful requisition running in a single motion. That conversation could undo him, or consume enough attention to keep scrutiny turned elsewhere. He could buy hours to reroute, to seed other logs, to create layers of clerical confusion. A margin on the false manifest acquired additional notations, a return tick where the courier had signed, a small R marking a rushed run, a scribbled time, 14:45, matching Pritchard's usual round. Each addition was ordinary yet deliberate. Snape practiced the phrases the inspector would expect the courier to use, voice lowered and precise. "I saw the manifest and assumed it was authorized," he murmured, enunciating each clause as if coaching Pritchard. "Someone told me it was fine. I signed because I thought I'd been asked." He altered cadence, tested believability. "I didn't see the headmaster's mark, there was nothing untoward. It was on paper and I was told to take it." Small, clipped exchanges like these would shape testimony. Snape pictured the inspection, an earnest, human voice leaning close, the courier avoiding eye contact, words spilling like dry leaves into an inspector's notebook. The inspector would note and later transcribe. Chains of inquiry would grow from such transcriptions. A darker tactic presented itself in quick arithmetic, promises to Pritchard, small payments, the offer of counsel, a soft word to steady him. From a drawer he took a tiny vial of bitter tea, the sort of comfort that steadied faulty nerves, and closed his fist around it for a moment before setting it back. Influence here would be human negotiation, not alchemical legerdemain. He preferred the former so long as it remained practicable. Political variables sat like weights in a ledger. If the courier named names when cornered, if clumsy investigators broadened search parameters, or if an archivist with a penchant for marginalia recognized the clerking form, the net could expand. Contingencies were drawn in neat lines on a scrap, staged conversation, phrases to suggest confusion rather than malice, a sympathetic clerk's note arranged in advance to shore up Pritchard's story. Breaking a man remained an undesirable contingency, broken men proved unpredictable. The archive annotated a new line, as if replying to his list, human interview authorized by headmaster's office. Representative to attend, order consultant, appointed by headmaster. The appointed time remained 05:30. Immutable. The enchantments had not only detected the anomaly but given it human shape and time, a summons hanging in the air with the exactness of a watch. He considered a misattribution charm to nudge the runes into accepting an older regional courier office as the origin, a diffuse focus instead of singular blame. Such noise would carry its own signature, the network watched for that kind of distortion. More noise could precipitate a full arc of scrutiny rather than the brief, sharp interview he had engineered. Moral anatomy pressed in. Snape had balanced cruelty and necessity before, trading a single man's piece for a functioning covert channel gnawed in a way both manageable and corrosive. The phrase of the end justifies the means tasted of iron. Outside, wind lifted through the eaves and the castle resumed its indifferent breathing. Time narrowed. Less than an hour remained to weave further threads. He moved with sequence planned and efficient. First, a corroborating marginal note for the courier manifest, ink slid from quill to paper as he created an entry implicating Pritchard's route and habitually matching the false manifest. A discreet charm fixed the note into the manifest's margin so that an inspection would find what it expected, a small confirmation, placed and fingered by a clerk. Next came the softer touch, an owl note drafted to Pritchard's sister. Minimal and framed as harmless concern, it suggested the brother had been anxious lately and that a visit might steady him. No mention of charges, no hint of a deception, only a nudge to make the sister's presence at dawn more likely. The paper was folded and addressed. The owl took off into the night with ordinary business on ordinary wings. A tiny ward followed the physical preparations, a fading stitch along the apprenticeship glyph, designed to blur the mark gradually after the immediate inspection window. The charm would not erase the sign before a human eye read it. He could not risk that, but it would complicate detailed comparison if scrutiny prolonged into specialist analysis. The weave was simple, practiced, a temporal smudge key to the registry's own timestamp. Whispering the words, the ward slid into the parchment seam like a seamstress' final stitch. He rehearsed once more the counsel intended for Pritchard should the courier balk, phrases of confusion, references to paper, the small admission that someone they had told him without naming, the plaintive ignorance that would slow an inquiry. Then he prepared the little comforts, the vial of bitter tea, a small coin folded into a clean handkerchief, nothing that could be traced by enchantment and yet enough to steady a man under a lamp's scrutiny. A clerk's note, already drafted, would be slipped into a mourning pile, a bland endorsement from an imagined subordinate. That note, in the right hand and with the right accidental smudge, would be the stitch tying the courier's testimony to a clerical reality. He set the piece into place with the same attention he afforded a potion's final stir.